shit. Wrong one. What's good, y'all? We back. Again! Yeah. Ooh, it's so much shit. It's so much shit we gotta get to today, so I ain't gonna waste too much time. We finna get right into the shits. But I'm so blue, y'all, because the fucking video of Umar I had got took down off X, I think. So if anybody could be so kind, if they just so happen to have it one way or another, if y'all have like it was like a 20-minute video, bro. And the video I had, it's not on Twitter no more. I don't know what the fuck happened. Like, working like a baby daddy with 3 kids. I'm so upset, bro. Like, does anybody know where that footage is of him doing the live in his car, per usual? The latest one. Appreciate you, Sandra, Roshan, Casey, everybody in here. Nicole, Allie Watts. Bro, I'm so blue. Like, it was the whole 20-minute video of him explaining what the fuck happened. And the only thing I could find now was like small sections of it. Yes, Casey, that's what we was going to talk about. That's exactly what we was going to talk about. Roshan, I don't use this shit either, but it got all the info. Okay, I found it. Wait, is somebody talking over it?
You know, he's saying it's getting
Somebody talking over it.
auctioned off.
Lean.
Wait. Whatever.
Love for you, bro.
Everybody, then
Say.
Refund.
They could have used.
Yeah, he keeps stopping and talking over it. Fuck. Where can I get the damn video untouched? Y'all in this bitch tonight. God damn, man. What do Umar be on? Like, he posts the shit and then do we like copyright strike people? Is this an uncut video?
For unpaid vacant property registration fees.
For like 15 years. Yeah, it's okay. I got a 10-minute one. We could do that. We could do 10 minutes. I'm sure it got
the city of.
So what's going on is, y'all seen the last time we covered Umar, he was talking about this bank account closed. His bank account closed, and he's saying he had access to his money. Now he coming out saying his whole building finna get auctioned off. And I don't know. I think that nigga got a case coming, man. Maybe not. We probably would have heard about it by now, but something is going on, because the walls is caving in on this school, and he's saying it's finna get took. So let's see what he got to say about this auctioning off his building.
215-9899. 215-9899-9858.
I don't know where this section.
On August the 5th, brothers and sisters. On August the 5th, the city of Wilmington, Delaware, took out a notice to auction off the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Academy campus for unpaid vacant property registration fees. I repeat, on August the 5th,
he in America.
The city of Wilmington, Delaware, took out a lien to auction off the campus we bought, the campus we've been working on for 6.5 years. I was not notified of this. We were not notified of this. This past weekend, without an email.
I just love how shit keeps happening to him with no notice. You got your 2 bank accounts closed. Your 2 bank accounts closed. No notification. They're putting your building up for auction. No notice.
This past weekend, without a letter in the mail. This past weekend, without a phone call, the city of Wilmington put a notice on the door handle of both of our schools, informing me that if we don't pay the past due vacant property registration fees and outstanding utilities by the 25th of Black August, they will sell our campus. Brothers and sisters, can I ask you a question? Why were we not notified?
Why didn't you ask this when you? Why weren't you notified when your bank accounts got closed, nigga? Like you, and you probably did get notified along the way until the point where they like, no, it's over with. I'm Piccolo. How did it know I raised kids? You funny. I could pick somebody else, Sandra. So I got Dragon Ball Z, Sonic, and Marvel characters. If you want somebody else, if you cool with Piccolo, we could keep him.
They were going to try to sell our campus. Brothers and sisters, why are they trying to sell our campus?
Yeah, like I feel like if this is the result, you've been fucking up, and now they done with your ass. It's like, okay, well, you ain't been doing what you're supposed to do. Now we taking this shit. Like, your warnings is up.
At the very moment
all
that
right,
our accounts are frozen. Brothers and sisters, is it a coincidence? Is it a coincidence? Is it a coincidence that the city of Wilmington is trying to sell properties that we own and have been working on continuously behind our backs? They were going to sell.
What's the coincidence?
Sell our schools behind our backs. They didn't even tell us that they were going to try to sell our schools. We received no notice in the mail.
For the people that support him, like, very strongly, like, y'all don't have questions about this type of behavior. He come out talking about his bank account's closed. Now he come out talking about they trying to sell off his school with no notification. Bro, you didn't just, like, miss a single payment and now they trying to auction off the school. This is not a coincidence. Like, nigga, you been doing something wrong and this is the end result. Like, stop playing, bro. This nigga was in South Africa, the city, looking for his ass.
We received no notice by email. We received no.
And I don't even know if I believe you. You probably don't check your email. You clearly don't check your bank accounts until you try to spend money. So I don't believe you check your emails, nigga. What reason I got to believe you check your emails?
No phone calls at all that they were going to try to sell our schools.
Did you check the mail? Hey, these comments funny. Instagram ain't gonna help you this time. Get a lawyer.
Instead, they put a notice on the door handle. Somebody stole one set of notifications and sent it to the YouTubian struggle streamers.
Why you ain't been paying the bills? Show proof your accounts are frozen. Hey, they finna go in on his ass.
Somebody stole the Frederick Douglass High School paperwork off the front door and sent it to the struggle streamers. But luckily for us, Sister Ra Ebony was able to get the paperwork off the Marcus Garvey School before the haters stole that paperwork.
Oh, my gosh.
I believe, brothers and sisters, and please let me know your opinion. I believe, brothers and sisters, and please let me know your opinion. I believe, brothers and sisters.
I think I got a picture of that paperwork you talking about.
Please let me know your opinion. I believe that they were going to sell the school, and they wanted to sell the school before we found out. I believe that they wanted to.
No, motherfuckers probably called you and you was ducking their ass. You probably got emails and they ain't even look at or respond to them. And now you just coming on the internet acting like people supposed to just believe you. Fuck out of here, bro. You didn't not get notified, or you been missing payments and now they said fuck that shit.
Sell the school before we found
Pastor
out.
Bussy.
We were not supposed to know that they were going to sell our
That's
school.
what he
Why
called.
do I say that? We were given no notice.
Talking about what's your cash up?
We received no letter in the mail. We received no email. We received no phone call. that they were going to try to sell our schools. Instead, they put a...
You remind me of Andrew Tate, just always a victim. Like, everybody's out to get you. You don't do nothing wrong. You just living your life trying to be a good person. You trying to build a school for black boys, all that shit. And then the government is just out to get you because you just doing everything right. Get the fuck out of here. You ain't shit just like everybody else that has bad shit happen to them because of their own doing. Like, you're no different.
Notice on the door. In a low-income neighborhood, they put a notice on the door with rubber band and masking tape. They put a notice on
Oh, here we go with the repeating shit. What's good, Rasta?
Rubber band and masking tape.
You on the T app.
Brothers and sisters,
I believe you stolen money and have been making empty promises to your school supporter for years.
it gets worse. Back in April, when I found out
Nigga been lying for years
about the overdue vacant property registration fees, I had asked the city of Wilmington if they could retroactively
Bro, I
apply
hate it.
our nonprofit waiver. According to the nonprofit waiver for the city of Wilmington,
This is what they do to our leaders, and we sit back and laugh. He is nobody's fucking leader. Are you serious?
if you are a nonprofit organization, they will waive your vacant property registration fees for 4 years. If you are a nonprofit organization in the city of Wilmington, they will waive
My
your
fellow
nonprofit
Americans.
vacant property registration fees for 4 years. If they would have applied
We've donated. I've donated. We need explanations. You hear me? Somebody said I sent 1,000. I don't believe that.
our nonprofit vacant property registration waiver, we would owe absolutely nothing. We would owe absolutely nothing. We would owe absolutely
Oh my
nothing.
God.
But I asked them, and they ignored my emails for 4 months. They ignored my phone calls.
That too, like somebody said, a real estate attorney should be able to navigate this for you very easily. And you hopping on the internet, like, what does he want the internet to do for him in this situation? Like, nigga, if you feel like you really been done wrong, contact an attorney to do something. Imagine I get my car stolen and I hop on here like, y'all, they done stole my car. They done stole my car. They done stole my car. I walked into the Walgreens. I had to get me some allergy medicine. I come back outside, and my Hyundai wasn't where I left it. My Hyundai wasn't where I left it. My Hyundai wasn't where I left it. Like, bro, call the fucking police.
For 4 months. They ignored our emails for 4 months. They ignored our phone calls for 4 months. And
Now,
instead,
wait. Nobody contacted you, and you've been contacting them, and they ignored you for 4 months. Dog, get the fuck out of here. So you been playing phone tag with the real estate people? Bro, you is so full of shit. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, Lord.
first time I hear from them since April. The first time I hear from them since contacting them April, asking them to apply our vacant property registration fee waiver to the past 4 years so we would owe absolutely nothing. They ignored me since April. They ignored me since April.
I love the
phone
bunnies.
call, no email, nothing in the postal mail since April. And the first thing we find out, the first time we hear from them since April, is a letter on the front door of the school, affixed with a rubber.
If I granted you this story, you probably was fucked way before this waiver situation, and maybe he was probably trying to do that because he was already fucked. And they like, we don't care. You can't apply for this waiver or whatever. If I granted him this story, like he's not telling. Even if we go off what he's saying, I'm sure this isn't the whole truth. Like everything ain't on the up and up on your side for them to take your building, bro. Like I'm not buying it.
Rubber band and masking.
Yeah, he probably missed a bunch of shit.
A rubber band and masking tape.
Why do you keep saying
Brothers
that?
and sisters,
What they supposed to plaster it up in a gold frame? What the fuck is wrong with the masking tape?
giving us 20 days to pay these back taxes. We already paid $30,000
Saying the number don't mean shit, because if it ain't enough, it ain't enough.
for water that we don't even use. We just paid $30,000
Somebody say cent zero.
to the city of Wilmington for water.
Umar
that we
came
don't
up on
use.
y'all.
And now we got to pay another $30,000 for vacant property registration fees that we shouldn't even owe because we should have a waiver.
Y'all be in Dr. Umar comments while I be in his guts. Yo, these comments is hilarious.
We should have a waiver.
Oh, God.
We should have a waiver. And it gets worse, brothers and sisters. It gets worse because they are
That's what they said in the comments, Rashad. It
the
wasn't
vacant
me.
property registration fee.
Hey, Unc, what that mouth do,
They
big
are
boy?
raising-
I can't say, I gotta start reading this shit, because these niggas is funny.
the vacant property registration fee this fall from $5,000 a year to $12,000 a year. I'm going to say it again. They are raising the vacant property registration fee this fall from
He gotta ignore the comments, because if he draws attention to the trolls, it only make people troll harder. So he has to ignore them.
$5,000 a year to
You know he reading them though. He probably he moving. He probably blocking people that's trolling him. You see how he start tapping his phone?
$12,000 a year. Brothers
Tapping
and sisters,
his phone.
I want y'all to get ready for a protest.
Bro, nigga, ain't nobody been a protest for you. What the fuck? Ain't no way you think people finna march out the street for your ass not paying the taxes on your building, bro. It's no way. It's no way. Because we know you are not telling the whole story. We know that. Take these people to court if you've been done wrong, period. Oh, you saw that one, Wise? That's when I started reading. I didn't read it out loud, but I saw that when it was like they tried to see how far you could squirt.
I want all FDMG
That part, Roshan, like he ain't even got that bitch open yet.
donors and supporters.
Cause yeah, if this school is, if anybody knows, where does the money come to keep the school going if he ain't got the money to, does he have to just rely on donations? Or I guess tuition, right? I guess tuition to keep it running at that point? Or did he plan for it to be free? Because if he's struggling to get this motherfucker off the ground, open and running, I'm just wondering how do you keep the school running? Donations, I guess. Ooh-wee. I guess if people see the end result, they'll donate. And I don't know if he planned to make it free or there was a tuition to go there.
To get ready for a protest. We may have to march on City Hall, brothers and sisters.
He was never going to get a
We may have to
conversation.
march on City Hall
Yes, bro, these comments is nuts. These comments is so funny.
because of the racism.
That nigga ain't get that far.
I'm going to call it what it is, racism.
I'll donate $5,000 via PayPal if you show us the school right now. To be fair, the building exists. Like, I don't know if y'all know. I've seen him in front of it with FDMG on it. Like, the building exists. It's just, he ain't got the shit together yet.
Discriminatory treatment. Why?
Dr. Umar let a brother hit for the one time.
Why did we get no notification that y'all were going to sell our schools? Why did you not respond to any of our emails to retroactively apply our vacant property registration fee waiver? I knew they didn't want Dr. Umar.
Bro, why did why did that song just pop up?
In Wilmington. I didn't know.
Unbelievable.
It was this bad. I knew that the power structure. I'm not talking about the brothers and sisters in the
Started
community.
the
They love
IRS
us.
building.
Shout out to our Wilmington, Delaware family. Shout out to our Wilmington.
No,
Delaware
I did not do that. That was his video.
family. They love Dr. Umar and FDMG. I'm talking about the power structure of Wilmington, Delaware. We knew they didn't want us in that city. But we didn't know they would go this far as to ignore us for 4 months and try to sell the school behind our backs. I didn't know they would go this far as to ignore us for 4 months and try to sell the school behind our backs.
No.
I didn't know they would go this far to ignore us for 4 months.
Why not get a lawyer?
To sell our
Exactly.
schools that we've been working on for 6.5 years behind.
Yo, it's been more than 6. Maybe, I don't know. I feel like it's been more than 6 years though.
On our backs. So brothers and sisters,
Negro, give me my $5 back.
what we gonna do? We gonna fight like hell to get our money from the bank. We gonna pay off this vacant property registration fee waiver, and we might still have a protest at City Hall because this is wrong, brothers and sisters. I have emailed the mayor.
Nova was
I have gotten no
good.
response. I have emailed the chief of staff. I have gotten no response. I have emailed the city.
Let me rub your nipples, Doc.
I have gotten no response. So brothers and sisters, I'm going to meet with my team, and we're going to decide if we're going to go ahead and have this
I'm
protest.
so
And
glad
it's
I
gonna be
found
one.
this.
We're going to do.
I'm glad I got this version because I think the other one was just $20. I mean, $20. 20 minutes. It was just a flat out 20 minutes. And I don't think I would have got these comments. I don't think so. Oh, shit. Shout out to Random University for the $5 tip, bro. He said for Dr. Umar's pussy. Shout out to Random University. Make sure y'all sub to Random University and watch his content. The man is a real life comedian and makes great content. Make sure y'all sub to Random, man.
Multiple protests. And we're going to invite our donors and supporters from across the state of Delaware, our donors and supporters across the United States, and our donors and supporters across the entire planet. We may have to march
good,
on Delaware
Alex.
to let them know that you don't treat black people like this.
You had people donate to your school and you let it go 4 months with no notices. Ugh. When it all hits the fan, are you going to just move to Africa since you have dual citizenship and run off with the people's money? Yo, that's a fact. He definitely got dual citizenship in Ghana. So that nigga can dip when he feel like it. And at this point, it can happen. At this point it's highly likely this nigga will just dip.
Because if I was white, I wouldn't have been treated like this. If
Oh,
we
God.
were Asian, we wouldn't have been treated like this.
Oh my God, nigga, if you paid the bills, you wouldn't have been treated like this. If you knew how to raise the money correctly, you wouldn't have been treated like this. If you fucking had a business plan, you wouldn't have been treated like this. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, nobody is just doing you wrong because you black. Stop, bro. Not to this magnitude, not to this scale. And I believe this is the same man that said he don't want any. I don't know the stipulation of no white people money, but I don't know if it was like no white corporation or something. Because I know, like, was that? Yeah, Andrew Schultz had a bet with him. Oh, what the fuck was the bet? I think he said if he debated, I think Andrew Schultz said if Umar came and debated him on Brilliant Idiots, he would donate to the school or something. And I don't think he ever did it. Umar always come to the Breakfast Club, but if I'm not mistaken, I don't think he went on Brilliant Idiots because I think that's Andrew Schultz said he'll donate to him. But regardless, he said something about he don't want no white people donating or whatever. I don't know what the rules is or whatever. But nah, nigga.
If we were Arab, we wouldn't have been treated like this. If we were Jewish, we wouldn't have been treated like this. But we were treated like this because we were black. How dare you ignore us for 4 months and then put a sign on our door without even telling us that you're going to sell our properties?
You're lying. You're
Brothers and
lying.
sisters,
That is such a legal. That seems like a huge legal debacle to put yourself into as if you do real estate. Like, you don't say, like, if he's been actively trying to get a waiver that he can use and y'all don't say nothing, that sounds like a legal headache on their end, and I don't think they would do that. Nigga, you probably was late on everything and tried to play catch up, and they didn't have to fold for you, and this is the end result. Nobody's buying this, and we know you don't have the money. Your bank accounts froze. You beg for donations all the time. People are starting to lose faith in you. You ain't got the money, nigga. It's obvious. You don't have the money. Stop bullshitting. Like, no, bro, we not buying this shit. Let me see. I think I got the letter he talking about that they stole off the front of the building because they're internet haters or trolls. Let's look at this. Oh, shit. That's probably not big for y'all. Pause. Can y'all hear me still? That's bigger. Okay. Oof. Can I zoom in? This shit hard to read. Y'all, I'm a fucking boomer, bro. Okay. This says, take warning to all persons having or claiming to have any title, interest, or lien upon the within described premises. Take warning that unless the judgment for the taxes or assessments stated herein is paid within 20 days after the date hereof, or within such period of 20 days, evidence of the payment of the taxes or assessments herein claimed shall be filed in the office of the, I don't know what the fuck that word is, which evidence shall be in the form of a receipted bill or duplicate thereof, hearing date prior to the filing of the lien in the office of the probationary. Oh, maybe say probationary. Probationary for Newcastle County. The city of Wilmington may proceed to sell the property herein mentioned or described for the purpose of collecting a judgment for the taxes or assessments herein stated. Got the address, Texas, RSG International Leadership Academy, years, Texas, water and sewage. He got a bunch of dates. It looked like he wasn't paying for shit. Exterior improvement charge, vacant registration fee, civil penalty years. You got a penalty. Water and sewage, exterior. Nigga, you wasn't paying bills. Civil penalty charge, interest and penalties, title search costs, probation. I don't know what I don't know what that word is. Fees and sheriff's fees and costs. Principal amount of clocked in date total $17,000, $17,810.77. Nigga, you wasn't paying fucking bills. You wasn't paying bills. That's what it comes down to. Like, you wasn't paying bills and they got your ass, bro. And it is what it is. It happens to the best of us. You got to take responsibility for the bullshit that you got yourself into, my man. I don't know what to tell you. Woo. You don't have to answer sway the bank accounts. Oh, I know them bank accounts ain't frozen. They ain't frozen. They not frozen. He, like I said, somebody right. I think that nigga is finna dip off with everybody money and go to Ghana and never be seen or heard from again. Like, I don't think he, at this point, if that school get sold and he ain't got nothing to show for it, he gonna dip. You can't face anybody in America if you after pulling that type of shit. You can't face none of your supporters in this country, bro. He has to go to Ghana. He gonna have to, and you know you ain't gonna have no snow bunnies, but you gonna be straight. You gonna be straight. All right. Now, let's get into... I'm glad I found that instead of the 20-minute video, because I think that was the highlight of whatever he said. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he always getting paid, Alex. I know that nigga don't do... I don't even think he does appearances for free unless it's like a super, super, super big platform and maybe the first time. I don't know. But I know he charges for his appearances all the time. I know that. So, apparently, Myron lost his fucking girlfriend. And... that shit is funny because I know it's gonna come with some bullshit and Myron trying to cope, and yeah, they not frozen, they empty. Let's see. We gonna watch this Abba and Preach video on, I guess, how and when Myron lost his girl. His girl. Again, I believe. What the fuck was that girl name? I forgot her name. I believe he was paying her to pose as a girlfriend. I don't think that was really his girlfriend. I think Myron is closeted gay, and he should just come out and live in his truth. Because, yeah.
Again!
And sure enough, just in time, Fresh and Fit got some Myron. Has a girlfriend.
Said I might cry.
When was the last time you had a girlfriend prior to Angie?
Not really.
Because you've never had a girlfriend in your life until you dated a foreign girl.
Not like a, yeah.
You know, me and Preach took a break to go booty queef in foreign countries, but we're back.
Booty queef! Booty queef!
Ordinarily, people go through breakups all the time. Nobody should care. But Myron loves to use his unconventional, monogamous on her end, open on mine relationship to prove that his ideology works.
I do what the fuck I want to do. She's loyal to me. It's monogamous on her end, open on my end. You know who's fucking smart? My fucking girlfriend is smart, man. Down to Marco. She lives a great fucking life, but she's a beautiful girl. She's hotter than all the girls here. Nice. Bro, if I'm be 1,000, my girl's better than all you fucking girls. No, she shuts the hell up. She cooks and cleans when I ask.
Said if you make enough money, if you look the way I look, you can get everything you want.
If you got a guy that checks off all the boxes, you got to pay the price for that man checking all those boxes. He didn't check all those boxes off to just fuck you. She packs my fucking condoms when I travel. That's how real it is.
1 year into his new relationship, we come to find out this Venezuelan immigrant who's likely to be deported found love with somebody else. That's right. She went to Home Depot, found herself a hard-working construction worker, and now they rollerblade together. And I'm just so glad that under the cloud of ice, these two could find love. That being said, coconuts in Barbados. Myron repeatedly mentions his girlfriend during debates, during discussions, just be like, what, you think a guy like me can't have a girlfriend? And now all of a sudden that shit's falling apart. He's hiding it.
Do you have a missus? Do you have a girl?
That's irrelevant to the question.
Do you have a wife?
First of all, I wonder what happened with the contract, because it's like, of course, I'm talking like I know. Of course, I don't know for a fact, but it's funny. This is the scenario I think is playing out. I feel like they was on that contract, and then it was like, did you forget to write in like you can't make public appearances with another man?
More money, more money, more money.
Oh shit. Shout out to Big Weeb Sauce. That's a funny name. Doesn't Myron look like a camel? Don't do that to camels, man. Don't do that to camels. They have a little bit more couth. We respect camels around here. Thank you for these super chat, Big Weeb Sauce. Can't do camels like that, man. We respect camels.
Wife? Do you have a girlfriend? That's what I thought.
Bro, don't you have like a girlfriend or like a wife or something? Like somebody you
All right,
appreciate?
bro, we went over this a million times.
Wait, okay, so I'm looking at the sign. This is the same day. He's got 3 people asking him about the girl. I'm wondering if it was like, this must have been something that's circulating around Miami or something, because how you the same day that he's doing these street interviews, 3 people asking him the same
have a
question?
girlfriend? And now all of a sudden that shit's falling apart. He's hiding it.
Do you have a missus? Do you have a girl?
That's irrelevant to the question.
Do you have a wife? Do you have a girlfriend? That's what I thought.
Bro, don't you have like a girlfriend or like a wife or something? Like somebody you
All right,
appreciate?
bro, we went over this a million times. Like me being here as a single guy, right, in the city, whatever, in the best. Oh, bro, another conversation.
Oh, Myron.
What? What the fuck was that? Yo, did Abba and Preach really go back and find all these clips? Jesus Christ. Yo, Sneeko said, you single? Sneeko didn't even know. Sneeko didn't even know. Excuse me. Oh my
we
God.
went over this a million times. Like me being here as a single guy, right?
You single?
In the city, whatever, in the best. Bro, another conversation.
Oh, Myron, who's Angie?
You know what, man? This is crazy.
Hey. Shout out to D Nice TV, man. W. Follow your boy on Twitch. This man streams on Twitch almost every day, covering pop culture, music, always doing music reviews, always having fun. Cool ass nigga. This is my boy. 1/3 of Mid-South. Yup. Follow D Nice on YouTube and Twitch.
Crazy, bro. Well,
what did Angie say?
This is
I said, Myron, are you still with Angie?
Oh.
This is absolutely nuts that women don't.
What did Angie say?
You know what, man? This is crazy, bro. Well,
what did Angie say?
This is
I said, Myron, are you still with Angie?
Oh.
This is absolutely nuts that women don't.
Keep that same energy, boy. I thought your shit works. What happened?
He couldn't even address. His mind went in a daze. He didn't know where to go.
Went out a couple of times with Angie. She's nice.
I wonder what happened to Daisy. I wonder where she at now. Like, what's she doing?
She was nice, and she told me the stuff that was happening between them. Clearly, they don't have sex at all. Yeah. Yeah.
More money, more money, more money.
Appreciate you, gang. Appreciate you, Watch TV. Y'all already know what it is with Watts around here. W Friday streams. Absolutely. This is actually the schedule now. Appreciate that super chat because yes, I am going to stream Friday evenings faithfully now. I'm gonna commit myself to do that. I don't know if I'm gonna commit myself to Friday streams. I am going to do that. Wait, random for real? She ain't get deported. You being funny? She ain't get deported.
So wait, no. These guys are worse than tricks. So you're not even hitting it and you paying all the bills. And she laying with a...
But then again, Daisy Chen is kind of, I can't really trust her either.
I just got here from work. And we never have sexual relationships, guys. Like, you should stop with this. You guys are laughing, but it's true.
Them boys commented, about damn time. We all know you were smashing Angie. You know what, bro? I wish, but no.
What the fuck is... What? How you have a girlfriend and you're not smashing her? What is the point? Like, what's the point? Especially if you're somebody like Myron, what is the point of having a girlfriend if you're not having sex with her? What? Yo, the veil is getting dropped, which with each and every time this nigga open his mouth talking about women, the man done said the female vagina, as if there's another version, is disgusting. He doesn't like head. He said he doesn't have sex with his girlfriend. I've never seen him pictured with a woman happy, but he has plenty of pictures with men looking ecstatic. He can't dance. He has absolutely no rhythm. And when he does do it, he's having a time of his life around men. Like, oh my God. Oh my, he said he get off from conversations only.
But then again, Daisy Chen is kind of, I can't really trust her either.
I just got here from work. And we never have sexual relationships, guys. Like, you should stop with this. You guys are laughing, but...
We never have sexual interaction. What the fuck? What is happening?
Them boys commented, about damn time. We all know you were smashing Angie. You know what, bro? I wish, but no.
I'm so confused. No, Dow, she is very pretty. She's very pretty. I didn't ever seen her that close.
Boys commented, about damn.
You owe Daisy an apology.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Daisy.
Yeah.
He said you owe Daisy an apology.
I said it was not the most trustworthy, but then again, you was on your word. That's my
Daisy was lying. Daisy was a fucking. I'm not finna fucking retread that.
I mean, a broken clock gets money from tricks twice a day. You didn't see that one coming. Yeah, she went. I'm coming.
They don't have sex?
They don't have sex. And she told me Myron...
That's 3 people admitting to them. The 2 people involved and a third party all admit that they don't have sex.
Prefer to be
That's
with
crazy.
Other women.
You mean other men?
You mean other men? Exactly. How you got that fat ass girl and you don't have sex with her, but she packs condoms for you to have sex with other people? Nigga, you is fucking men. Stop.
Oh, that's bad.
Yeah, that's exactly. The relationship is fake.
Like, Mara, since you said you're transparent, are you circumcised or uncircumcised? Angie exposes motherfucker.
Nigga, you gay.
What the fuck are you asking Myron about his tip for, bro? What the hell is happening? These are the niggas fresh and fit breeding that'll pay you to ask you what the tip look like? What?
Rebel niggas is gay. No, Rebel niggas is the gayest, bro. They paying $5 to find out, like, what his dick look like. Bro, hey, yo. Why you acting like you ain't show me yours?
What are you doing? What are you even doing?
I ain't doing nothing. It's the natural consequences of boys being boys. You didn't show me on purpose. I had to catch a booty queef, and then I got to see the goods. I took a go, hey, booty queef. Booty queef. Yeah.
Like, my girl don't talk back to me. Like, this whole like situation, like argue. There's no arguments. This is how it is. She packs my fucking condoms when I travel. That's how real it is. Yeah.
sorry for her.
Yeah, and here's the thing. No. She lives a great fucking life, and she's a beautiful girl. She's hotter than all the girls here. And if you got a guy that checks off all the boxes, you got to pay the price for that man checking all those boxes. He didn't check all those boxes off to just fuck you. She packs my fucking condoms when I travel. That's how real it is.
I do what the fuck I want to do. She's loyal to me. It's monogamous on her end, open on my end. You know where she's at right now? She's hanging out with my parents up in Connecticut.
She's with her daddy, all right. Can you say it in Spanish, papi? Can you say it in Italian? Papa. The only word in Italian I know is pizza pasta.
And she's smart.
DiGiorno.
DiGiorno?
DiGiorno. If you just raise it, you go,
Hey, make sure y'all like the stream, man.
I'm
Follow
happy
this
for mine.
bitch.
I think now he has the opportunity to pursue relationships with men now, and I think that's going to be good for him.
Did you say with men?
All the happiest pictures I've seen of this is in another man's arms.
That's crazy.
Exactly. Now, I've been saying this for the longest, and he said it.
All the happiest pictures I've seen of this is
this man is never. He's always looking his happiest with other men. And I'm not saying you can't be happy around the guys, but look at the pictures Myron has. Why has there never been a picture of him in his past with a woman and being happy with her if he is with her? Angie popped up when the gay allegations kept coming and it was too much to bear. I think he hired Angie to pretend to be his girlfriend so he wouldn't be called gay no more. And you're admitting that y'all don't have sex? Like, come on. I have no pictures with the guys like any of these right here. Not one. Like, this is insane. And you don't have any pictures of you with a woman ever? God.
in another man's arms.
That's crazy.
Fresh fit.
Coconuts in closet.
Fresh and fellas.
PTJ.
Fresh and fellas. Two guys, no hoes. Fresh and fitting this dick. Fresh and fitting this dick. Fresh and fit for men who reject feminism but not each other. You know what I mean? Red pill in the streets, rainbow in the sheets. No? Welcome to Fresh and Fit, where no homo is a suggestion.
No homo is a suggestion. Wait, Rasta, what you talking about? What picture you talking about? I was like, what the fuck you talking about?
Trad values, soft hands, you know what I'm saying? No, okay.
Fresh and slay.
Fresh and slay. Trad values, soft hands.
Fresh and slay. We get rid of the bitches so we can get to the niggas.
We get rid of the bitches so we can get to the niggas.
And if you think about it, half their podcast is making the women run away. And who's left?
Niggas.
Coconuts in Barbados.
And she's smart enough to understand, damn, though this bothers me a little bit that I know that he's with other women, I understand that.
These niggas is having a ball. Y'all peeped that they changed their profile picture to one of those little things that they just showed. Their profile picture is one of them now. Oh my
He cares about me,
God.
loves me, provides for me.
Yeah,
sorry for her.
yeah, and here's the thing. No.
This video probably gonna hit a mill. This video gonna hit a mill.
It's a great fucking life, and she's a beautiful girl. She's hotter than all the girls here, no offense. Right? But what I'm trying to explain to you ladies is if you got a guy that checks off all the boxes, you gotta pay the price. You gotta pay the price for that man checking all those boxes. He didn't check all those boxes off to just fuck you.
Remember when she left Amaroon NYC for the rollerblade event? Well, she didn't just go there to rollerblade. Yo, Myron got real haters. This is on our Reddit. You not getting a dime. You just hate this nigga. So this is from Don Juan's Instagram. And he posted a story with her going through paramedic.
Wait, is this with Myron or the new guy?
This is from Don Juan's Instagram.
Oh, the new guy.
And he posted a story with her going through paramedic.
Is that a metaphor for a legs opening? Anyways,
No, that's her leaving the closet where she left Myron because like her relationship was clearly fake.
Where did they take that?
Hey, she living it up with dude.
Where did they take that beat? Where did it go?
Shorty having fun. She ain't get to have this much fun with Myron. She didn't. She had to sit up she had to just show up when he scheduled her. You can already start to see a pattern here. They're constantly in each other's ass. They always sit next to each other for dinner.
More money, more money, more money.
Yo. Shit, both of y'all back to back. Shout out to Big Weeb Sauce for the super chat, paying hundreds of dollars to get boxes done.
More money, more money, more money.
Appreciate you, D Nice. W Stream, Tab. Appreciate you, big dog. Appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate y'all so much, man. I love the love, man. We is having fun over here. They always sit next to each other for dinner. They have a shared hobby, etc. They are together a lot. Meanwhile, Amru is sitting at home streaming and raging at women on Twitter all day. That woman having a blast. He got Myron when he was finna cry.
This is why I tell you guys, you need to watch what she does. No girls' nights, no club. I tell you, don't go to the fucking club. You want to go to the club anyway and be a whore? I tell you not to fucking hang out with your ass friends. You hang out with them anyway? You need to delete your social media. He doesn't. Okay. Men and women are not the same.
I missed it.
You need to delete your social media. He doesn't.
She ain't deleted.
Men and women are not the same. When women get pretty for a reason, that in itself is cheating.
Wait, damn,
It's women are not the same. When women get pretty for a reason, that in itself is cheating. It's funny. Andrew's gonna write. I can do whatever I want. She stays inside.
Lie detector determined that was a lie.
You're my girl. You're not putting your fucking body on the internet. And we're together.
That was a lie.
She's your girl now. She still puts photos of like that of herself on the internet and is being provocative. When she's in a relationship with you, that's fucking disrespectful. She's single. Again! You fucking idiot!
I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Oh God. Why the fuck did they edit this shit so damn fast? I cannot, I can't even, like, for y'all to edit, y'all know. The man is, like, playing back the damn, what is that, CSI? Y'all know the theme music. But, like, he keep looping it, and they have all these moments of her doing exactly what he said. Abba usually edits these. He maybe not. Maybe not. Law and Order. Thank you. I don't watch this shit. But I know that but I don't know if they got an editor. Abba used to edit their videos, and I felt like he still do. But golly.
It's funny. Andrew's gonna write. I can do whatever I want. She stays inside.
Lie detector determined that was a lie.
Okay. You're my girl. You're not putting your fucking body on the internet. And we're together.
That was a lie.
She's your girl now. She still puts photos of like that of herself on the internet and is being provocative. When she's in a relationship with you, that's fucking disrespectful. She's single. Again! You fucking idiot!
I think this is all.
If they got an editor that's good, that he adapted to their style pretty good.
Healthy to see unfold. Because you can just realize, like, anyone can get online and preach whatever they want.
He adapted to their style.
But
why don't you look at me like
I don't know.
Because you said preach.
I think maybe. But you realize, like, all this advice that they've been building, they can't. Him telling women, oh, you can't go to the clubs. His girl's going to the club. And you know what? This guy knew she was going out and doing all this stuff. Why did he do with his rules? He threw them out. Why? Because he fell in love. And it turns out that this hard body, I'll tell my bitch what to do. Oh yeah, Angie got very promiscuous pictures because, in the past. You notice all these motherfuckers make all the excuses for the behavior they tell you never to accept. The moment is them. Why? Because you realize when you fall in love with somebody, you start softening up. You start compromising on certain things. And especially when it's not even realistic standards. It's like really dumb fucking shit. I know online, people think like if you go to the club, you're just out there being a like some people are just brain dead. They think anybody who goes out with their girls or they get down in like a train. People are fucking.
At the club.
Yeah, at the club. In the bathroom. One stall, 7 niggas, upside down, underneath, in the toilet.
Random, you dead ass right. Like, tears was coming, bro. Like, my stomach was hurting just now.
We're stupid online. That's why from the jump, I was like, y'all trying too hard to control everything. It's normal to go through a relationship and go through a breakup. But this guy's selling the answer like, I know what I'm doing. Y'all follow my lead, y'all get these results. Y'all get the money. And well, it turns out, money's not everything in life for a lot of people. You can't just neglect your partner, not do shit, not have a life, not have hobbies, and think just because you pay the rent. Which, can I ask, if you date some broad like doing this whole value thing and you just paying their rent and paying all their bills and
Good,
they just leave
TJ.
you afterwards, like isn't that like quasi tricking?
No, it's not quasi tricking.
Okay, it's tricking.
It is tricking.
Yeah, because the guy said they don't pay.
You're not quasi.
But he has to pay all this money to keep it around.
You're not quasi.
I think it's just at some point it's like Santa Claus. You want to believe. It don't make sense, but you need to believe.
I think
I like Santa.
probably one of the reasons why I didn't believe in this whole thing in the first place is because before doing this whole YouTube thing and everything, and before engaging in that, knowing what that red pill thing was about, I worked for high value people. They're not happier. They got it easy for some aspects. I can tell you that much. Yes, they do. But I've seen more people with relationship in shambles in the high value world than in the normal realm.
Mm-hmm.
And I include myself in there because they're much closer to millionaires than I am. And I'm much closer to y'all than. So I'm like, no, everybody got their.
These niggas touching the mill. These niggas touching the mill. I'm not hearing that. Maybe you talking about like 8 mil, something like that. You closer to us than them, but nigga, y'all done seen the mill. Y'all done seen the mill a couple times, I'm sure.
Issues. Everybody got their problem. You're selling this kind of dream, this fulfillment, this euphoria that is not real. It's not real. You're just taking all the good points of it.
If you guys want to see how inferior women are to men, go ahead and look at her Instagram stories and how she tries to do workouts.
That's not funny. Come on, like I've been working out for like 6 months. Myron's been doing this for years. It's not even funny.
Man, just reminds me how inferior women really are.
Imagine wanting to talk about your girl like that. Like that's how you do your little sister or something. But like your girl, like I'm not saying you can't crack jokes on your girl, but he like, man, it really reminds me how inferior women are. That's what I'm saying. He is paying for this woman to be by his side. Like
This is the one next to Fresh.
Who's that?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh.
Haram.
But yeah, you don't give off like whole lot.
So your girl can't be on social media. Your girl can't just show. She can't show her body on social media. It looks like she's at the fucking beach.
Immediately. But here's the thing.
Go, scroll up a little bit, Chris. Look at this. This is haram.
Oh yeah, haram. Never mind.
They are showing.
Never mind.
Streets. It's because he likes men.
Outside of reproduction,
I didn't say anything.
how do men need? If we didn't need to propagate another society, you guys are effectively useless.
Stay in the kitchen.
Myron, but you don't even want them. You don't even want to use them for that purpose. So go figure.
But
Actually, it's funny. Angie's gonna write our NDAs from now on. We're gonna make NDAs.
Yeah, but don't tell the people.
And Angie's gonna write them. Huh? Who better to write them than my chick? You hoes ain't got no money. Who better, man? Who better?
Like this guy, he's so preoccupied with trying to look cool online. He's disrespecting his girls every turn.
And right.
You want to tell me, what are your thoughts on the general thing? Because actually, you're the one that came up with.
She's not happy. Dude.
She looked like she down to actually do this stuff for him so he can go bang these other whores. But she's like, don't tell the people. What does he do? Yeah, she gonna write it. You gonna do it. My girl, you gotta do it. Like that's how socially retarded these red pillars are. They can't even take basic cues about respecting their partner.
No, you said it before, Al, but I don't believe they really was together, so she ain't give a fuck for real. But she's like, this nigga talking so much trying to embarrass me. She probably was like, fuck this. You're not finna like embarrass me and at the expense of me not even, because I'm sure she couldn't even entertain other dudes publicly dealing with Myron if they contract was that she had to be his girl. She couldn't get caught out with somebody else or shit.
Yeah, of course she's gonna cheat on you. Of course she's gonna. I don't even know she cheated. She probably told this nigga, I'm done with you. He can't process it. You know, everyone assuming she cheated. Maybe she just wasn't happy. And how could you be happy?
Yeah.
If she was his girl for real, she clearly wasn't happy. I don't believe they was in a real relationship anyway, though.
When this guy goes out of his way to say she packs my, like he don't have the decency.
I mean, I don't know, especially with them losing YouTube monetization, bro. That shit probably was drying up too, so we had to let her go. We couldn't afford to keep Angie no more cause the money drying up. Fresh and Fit is not making the same money they was making. So I think there is a bag in the world. I think there's a world where there's enough money for her to get embarrassed on the internet to get paid to be his girlfriend. And if that is what was going on, that shit probably drying up, and they had to stop. That was an expense that had to get cut, because I know Fresh and Fit is not. They peak is came and gone.
to say this should be private.
And even if it's true, or we don't even know if it is.
But
It's like, yo, you put it out there, like, bro, you make me look bad. Do your thing, but now I told you no, and then you still do it.
Yeah,
Okay.
shout out to Angie. You know what? She got this fucking goofball, this trick to pay her rent for months in Miami. He put in couple tens of thousands of dollars and just taking care of it. That's just on rent. She did her thing. She got free rent for a bunch of months in this economy. Hey, listen, good for her.
I only really go outside when I do the fucking debates, man. If I'm be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying they're not making no money, but the YouTube was their biggest bag, and it's like you can have different streams of income, but that YouTube money, that was the bread and butter, and that's gone 100%. Not even just dipped; it's 100% gone. Most of their ad revenue, most of their donos, they didn't transfer their entire viewing. They didn't transfer their entire audience to Rumble and Kick, or if they're even on Kick, I don't know, or the Castle Club and shit. You're gonna lose people. So, yeah,
bro. Like, I literally only go outside to do the debates. I barely leave my building because you guys know me. I work, bro.
Over and under, he's calling ice.
You know.
Hey. If it get bad enough, I wouldn't be surprised that nigga call ice.
Angie's very understanding. She takes Frank whenever I need him. She helps me with groceries and shit. So Angie's very understanding. I haven't seen her in a bit. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. She actually came by real quick when I was doing the table shit. You know, as of recently, man, it's been tough, bro. I'm not gonna lie, man. It's been tough as of recently.
You know, someone's like, yo, but you hate these things. I think there was a time I did. Nowadays, like, it barely even crosses my radar. It's become so relevant. And I don't feel bad because I think what they're doing is selling poison to people. So I think it's good that they're getting the downfall. But at the same time, you can't just help but look at this shit. It's like, why y'all motherfuckers try to make this shit so difficult for yourselves and for everybody else? You know, it's like, y'all want everything, and everything y'all doing is going to ensure that you'll never get it. Like,
make sure you like the stream.
Imagine being a young man who just doesn't have that adulation and that like romance with women, and thinking like becoming this controlling freak who's gonna like mistreat the person and like try to like belittle them at every point is like the kind of thing you need to emulate to get the results you need. I understand guys ain't got much guidance and it's tough to find that shit out there, but to look at a man who's in his mid-30s, never been in a relationship, and his first one, you know, as a high value man, he can't even get like an immigrant about to be deported to stay with him. She might not be in the country much longer, and even she's like, deportation, please. You know, like at some point you gotta just look at it, it's like, what are we doing? Like, you got like millions in the bank, and you can't make it work with all the extra capital. What you want regular niggas to do?
She was with you for 6 months. Deportame.
Damn! It's like you guys have all the tools that you said y'all needed.
You got all the tools.
Right. It makes me think that Donovan Sharp dude lying about like his wife being a single mom and like
not being a single mom.
Like, imagine caring about your business so much you gonna deny the existence of your stepchild.
Yep.
Like, do you understand how crazy these motherfuckers?
That Donovan Sharp was a different level of disgusting. Like, you really put on. First of all, you saying don't do baby mamas and older women, and you do both. And then you're trying to downplay the relationship. She probably is helping you even stay afloat because your YouTube is dead. And you're pretending like she doesn't have a child. You're claiming it's her niece, and you're helping take care of her, and it's like your stepdaughter. And it's like, bro, that's disgusting. Just keep your private life private if that's what you're gonna do. But don't lie about your family because you know that it'll tarnish the image you're trying to uphold on YouTube. Like, that shit is fucking pathetic.
And also you have to understand the audience, how much you have to ignore to like accept these people teaching you shit. You have to literally close your eyes, let them take money out of your pocket and be like, hey, my nigga, you really killing it. You can't even see though.
Yeah.
Because if you take the time to look, like, there's no way. Like, niggas are spending 15 bands on an escort's bracelet, like, but they don't pay. It's just like all of these things, you just watch it unfold. And you know, part of me, I also stopped feeling bad for the audience that fall for this shit.
100%.
Because at some point when we put the like, you know it's a scam. He keeps telling you it's a scam, and you ignore it, then that's scam, nigga. Yeah. It's not even a scam at this point because you know it's an unfair deal.
No, it's really your fault. For all the audience, it's like you're always talking about accountability.
Yeah.
And you fall for this shit over and over and over and let people pass. I mean, if you still fall for that, is because you let things slide. You talk about accountability, but you let things slide and slide and slide and slide. No.
Yeah.
Let's go, you know, what are you like? Fucking Water World, the Magic Kingdom, is like slip and slide all the time.
The accountability point was great.
It's cosplay.
Yeah, you're right. My mom never responded.
All right.
She saw my pictures like, I'm tired of looking at you.
Yeah, I ain't mad at it.
Who is that? I don't know who that was. Okay, so what we got next? What we got next on the docket? Professor Dave. Is that what we gonna do next? Yeah, we're going to do Professor Dave next. I've been dying to see Professor Dave on Piers Morgan because for a couple reasons. Because we know Professor Dave could roll in the mud with anybody. And when you go on Piers, you have to be ready to roll on the mud, get your clippable moments, and shit on everybody. And Dave will love to do that, and he's intelligent, so it's going to be even better. He's not just talking out his ass. Okay. Damn, he not talking with nobody? Oh, he talking with somebody. Fuck. Why he didn't have Dave talk to Brett Weinstein? I bet you Brett was scared. I bet you Brett was fucking scared. Oh, my God. That just pissed me off. So I'm looking at this. He has Brett Weinstein, and I know that Dave would cook him if they had a debate. I don't want to hear Brett stupid ass talk. Fuck. That's some bullshit, bro. Okay, I don't want to hear Brett in his bullshit. We're just going to see what Dave has to say.
Listening to my previous two guests and here to give his verdict on whether RFK is making America healthy again.
Damn, that just blew me.
Dave Farina, the host of Professor Dave Explains. Well, Dave, welcome to Uncensored.
Thanks for having me.
Your response to what you were just listening to.
I mean, where to begin? I'm familiar with Brett Weinstein. I'm not familiar with his opponent, but I know, I've dealt with him and his brother. They're peas in a pod. Brett just basically peddles conspiracies to generate a cult following online. A lot of what he said was absolutely ridiculous. He went on a tirade about aluminum-based adjuvants not being tested. Absolutely not. They've been tested rigorously. They're shown to be safe. The levels of aluminum are comparable to what are ingested through breast milk by children, stuff like that. It's just basically his whole shtick is just kind of like, I'm just asking questions and look at all of these things, and there's just absolutely no basis for it. I'm a little alarmed that both of them had anything positive to say about RFK. I don't think that there is really anything positive that you can say about him. He's been a complete train wreck, antithetical to the idea of public health in every way, shape, and form, so I'm sure that we're going to get into the specifics of how that is the case.
Well, I've got to say, I've interviewed him a number of times, RFK Jr. I went into it thinking that everything I'd read would mean I would have a crackpot in front of me espousing crackpot ideas. Actually, I didn't get that feeling from him.
Of course you didn't. Okay, I can't sit here and act like I know what the conversation was, but I know that Piers is going to run defense for people that he likes, no matter how stupid they sound. And I know that Brett Weinstein he purports a lot of pseudoscience, and he just doesn't know what he's talking about in a lot of instances.
And I've watched very carefully the way that he has performed so far. The measles crisis was interesting because he took a bit of time, but then came down and publicly endorsed the vaccination, which I think surprised people. I completely agree with him that America needs to wean itself off over-processed food. I think he's right to try and get Americans fitter. America has shocking health rates, really, comparative to, say, Asian countries. The obesity rates are alarming. So there are also things where I find myself nodding to him. What is it about him that concerns you so much? Because obviously you don't agree with what I just said, but what concerns you so much?
So you just asked three separate questions, so I'll answer each of them. Number one, he absolutely is a crackpot. He has pushed theory, pushed ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine. He promotes raw milk. He continues to push lies about vaccines causing autism, just all manner of blatant pseudoscience. And he's leveraging his position to have this essentially is like a repeat of Stalin backing Lysenko, where you have this sort of state-sanctioned pseudoscience trying to usurp actual science. And that's what we're seeing with all of the layoffs, discarding the entire vaccine safety panel. You have even top experts like Peter Marks saying, and I quote, "It has become clear that truth and transparency are not desired by the secretary, but rather he wishes subservient confirmation of his misinformation and lies." So he's just surrounding himself with yes men that will promote pseudoscience. He's even threatening to ban federal scientists from publishing research in respected journals, demanding they publish in the state-sanctioned alternative. So this is all driving scientific talent out of the country, preventing people from emigrating here to be part of the scientific community. It's very disastrous, the pseudoscience. But then speaking to what you said about vaccines and ultra-processed foods, his vaccine rhetoric is directly responsible for deaths. And you guys have been focusing on the Texas outbreak, but let's not forget the Samoa outbreak, where he is absolutely 100% directly responsible for 83 deaths over there. He is the one who went over there.
Yeah, like everybody, it's just unfathomable to me that people like ignore what RFK was responsible for when he went over to Samoa. Like, I'm not saying he like told people, he did not go there and be like, don't get vaccines, but he went over there basically with a anti-vaccine group that was just like, we're really reluctant over it because these two nurses accidentally killed these babies while supposedly trying to give them the measles vaccine. They gave them like some saline or something, saline shots or something. So they killed these babies, but they were found out exactly what happened. It had nothing to do with the vaccine. RFK gets this information and comes there with this advocacy group saying like, yeah, you know, we got to be aware of these vaccines because y'all just lost 2 babies, so be reluctant. And then there's a measles outbreak and 80-something plus people die. He's part of the problem.
Met with anti-vaccine advocates and pushed this false narrative about the outbreak being due to a vaccine rather than actual measles. 83 deaths on his head, no remorse. Over here in Texas, right?
Yeah, and he acts like he had nothing to. He just be like, I had nothing to do with that. I had nothing to do with that. Like, bro, stop.
He when he gets cornered, he's going to backtrack and say,
Yeah.
oh, no, by the way, MMR's fine. Everybody should get it. But he's the one pushing all these long debunked conspiracies about the autism thing.
And that's the thing, like, these people like Piers and shit and a lot of people on the right, they'll give these evil people that do evil things some leeway because they kind of, like, he's like, yeah, let's get rid of red dyes. And it's like, all right, I don't give a fuck. You trying to deny vaccines. Red dyes isn't going to kill anybody. We'll live with and without it. But people will die without vaccines. That's a given. More people will die than need be if they don't get certain vaccines, sir. If you're saying that, I don't give a fuck about you talking about red dyes need to come out of food. Bitch, we've been eating red dyes for decades and we ain't dying from it. So miss me with this 0.012% of what the red dye is doing to our health. Meanwhile, you're advocating that people he's been saying that babies don't need to get the hep vaccine just because they're babies and you can only get it through a needle injection or if the mother got it or whatever the fuck. Bitch, no, give it to them as soon as possible because any fucking thing can happen.
Goes all the way back to Andrew Wakefield, the massive fraud from your neck of the woods, and then to go to ultra processed foods. Look, this is the one thing where it's like, yeah, junk food is bad for you. Are we going to give this guy a medal for saying that junk food is bad for you? Everybody knows that, right? I mean, it's like, what is, like, it also speaks to the hypocrisy of the right as well, though, because, not like this huge fan of Michelle Obama or anything, but she had an initiative to make school lunches more healthy.
And they rose hell. It was when Michelle Obama was like, hey, let's give kids vegetables. They're like, how dare you? It was like, bro, chill. And now RFK is like, yeah, McDonald's is bad. Yes, RFK, make America great again. Bitch, come on.
Republicans jumped on her, federal overreach, big government, all this stuff. And now RFK comes around and says, oh, yeah, by the way, junk food is bad. And everyone's clapping and cheering like he's some kind of messiah. What is the plan here? Ban fast food, ban soda, ban ice cream?
Right.
I don't think that,
That's not
that
gonna
his
work.
orange boss would be too pleased if McDonald's is outlawed. So what's the end goal here?
I love how Piers didn't laugh at that joke. Piers will laugh. If it was like a Biden joke or some shit or an Obama joke, he would cackle his ass off. But his facial expression did not change from the joke about Trump.
This is just rhetoric.
And I don't think he has anything to say to any of this because he hasn't cut him off yet. Because Dave has been completely on point about everything he's saying. Piers has no rebuttal, and he's probably trying to think of one.
To try to make it seem like he's on the side of the public when he just absolutely isn't, right? He pretends to be this bulwark fighting against big pharma and everybody in the private industry, but as soon as he gets the reins, as soon as he gets the keys to the castle, what does he do? He guts all of the federal institutions that are meant to protect the public against the private sector. Thousands of layoffs at the FDA, at the CDC, right, the entire vaccine panel. What's happened to the vaccine panel? He replaced them with Robert Malone, all these other frauds. Then, if these vaccines are no longer recommended, then low-income families, low-income children don't have access to them for free anymore. So all this rhetoric about not wanting to take vaccines away from people, it's actually specifically what he's doing. So all of it is a facade, all of it.
When you take a specific, for example, like mRNA vaccines, I've heard exactly
He had no rebuttal for anything he just said.
the same rhetoric that R.F. Kennedy Jr. Says about this from a top UK oncologist. I mean, literally one of the best in the country. He absolutely concurs that there are genuine issues about the mRNA vaccine. And I would just use that as an example where COVID in many ways did reveal that science is an ever-evolving thing, that sometimes people take it.
And we all knew that, but that was the first time we had to deal with it in real time, like en masse. That was the problem. I guess it just exposed how people don't really understand how science works, because usually when things is given to the masses is because all of the science had been done already enclosed and not behind closed doors, but basically not as widespread, and people didn't really realize that until they had to deal with it at the forefront. Like, we got to make this vaccine now, and then like everything kind of warp speed, you know, they had to see it happen in real time, and shit changes, you know, and that's what science is.
Backable positions that turn out to be completely untrue. I remember the scientists
I don't even know if it's fair to say it's untrue. It's just that it was what we had at the time. I don't even know if it's necessarily untrue. It was just what we had to go off of in the moment. You know what I'm saying? I mean, yeah, bro. Like, me personally, my standard when COVID happened, I just was like, I'll get it when it's FDA approved. That was my barometer. I just wanted it when it was FDA approved. I wasn't like vaccines. It's just because we all had to deal with that shit in real time, and we never seen it. But you know, it was nothing wrong with it. It was just like any other vaccine, you know? And I just was like, when it's FDA approved, that's when I'll get it. And I got it when it got FDA approved. That's when I got it. And I got the one of the safer ones, which was the Pfizer.
Actively assuring us that if you took the vaccine, then you could not transmit the virus. And then it turned out that was nonsense.
That wasn't really what happened. They didn't say that. Everybody got revisionist history. I think they just went off the fact, I think like Biden said it once, like, if you get it, you won't transmit it. And it's like, yeah, maybe that's not the correct verbiage. But again, this is just a lack of people knowing and not knowing what vaccine's supposed to do.
Early on, they said, you know, you shouldn't use masks. Then they became mandatory, and so on. And then later, it looks like masks weren't that helpful anyway, etc. So science evolves and it moves. And I guess my overview would be, if the experts have been so expert in America in terms of health in the last 50 years, why is America so unhealthy?
Because people make unhealthy choices. Like he just said, unless you want to talk about banning all junk food, pops, heavy sugars, all that shit, no added sugars or anything, unless that's the plan, shut the fuck up. People are gonna be unhealthy. That's the only way. Unless every single thing we sell people has, and even then, even if you can't just eat a bunch of fruit and be like, oh, this is real healthy sugar, you're still gonna have diabetes. You cannot just eat as much sugar as you want. It's like you have to, it's people making these choices that make them unhealthy. Why are we pretending as if like just selling all the right food is what's going to make people healthy? That's not the case. Too much of anything can be bad for you, period. You cannot overindulge even in the most healthiest of things. You can overindulge in water. Like, this isn't even that difficult of a concept to understand, Piers. What the fuck you mean? Why is America unhealthy?
Okay, again, that's like three different questions. First of all, what you're attributing to the scientific community is actually just a couple of things that Biden said offhand, right?
I said, I'm like, I think it was just Biden that made one statement. Everybody was not just out there saying like, if you get the vaccine, you won't get COVID. I don't think everybody was saying that. I think Biden said that once.
You won't get infected, things like that. That's not what doctors said.
Yes.
So, okay, leaving the why Americans are so unhealthy thing for later, we should talk about mRNA vaccines, because you just had Brett Weinstein on, and he is one of the main purveyors of all of these lies and conspiracies about, you know, fabricating all of these millions of deaths and all these other things. His opponent was a little more reasonable in terms of discussing the COVID vaccines. So in terms of, like, we absolutely cannot deny.
I don't like that he had Dave listen to it and he couldn't be in on the conversation. That's irritating. And I feel like Brett did not want to be. I feel like Brett probably said, I don't want to be on the show if I have to talk to Professor Dave head on, because he knows Professor Dave would have ripped him a fucking new one, and he cannot afford that.
Efficacy and the success in saving millions of lives for these COVID vaccines, especially at
now, Dow, if you listen to a news anchor on science, that's a problem unless they're quoting somebody. Now, I'm not gonna listen to a news anchor off on their own. They have to be quoting somebody, and if they said it and it was quoting Biden, then we see where the problem stemmed from. But I'm not gonna listen to a news anchor unless they're quoting like somebody that said it. Doctors weren't saying you won't get COVID from the vaccine. Piers not smart enough to understand what he explained to him. Yeah, so he just skipped over it.
This lightning speed in which they were produced, where other therapies did fail. So we COVID vaccines, especially at this lightning speed in which they were produced, where other therapies did fail. So we to talk as though that's not true is ridiculous. But then looking at this, 500 million cut for future, you had a clip of someone else talking about all these other alternate therapies that we're not going to get anymore because this was cut. I mean, this is absolutely indefensible, right? There is a kernel of truth to some of the rhetoric about the mRNA vaccines in terms of the it was the uridine, pseudouridine, the N-methyl pseudouridine swap, which is responsible for spike protein lingering longer than we expected. It's sometimes found 6 months later in muscle tissue and things like that. So that was a bit unexpected. But how do you? And by the way, all of the side effects have been completely overblown by frauds like Brett Weinstein. Completely fabricated. All of these, the myocarditis and all this stuff, just complete false rhetoric, right? So it's not that there's nothing there, right? We can talk about why is this spike protein hanging around longer than we expected to, but how do you answer that question? You do more research, right? You study it. You don't gut the FDA and CDC. You don't have billions of dollars of budget cuts. You don't push brilliant scientists out of the country and prevent other brilliant foreign scientists from coming into the country due to RFK's policies and Trump's attitude towards immigrants. It's just a complete mess. I mean, it's a deterioration of the American scientific community right before our eyes, and RFK and Trump's administration are directly responsible for it. That's really all there is to it. As far as what was the last?
But on that big picture, the big picture point was about why, if the experts have been so expert, why is America so unhealthy?
I mean, look, it's poverty, right? America is absolutely unique among the world powers.
Oh, y'all don't remember? Poverty don't cause no problems. If for those that was here, poverty it's not a problem that leads to more problems. We can't blame nothing on poverty. Everybody's in poverty is because they made fucking terrible choices. Remember, y'all. Everybody that's in poverty, they're lazy and they made bad choices. If you're in poverty, you made bad choices. It's your fault.
In terms of, number one, not having affordable healthcare, not having access to healthy food, not having access to affordable healthcare. Like this is what's driving health concerns. So if we want to address these things, obviously we have to figure out how to make healthcare better, and so that involves standing up to health insurance industries and things like that. But also just kind of taking it more seriously. If we want to understand, right? RFK pushes this this explosion in chronic disease, 54% prevalence, and it's all magically lined up with 1989 and the vaccine scheduling, kind of taking it more seriously to health insurance industries and things like that. But also just kind of taking it more seriously. If we want to understand, right, RFK pushes this, this explosion in chronic disease, 54% prevalence, and it's all magically lined up with 1989 and the vaccine schedule and junk food. It's complete rubbish. I mean, we know junk food isn't good for you, right? That's not news. And okay, what are you going to do? Like enforce laws that prevent people from manufacturing and eating fast food? Good luck with that if you want to try that. But more importantly, why don't we research the genetic basis for a lot of these diseases? Things, certainly behavioral and neurological diseases, are largely genetic. And then even stuff like obesity has a very large genetic component. Why aren't we researching that more? And then just ultimately economics. I mean, I'd say post World War II, just America has become this venue where, the oligarchy is just consistently vying for supremacy here, specifically being that U.S. is the, at the moment remains, I believe, the premier global power. That may change soon or is already in the process of changing, but that's why we see this continued transference of wealth.
Yeah, the banquets. I had the Michelin, was it Michelle's or Michelina or something, the green one, bro, TJ, I forgot. I ain't had it in a minute. I don't know if it was Michelina or Michelle or Michelin. That in the banquet
the
joints
into the oligarchy, and that's going to generate incredible amounts of poverty. And with that, you don't have access to healthy food. You don't have access to healthcare. That's the main problem. That's what we should be focusing on.
Okay, Dave Farina, thank you very much. Well, listening to all that was Brett Giroux, one of the two people I interviewed earlier, who stayed on just to listen to what Dave had to say.
Do he be trying to set these motherfuckers up or something?
Brett, what's your response to that?
Brett, wait, both of their names are Brett, or did he just misname him?
Dave Farina, thank you very much. Well, listening to all that was Brett Giroux, one of the two.
Both of their names was Brett? That's
people
funny.
I interviewed earlier, who stayed on just to listen to what Dave had to say. Brett, what's your response to that?
Well, I agree with a lot of what was said. I mean, it's hard in a debate format to jump on everything that's being said by the other Brett, but things like, adjuvants have been studied forever and they're not linked with these catastrophic consequences.
I just love how he still got the other guy to sit there and listen, but he didn't have Brett. Hey, bro, Rasta, that was my favorite one. That's what's so funny. The chicken Alfredo joint, that was my favorite one. I ate that and the macaroni joint, bro. You right.
The mRNA
There was the only two I ate.
Millions of lives. Yes, we can always.
But I just love how Brett Weinstein just won't confront Dave. I am 99% sure that Brett said, no, I don't want to talk to Dave because he knows that Dave was going to embarrass the fuck out of him.
Our vaccine safety monitoring.
Damn, I did not know that. I thought he was going to talk to him.
Particularly the prospective one that's throughout the health systems that report to the
What's the pickup?
CDC is pretty good. And they saw myocarditis very early. Myocarditis is real. It's not due to mRNA vaccines. It's a class effect probably.
Soul and Akko, I want to engage with y'all, but y'all so off topic, and I can't get off topic in the video.
Related to the spike protein that we saw with adenovirus. And so I agree. I certainly agree that stacking the ACIP panel, the vaccine panel, at CDC and eliminating all inputs from scientific societies like IDSA is just a way to guarantee that the result that he wants, the secretary wants on vaccines, is gonna happen, and to put some modicum of legitimacy there, because, well, the ACIP said this is what we should do. But he's already stacked.
What? Why you call that man Skeet?
For people who have pseudoscientific beliefs.
Oh, that's surprising.
I
I
do want
didn't
to say
expect
one
that.
thing about America being unhealthy, and I want to foot stomp a lot of what you said. One factor that I think is very important is, you have to change the reimbursement system. We have a sick care system that reimburses for sick care. I will happily reimburse you to amputate somebody's leg who has diabetes and vascular disease, but we don't put the money prospectively into access to preventative care, access to healthy foods. So the entire reimbursement system almost
I wonder how you make access to healthy food. I wonder how that would work.
guaranteed.
I guess like with WIC, they do limit you for what you can get. When we was using WIC, like you can only get a certain kind of juice. You can only get a certain type of bread, so.
Is that we maintain a sick society, and it doesn't support the maintenance of health. And in addition to everything that was said, which I agree with, that reimbursement system absolutely needs to be changed to be a health promoting system and not a sick care system.
Just
I wouldn't even be mad, low key, if Link did limit you from like buying like candy and stuff. That wouldn't bother me. I think that is a step in the right direction, because if people are struggling to buy food, I don't know how the breakdown would be. If people are struggling and they need help to buy food, I think you shouldn't be able to buy like candy and stuff. I think like all candy should be off limits with WIC. I mean with Link. I think that it should limit on what you could get, like heavily sugary stuff. I remember though well, that's different though. For Chicago, we had a sugar tax. That shit lasted like 6 months and it was gone. They got rid, and the people that got it in, they got voted out in Chicago. They had a sugar tax on like pop and shit, and niggas, we drink pop. So they had a sugar tax. It lasted 6 months. I kid y'all not. I don't think it did not last for a year. That shit got rescinded, and the people that got it in, they got voted out of office. Like people really do want their sugar. Like people are choosing to be unhealthy regularly. So, you know what I'm saying? It's real. So for Piers to keep saying, well, why are Americans unhealthy? It's like, bro, unless you want to tell people they cannot have things, people are going to be unhealthy as long as those options are available to them. And again, even if you limit them, people still might overindulge in the worst of the best things. You know what I'm saying? Like rice is healthy, but people not going to buy more brown rice because they say eat rice. They're going to get white rice probably. You know what I'm saying? So it's just... people gonna make them choices, bro. They can overindulge even in the good choices.
Brett, Dave painted a pretty apocalyptic picture of how he views RFK Jr. running America's health. I detect you are not quite as grim-faced.
We want the freedom to be
what would your
trash.
response be to Dave to maybe reassure him?
So I can't reassure him because I don't know, right? I don't know how this is all going to turn out. Having been assistant secretary and worked for someone who I think is an outstanding secretary,
Exactly, TJ.
Alex Azar, who is
as long as this shit is available, people gonna buy it.
Very smart, understood how to make things happen, no craziness whatsoever, very science-based. I think a secretary is going to have an opportunity to do maybe 2 or 3 things, and that's gonna be it. Maybe 2 or 3 or 4 things, and I'm trying to support the things that I think are very important that could be beneficial. And if this secretary did nothing else but work on nutrition, raise nutrition as a national priority, elimination of diets, I think that could be very helpful for the country, right? On the other hand, instilling vaccine hesitancy, fear of vaccines, pseudoscience on the headlines like the mRNA vaccines are killing more people than they help, gutting the scientific system that are at our agencies, these could be catastrophic, right? And that's why we're having this discussion here. So my goal is to help promote what I think is in the best public health's interest. He is our secretary, and until he is not our secretary, which may be in 3.5 years or maybe tomorrow. You know, Trump does fire people. While he's our secretary, I want to promote and support the things that I think are beneficial for public health. And I want to come on shows like this to argue with things that I think are detrimental. And the whole vaccine policy, his whole tenor about vaccines, his whole gutting the scientific infrastructure about vaccines, I think is highly detrimental and could be catastrophic.
Yep.
Dave, final word to you.
I agree with all of that. The only thing I would emphasize is that this veneer of concern about nutrition and public health, it's a facade. It's just a smokescreen to make people think that he is actually concerned with the masses when he's really
Yes. Oh my God, I'm so glad he said this. Yes, it's a facade, because if you take away the healthy things that RFK pretends he wants to push, like only Wick only Wick do it. So if you take away the red food dye, the what else he saying? The junk food, don't eat McDonald's. Like, if you take all that away and you just have RFK doubting vaccines, then now you have a person that just looks crazy to you. And like he just said, I think that he only says the whole junk food and McDonald's, even though we saw him on a plane with McDonald's in his hand looking like he fucking got shit on his face. He had the McDonald's in his hand. He is only proving that he's full of shit. And like he said, this is all just a facade to get off his anti-vax rhetoric. The man was fucking swimming in shit water a couple months ago with his fucking family. And when I'm saying shit water, I mean literal shit water. So I don't understand this obsession that people have with RFK when he's not saying nothing but McDonald's is bad for you, as if everybody that eats McDonald's and doesn't knows that it's bad for you. Like, give me a break.
Just there to implement this agenda. He's just gutting all these federal institutions, right? It's very much aligned with what Trump and Musk were trying to do with Doge, right? Going in, trying to pretend that they're cutting all of this waste, when in reality they're just gutting the institutions that have any ability to regulate the private sector, right? It's all in line with this continued transference of wealth from the general public into the oligarchy, and RFK is right in line with that. As much as he tries to portray himself as the polar opposite of that, it is what he is.
You know, Trump was asked recently in an interview, you know, he eats so much fast food. Is he a good example? He said, well, all the people who've been lecturing me about eating fast food have passed. And then he did a big smirk. I'll just leave this with that.
And now he's growing cankles, bitch. Like, give me a fucking break. It is sad. I mean, he just gotta suck Trump a little bit every fucking time. Let me get a little teat. Let me get a little bit. Let me just get the tip. Like, bro, get the fuck out of here. Eat a dick. Literally, he's eating a dick. So it's just like, nigga, just because he's out, there's people that smoke that outlive people. Everybody that told me to stop smoking, they're all dead. What the fuck you gonna do? Tell people to smoke? Like, we understand that people gonna come and go as they do, and that's their life and the time that they have. But don't sit here and act like you're gonna vouch for Trump are you gonna tell people to eat McDonald's because Trump do it and he's lived in his to his 80s or whatever the fuck? Like, evil people always live too long, right? Unless they fucking go to jail and end up like Dahmer. Like, yeah, like, evil people do be living like a motherfucker. The Hulk Hogan got to live it out. You know what I'm saying? Like, evil people be fucking living. So unless somebody take them out, you know what I'm saying? Like, he said partial shaft. Like, this shit is insane. Like, calm down, Piers. You could have just let that one right. You could have rolled it out. Like, you just had to suck Trump just a little bit because you had nowhere else. You had no other opportunity because you was getting rolled in this conversation. Well, I ain't gonna say he got rolled because he couldn't push back, but y'all get my drift. You know what I'm saying? I wish Dave got to talk to Brett. I was hoping that's what I got, but I'm sure Brett was scared. I hoped, excuse me, let's bank on Dave making a post-mortem, or he going to make a video talking about what probably happened prior to this. I know Brett was scared to talk to Dave. It's no way he got this guy to stay, and Dave listened to the whole conversation and didn't get to talk to Brett. And that's because Brett probably said, I'm not. And these two agree. So Piers couldn't give pushback. This is what happened. Piers probably wanted Dave to talk to Brett. Brett said no. But he wanted Dave on the show. Piers got this other Brett guy, and he said, Brett, will you talk to him? So Brett versus Brett. And he's like, yeah, I'll talk to him, but I won't talk to Dave, even though Dave is free and available. So he said, okay, y'all talk since you won't talk to the other Dave who is knowledgeable on this topic. And then they had their conversation, and Dave and Brett wouldn't do it. Brett Weinstein wouldn't do it because Dave was going to be there, and Dave had to sit back and listen to it. And then he got to be able to give his commentary, and then they could have a circle jerk with the other Brett who are on the right side of science. And that's what happened. And I know that's what, I hope Dave makes a video because I know that's what happened. But anyway, we're going to get into the Birdman probably cooking some shit. He has a Birdman, I guess he was feeling freaky. He said it was his birthday the other day, and he made an hour-long video exposing the grift. Now, I'm going to tell y'all right now, the Birdman is one of my favorite creators on YouTube, and an hour-long video from him feels like Christmas. When he makes 30-minute videos, I'm like, yes. 30, like, he got an hour-long video exposing the grift, and it's about the Fantastic Four. And I'm sure he's going to touch on all of the worst that have talked about the Fantastic Four. And I'm sure he's going to drop some truth bombs that I didn't catch or know about. So, I don't know if y'all saw the Fantastic Four or not, but I think it was good. I like Superman better. I think it's easy to put them head to head because they're both superhero films that came out at the same time. I like Superman better. I give Superman like an 8.5. I give Fantastic Four like a 7. It just wasn't enough action for my liking. I go to see these movies for action. That's what I really want to see. And I just wanted more action. If that was it, I probably would give it like a 9 if it had more action. So let's see what he had to say with exposing the grift, the Fantastic Four.
Fantastic Four came out a few weeks ago, and as my character Birdman predicted, it was a certified banger.
So we'll bring up the Fantastic Four elephant in the room, since half the characters have the same powers, and you could even make a case Mr. Incredible is a non-monster the thing. That leaves Dash, who's just the Flash as a kid, so we'll send that. But for all the people who are down on this because it's an animated Fantastic Four, when's the last time you saw a Fantastic Four movie that was even good?
The reason the Fantastic Four movies aren't any good is because they weren't handled by their rightful owners over at Marvel. I guarantee the MCU Fantastic Four is going to be on the same level as Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yo, this man be on point. 1207, I don't know why you don't like Aber and Preach, but that's crazy. He caught CinemaSins saying that Fantastic Four don't have a good movie, and way back whenever they did The Incredibles, he said the Fantastic Four is going to be good when MCU has it. All right, Roshan. He said that it's going to be good when MCU has it. MCU gets it, and it's a good movie. Hey, that's crazy.
Book it.
Negrodamus.
From its Rotten Tomatoes scores to its Metacritic scores to its IMDb rating, that is nearly 2 times higher than Rogue Elements. I think it's safe to say that Birdman was, as per usual, right on the money.
Yes, me. Me too.
And sure, you could say that because I wrote the character and voiced the character that it was I who was correct, but... Oh, that's it. I was correct.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
But as we all well know, the loud minority always has something to say, and that's why we are here today, Mr. Anderson. We are here because the grift never sleeps. So, let's take a listen to what some of the internet's biggest whiners have to say about First Steps, and see if we can't debunk them. We're starting off a little spicy.
Oh, God, he got our boy in here. He got our fave on here. I didn't even post my reaction to his Fantastic Four review because it was so racist. I just didn't want to. I just couldn't. He was disgusting. I just couldn't do it.
Isn't familiar, this is Ranting for Vengeance, a proud bigot. Now, my audience has been asking me to feature this little shit in this series for a while, and I didn't for a couple reasons. The first reason is this is a child. As in, I am literally old enough to be his father. And while I don't think kids are necessarily above criticism, you can understand my hesitation. He's just a kid, and he has time to recognize that his content is cringe. The other reason I didn't feature him sooner is because, as I said, he's a proud bigot. I'm not entirely sure this is a grift for him, as it's him being who he is, similar to Synthetic Man. This series is called Exposing the grift. There's not much to expose when you're out and proud about your bigotry. It's like asking me to expose Nick Fuentes. We all already know.
Can't do
But
that,
I
right.
thought about it, and I came to the conclusion that I should feature this kid at least once to show the end result of the type of grifting the critical drinker and nerdrotic engage in. And that's the radicalization of kids just like this.
So there's some great news. Fantastic Four is not nearly as bad as Superman, but actually it's the most insufferable feminist piece of shit you could ever watch.
I'm gay.
I'll do the usual bullcrap. This isn't rage bait. This isn't me overreacting. This isn't me lying to you about the movie. In fact, it's the opposite, because I'm going to tell you what this movie actually was. And spoiler alert, it's the most fucking feminist movie that Hollywood has ever made.
As you can see, he's been taught that just saying bullshit doesn't mean
I'm
you're
just gonna respond to Birdman because whether y'all was here or not, I already reacted to his review. I don't have time to go back over.
lying, but that you're simply giving your opinion. As I'm sure most of you are aware, this movie isn't even close to the most feminist movie in Hollywood.
At
I'd argue
all.
that title goes to films like Barbie, Orlando, Thelma and Louise, and A League of Their Own. Hell, even within Marvel, you've got Captain Marvel and that one scene from Avengers Endgame that nobody liked. No, this is just a
Y'all
kid
know
that
I
doesn't
hate
watch
it.
a lot of movies using hyperbolic language for a mainstream film.
Everything that Vanessa Kirby was saying before this came out is the truth. She's the leader, she's the front and center, but we're gonna get onto that in a second.
In contrast to all the reports leading up to its release, there was actually no defined leader in this film. Common knowledge suggests that Reed should be the leader, but actual comic book fans know that Sue is the real leader of the team. I think the film reflected both trains of thought perfectly, where they show Reed being the spokesperson for the team, while Susan proves she's more than capable of leading with the creation of the Future Foundation and a solution to the problem of Galactus trampling innocent people. But of course, when you're a misogynist, any instance of women being in power is seen as an attack on you and your way of life. Well, fuck your way of life.
Very quickly, if you do want to help out the channel, maybe consider subscribing, supporting me on Twitter or Patreon.
Do not support this kid. Make sure he fades into obscurity and learns that this isn't the way to gain followers and that he should learn how to be a positive member of society. Stop following and supporting people simply because they echo your favorite talking points. Giving this kid money is a terrible idea for fear of what he may do with it. I mean, look at him. He has watch list written all over him.
So last night I watched Fantastic Four First Steps, the same way I watched Superman, keeping true to the wallet's closed motto. Don't go to the cinema, do not give these people your money. Fantastic Four First Steps is as insufferable as Superman.
Little ironic coming on the heels of e-begging. I mean, the fact that he thinks he should be supported financially and not the hundreds of people that made Superman and Fantastic Four is already pretty funny, but then you add on the fact that they provided something meaningful to society and he's whining about wokeness, and then it becomes pure comedy.
I still stand by what I said. Superman was one of the worst movies I've ever seen, and I've seen movies from all different time periods, countries, genres, and a lot that you have not even heard of.
I somehow doubt that, Mr. This movie is the most feminist movie of all time. I mean, dude, you're 15. The first Avatar movie is older than you. You have not watched enough film to make this claim. I have no idea who you think you're fooling with this.
And Fantastic Four is not nearly as bad, I'll tell you the truth, but there is a lot of wokeness, and that cannot be denied. So anybody in the review saying that it isn't woke, do not believe them, it most certainly is. But I can't really be that serious talking about this movie, because even though it is a disgrace to the original comics, Marvel, Stan Lee, Jack Kirby, it's also just hilariously cringe. And I don't really give a rat's ass about spoilers, so if you do, then you're miserable and you shouldn't really be watching this video.
Now, that would be a relatively reasonable thing to say if the date you uploaded this video was, say, 3 weeks after it came out. Like me. But you uploaded this video the day the film released. Calling people miserable for not wanting to be spoiled on the release day of a giant film is nonsensical. I mean, people would have to be miserable to regularly watch your videos, but
that's
still.
absolutely crazy for him to be like saying, if you don't want spoilers, why the fuck are you here? Bro, you did your review the day the movie came out. What the fuck you mean if you don't want spoilers, get out of here?
And for those of you who are ready to witness what Fantastic Four First Steps really was, I salute you, because sometimes it gets so cringe you feel like you're literally about to die. Everything from every Marvel movie that was bad. Weird gayness, obnoxious Marvel humor, radical feminism. And then there's The Thing, which I'll get into a second, or maybe I might not, because that rant is something that a lot of people aren't really ready for. So from the opening scene of this movie, you know what it's gonna be. You think it's a superhero movie. It's gonna be like Sam Raimi's Spider-Man. No, it opens with Pedro Pascal in a wife beater, walking around looking for his shirt or something.
He was looking for iodine. You told us earlier that you pirated the movie, child. It should be fairly easy to pull up the scene and correct yourself. You told us that you weren't going to lie to us, and here you are lying.
Dave, what are you doing? I'm looking for the yellow iodine.
Bro, you know what's, I'm so glad I watched this. You know what's so crazy? This is what happened. I'm gonna tell you what happened. When I went to go see this movie, I missed this part. I wasn't late. They're doing way less previews now in movies theaters. For those that don't know, they're doing way less previews. I got there like maybe like 4 minutes after the start time. I went into the theater where the movie was showing, and I missed the beginning. Like I didn't miss a lot. but I didn't see this. And when I saw his review, I heard him talk about him looking for the shirt. I'm like, oh, I missed that part because I did come in and miss the very beginning of the movie. And I just took his word for it. He said he was looking for his shirt. The fact that something so insignificant to the film he's willing to lie about is insane. And he's out loud said, I'm looking for the iodine, and he's looking for his shirt or something. Like, oh my God. Tell my CP, 4 minutes ain't CPT. 40 minutes is CPT.
Not here. Yeah, because that's not where it is.
You in the audience may think I'm being pedantic
crazy
here,
to
but
lie
this is
about
exactly
something
the kind
like
of
that.
behavior this kid has been taught by other grifters, to lie about movies to make them seem worse than they are. This is an extremely common tactic by these people, and their parrots eagerly repeat this behavior.
And with the homo Freddie Mercury mustache and the brown skin, he looks like he's walking around.
I'm gonna let this play since I saw his review. I'm thirsty. Drink is gone. I'll be right back.
Looking for his taco or his boyfriend.
As you can see, outright bigotry. Remember, Nerdrotic and his cronies also imply that Pedro is gay and make fun of him for it. Again, learned behavior. And for the record, Pedro is a white Latino. His paternal grandmother is from Spain, which is right next door to this Irishman. Calling this man brown-skinned is hilarious to me. He's as white as Cameron Diaz.
And all while this is happening, Sue Storm is sitting on the toilet and screaming out like, give me 12 more seconds.
What the hell does this have to do with anything? She's taking a pregnancy test, something I'm sure you will never, ever experience. What I'm saying is, enjoy the view while you can, kid.
And if you thought that she had a bad case of resting bitch face in every single trailer, it just gets worse. I don't know if it's because she's pregnant or something, but she's always in a mood, and Sue Storm is the biggest feminist bitch on the planet. Also, a quick little note about Gager Pascal in this movie. I don't know what the hell is going on with the continuity, but the guy is changing every single scene. One scene, he looks like he's a 300-pound Mexican gardener who needs to get sent back over the border by ICE. And the next, he's really skinny and weak looking, like some skeleton who didn't get his taco in time.
I really struggled with whether or not I wanted to put this kid in my videos, guys. You now know why. What can you say to things like this? If you've seen the film, you know he's just making shit up, trying to be inflammatory on purpose. It's clear this kid's goal is to go viral and get clicks and views from those that want to hate on these properties. It's very obvious rage bait, and we won't spend too much more time here.
So it shows you the footage. Sue has her usual bitch face on. The thing is, they're looking all Jewish, and that's his entire character. That's the rant we're going to get to in a second, or maybe I might not even talk about it, because it's really extreme, but it's the truth. I know the Thing is a Jewish character, and Jack Kirby was Jewish, and it was intended that way, but this movie amps it up to 11. Every scene with the Thing, he has no personality, he has no love interest, or friends, or anything. The dude is just some one-dimensional character whose entire personality trait is, hey look, I'm Jewish.
Now I'm starting to think this kid pirated the wrong copy of First Steps. I mean, he said...
Wait, that was probably a
hey,
flick.
Look, I'm Jewish.
Now I'm starting to...
The fantastic... Oh, AXX parody. Yeah, that's definitely a flick.
think this kid pirated the wrong copy of First Steps. I mean, he says the Thing doesn't have a love interest when he very clearly did.
Right.
Rachel, the woman with the kids in the scene Ben picks up the car, is his love interest. He literally goes to see her before their mission to go save the Earth. And I find it more than a little funny that he's upset at Thing being correctly portrayed when his whole beef with Pedro is that he's Latino. Here's another learned behavior from the grifters. Complain no matter what. They're faithful to the comics, complain they're too faithful. They race swap a character, complain about that too. That way, there is no way for the film to win.
Walking around a New York neighborhood and oh wait, look in the background, there's synagogues and Stars of David everywhere. But anyways, we'll move on before that gets a little bit too risky. Johnny shows up in this footage looking really gay with his lipstick and his bleached blonde hair. Flaming gay Johnny Storm is the highlight of this movie. And I mean that in every way. The guy is nearly the only guy that you can root for, and then at the same time, he's pulling the most spasticated, handicapped, faces in every single scene. No, that's not an over-exaggeration. It's not a joke. This is the first scene of the movie where they're all sitting down to have family dinner. The Thing tastes some sauce or food he's making like a normal person. Johnny then walks into the room, tries to taste it, and instead shoves his 2 fingers into his mouth.
Nice.
And with the face that he pulls here, God knows what else this guy is putting in his mouth. More.
What face? He just said he's like a young dude that just... God. He didn't make a face. Like... God.
On him in a second.
All right, that's enough of this kid, because if I say what I want to say, you guys would be calling this child abuse.
wasn't tripping. Like, he can't even bear to get through the whole thing because it's just like, dude.
Now let's move on to someone that has been grifting on Marvel hatred for a while now.
Jester
We're going to be specifically tackling this video of hers as it's her actual review of the film. I can't be bothered to write rebuttals for the other 100 Fantastic Four videos she has, because it's the same old shit that heel versus baby facing geeks and gamers does, milking a single topic for 100 videos and saying absolutely nothing of value. Or as Jeremy himself puts it,
Brie Larson says one fucking thing and we make a whole video out of it. That's what we do.
Okay, take two. This is the Fantastic Four review that I'm trying to articulate and get out there. Hi, everyone. Female Frodo Baggins here.
So Jester refers to herself as female Frodo Baggins in every video, and holy hell, is that a great comparison. The feminine voice wasn't coming out of her
look like Frodo. That's crazy.
face. I would have thought she was Elijah Wood. So, as she refers to herself in this manner, I will be referring to her as Dildo Saggins, the Lord of the G-string. Fellow men of culture, gather round.
I watched Fantastic Four, my most anticipated movie of the year. A movie that I had kind of written off at one point as just going to be another disappointment in a year of the worst blockbusters I know that I've ever experienced. But I was hoping against hope going into it that it would turn out to be something good, because I was seeing some positivity from people that I would normally expect to not like this. And guys, I just want a good movie. That's all I want, and I just want to see these characters done right.
You could have fooled me, Dildo. Your channel doesn't scream, I want things to succeed. Instead, you look like a giant red flag. I mean, I can't understand why people would even click on these horrible thumbnails other than lonely incels looking for a woman to echo anti-woke talking points. Heck, you uploaded a video titled Fantastic Four.
Oh, wow. Casey, so, like, that's the thing, bro. Like, even like, I don't know if y'all know this, but I used to follow Fresh and Fit too. At first I found them entertaining, but then it got to a point where I'm like, okay, y'all are doing too much. And I was done with them. Like, I didn't hate women. I was like, oh, this is funny. Like, women saying stupid shit. And like, I like Kevin Samuels. Like, you gonna say stupid shit, somebody gonna check you. It was entertaining. But then you get to the point where it's like, all right, y'all are just bitching. I think I followed Geeks and Gamers too at a point where I was like, I was getting info on, like, they were talking about games, and I felt like I was getting a different perspective on different video games. But then, like you said, it was just like, y'all just complaining about every fucking thing. Like, you don't like anything? Like, is there anything good? When are you going to say something good? And then when they do, it's like a tempered, oh, it was good, but, I liked it, but it was always some shit that they had to point out. And then the woke stuff hit, and then it was downhill from there for all these motherfuckers. Nerdrotic, I follow Nerdrotic too.
4 is ruined
and then I stopped.
A whole month before it released. Yeah, I don't think you wanted this movie to succeed at all, Dildo.
Yeah.
So going into this film, I really wanted to find good in it. And I'm not saying that I really wanted to pull in some enjoyment out of it, and I really wanted to find a good movie here, which is why I can confidently announce that Fantastic Four is the most frustrating film I watched all year. Why? Because there is good to be found in this movie, good that I want to talk about. In fact, guys, this movie is better than Superman. It's better than Brave New World. That's the easiest thing to do. It's better than Thunderbolts. It's probably the best superhero film I've seen all year. But the problem is the bar is in hell, as they say, completely.
This is what I mean about the loud minority. It's these people claiming these movies are bad when, by all accounts, every film she just named has been well received by its audience. Superman, Thunderbolts, and Brave New World were all liked by the general audience. The movie that everyone keeps saying is where the MCU died? Yeah, all these movies have a higher audience score with the exception of Brave New World. How is the bar in hell when these movies are right now?
91, 93, 91, and Endgame was 90 and 94. Yeah, they do say a lot of, they just say a lot of shit, and it's supposed to expect us to just take it at face value. And it's like he said, like, excuse me, these movies are performing in the same vein as Endgame. And probably the Spider-Man films too are probably all in the 90s and 80s, and these last 3 superhero movies are doing the same. So I don't get what the bar is in hell shit is. Yeah, it's just all negativity, bro. It's like, and it's so crazy. I would hate to make content that was like, yeah, let me shit on everything that I'm supposed to like. It's like, people watch movies to enjoy them. People play games to enjoy them. And if all of your content is shitting on everything, like on my game, make sure y'all follow my gaming channel. I have a gaming channel, Logic's Lens. I talked about shitty games, but I also made a point to highlight great games. I don't know if these people do this. And then people like the Critical Drinker do it on their fucking side channel. Like, he claimed he likes Sinners, but didn't put that on his main channel. He put that on his side channel that has a significantly smaller following. He made a review of Sinners, but didn't put it on his main channel where he has he has millions of subs. Didn't talk about a movie he likes. That channel is just a shit on everything. So it's strange. Like, it's so
Next,
strange.
in-game. I swear, you people just repeat these false claims until they become a reality in your world. And if you don't like these things, speak for yourself. The way you people speak is as if you're talking for everyone else. I'm sorry, but everyone else has already spoken.
Yep.
As much as I can say that at least there are good elements for the Fantastic Four movie, there are so many things that ultimately bring it down. I probably enjoyed it on a first watch more than anyone else in my group, but it was one of those films where you just have to think about it, and the more you think about it and how it falls short and how it fails.
Hey, Watts is back.
Nigga, you gay. The shortcomings, the more it is torn down. Looking around online, I actually see an overall low
Casey, that's
energy
exactly
from people
what's
talking about this film. Like, when it came to Superman, people were just so passionate, and I could not escape the discussion for weeks. But even with this film, I'm just not seeing people really come out of the woodworks to talk about it, and there doesn't seem to be that true excitement and passion, even from people who say they like the film. And I understand why after seeing it.
Dildo has yet to learn what an algorithm is. She thinks because she doesn't see positivity online that it doesn't exist. Well, that's because her algorithm is showing her what she likes to see, and that's very obviously negativity. This film has a shit ton of positive buzz, hence its extremely high ratings on pretty much every site that collects them. This is why you should probably wait more than a fucking day before uploading a dumb video claiming there isn't any positive buzz, considering most people hadn't seen the film yet, you silly goose.
Let's get into the actual review now and talk about all of the elements of this film that worked and how and what didn't work and what made it fall short. Number one, the tone of this film. I've talked again and again and again. I am so tired of what I'm just going to refer to as James Gunn's humor. It used to be called Joss Whedon humor and be referenced to Marvel, but I'm just going to say it's evolved into James Gunn humor. Every film had become James Gunn's humor. Thunderbolts was Guardians of the Galaxy light again. Superman obviously was James Gunn.
I didn't see Thunderbolts yet, which is in the stores on shelves now, and it's still not on Disney Plus, which is racking my brain as to one of the few Marvel movies I didn't see in theaters, and it's not on Disney Plus before it's on the shelves being sold for DVD and Blu-ray. I'm like, bro, I want to see this, especially because I heard it's good. I want to see Thunderbolts so bad, and it's not on Disney Plus yet. What the fuck is going on? Why is it being sold in stores and it's not on Disney Plus yet? Brave New World got on that shit immediately. I guess it's probably because it performed well. Maybe they feel that way. And Brave New World, that shit was on Disney Plus in like 6 weeks, I feel like. That shit was quick as hell. And I saw Brave New World in the theater. So what's happening with Thunderbolts? Why it's not on Disney Plus yet?
Gunn on steroid with his humor.
Hell, Deadpool and Wolverine was on Disney Plus super soon.
Constantly having this James Gunn humor undercut emotional moments and stakes and any sort of tension.
I lost my point. This James Gunn humor shit, she's not the first person I heard say that. The Critical Drinker said that shit too. What the fuck is James Gunn humor? And the man only got like 3 movies in the MCU. And they're all Guardians of the Galaxy. So what the fuck is this James Gunn humor you're talking about?
So that I can't get invested in the film.
Can you people make a single video without taking shots or trying to dunk on one of your punching bags? Calling the humor that started in Iron Man James Gunn humor is nonsensical. Gunn directed 3 films in the 37-film MCU, the first of which was 6 years and 9 movies after the MCU had already been a thing. He is no more responsible for the series' brand of humor than Whedon is, and Joss only directed 2 MCU films. If there is
wait. They say first it was Joss Whedon humor, who did 2 movies, and then it became James Gunn humor, who only did 3 movies out of 37 movies.
One person that's responsible.
That's funny, yeah. Yeah, the chat slowed up, and now y'all back. That is funny.
For the humor in the MCU, it's Kevin Feige. Just give your fucking review, man. We don't care what you think about James Gunn.
That is why one of the positive elements to Fantastic Four is that it took itself seriously. It didn't constantly undercut itself with jokes. And even when there was a little comic relief here and there, it wasn't James Gunn humor.
There were plenty of these kinds of films in the MCU, and you people never give them credit. Werewolf by Night was a moody throwback to Universal Studios monsters, and I never hear you people bring that up. Eternals was just as serious as this film, and you people called it boring.
Yeah, watch. I don't feel like it was it boring? I don't feel like Eternals was it was boring. I don't know another word. But yes, it was serious. Nobody liked the first Thor movies because they was too serious. Eternals, it did feel a little serious. It had its moments, but even with Fantastic Four, I like the humor. Like you said, Watts, they all have it, and I feel like Fantastic Four didn't have enough. It was a little weird, underwhelming. I mean, for me, I didn't have an expectation for Eternals, so I can't say underwhelming. I went into it blind. I didn't know what to expect because this was my first introduction to the Eternals, was the movie, and I didn't have an expectation. But I was a little bored with it. But yeah. The people shitting on humor in the MCU was weird because that's part of its greatness. Like he said, one of the funniest people is Iron Man, who y'all all fucking love. So miss me with this acting like you don't like humor in MCU movies.
And I never hear you people bring that up. Eternals was just as serious as this film, and you people called it boring. Hell, look at your own reaction to that film's trailer.
Hello everyone, Jester Bell is back with a reaction to Marvel's The Eternals trailer. Now, this trailer dropped rather suddenly a couple days ago, and I have to say I wasn't impressed with it at all, and that's kind of a big deal considering it's a Marvel trailer, and usually Marvel is able to put together trailers, no matter how the movie turns out, usually Marvel is able to put together trailers that on a very superficial level at least feel exciting, and this was the very first time that I watched a Marvel trailer and I didn't feel excited at all.
It's not that this film took itself seriously, it's that you people complain as a part of your grift. Negativity sells, and that's why you've leaned into the culture war grift.
Bunch of losers sitting around in the bar. Oh yeah, I used to be a salesman. It's a tough racket.
This movie is a science fiction movie, and I didn't expect that from Marvel.
Huh?
Almost every single MCU film is a science fiction film.
I love the Joe Budden references. Yes.
A science fiction movie, and I didn't expect that from Marvel.
And that part, it was a science fiction movie, and I didn't expect that from Marvel. Bitch, what movies you been watching for the past 15, 20 years? What movies have you been watching in Marvel that's not science? It's more movies in Marvel that's not science fiction. It is. I mean, yes, there's more there's more movies that is science fiction for Marvel than it is the MCU. Like, what are we talking about? Almost all this multiverses science fiction. What are we talking about? A tech suit? Science fiction. What is she talking about? Huh?
Almost every single MCU film is a science fiction film. Iron Man 1, the literal first film in the franchise, is a film about a man in his technological suit. Every Ant-Man film, literally science fiction. I guess you thought Spider-Man created his web fluid with a magical spell.
What does she think science fiction is like? I don't know. Give me a movie like Independence Day. Like, is that the only thing that's science fiction? I don't even know. Like, I don't know. The Matrix. I don't know. Star Wars. Even this is in the vein. This is reminiscent of Star Wars. Like some of the shit they do. When you got Guardians is equivalent to Star Wars. Like, what are we talking about? 4 scientists going to space. Fiction and science is literally 4 scientists going to space. Dead ass, bro. Like, you got people that do their job is science and they're going to space.
People that have no clue what they're talking about, jumping into conversations they have no business being in.
Like,
yeah, she's praising fantastic.
That's just all the proof you need that these people are full of shit. Like, it's all just rage bait, racism and bigotry. Like, from these people is well, maybe her less so because she's a woman, so she might still shit on women, and who knows.
Fantastic Four here, but it's a backhanded compliment that underscores a lack of research and knowledge in the very topic she's criticizing. What the hell do you mean you didn't expect a science fiction film from Marvel? The MCU is a science fiction franchise.
It does not feel or look like any Marvel or superhero movie that you've seen in the past.
It looks just like Loki.
Past decade or more. It feels completely different.
That depends on what you mean by movie. As I've stated in this series before,
okay, she did say movie, I guess.
The aesthetic Fantastic Four uses is the same one from Loki, as they are both based on the 50s and 60s googiest.
Yeah, that's true, Scooby.
Aesthetic. If I told a random person that Loki takes place in an office building in the Fantastic Four universe, they'd probably believe me. But this is, again, a backhanded compliment.
Okay,
it implies other MCU films feel the same, which is just not true. Multiverse of Madness was a fantasy epic that took place over multiple different dimensions, each with their own unique aesthetic and flair. Brave New World was a grounded and gritty mystery thriller. Black Panther is a celebration of various African cultures set against the backdrop of a man struggling with tradition in the face of new information. None of these films feel the same. They're all unique, and the only reason they may have familiar threads is because they're all in the same fucking universe. This all.
And even Black Widow, he didn't say it, but to me, Black Widow felt like an action film outside of the MCU. It felt like a good, it gave me the Transporter feel. Like, it just felt like this cool action movie. And I think if you detach it from the MCU, I think people appreciate Black Widow more than they do. I think Black Widow gets a lot of shit for it being in the MCU, and it didn't measure up to what we expect from them or what we were used to. But I think if you remove Black Widow out of the MCU, it's a good action movie. And y'all said, like I told y'all, I do love action in these superhero movies. And I love shit like Rush Hour and The Transporter and shit like that. I like those type of movies. And Transporter. Black Widow gave me that vibe of just a good standalone action film. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you cannot like Taskmaster. I feel like they did do Taskmaster a little bogus. Like, I don't care about the gender swap, but yes, I wish they did more with Taskmaster. It's like for somebody for their abilities, it's almost as if they were scared to try to showcase what Taskmaster can do. It seemed like they were scared to get into that. I don't know why, because it's so cool to copy skills. I don't know why they didn't go hard with that. But yes, you cannot like Taskmaster, but I don't know. To me, it didn't make the whole film bad. It didn't make the whole film bad to me. But I get it if you was upset about Taskmaster.
MCU movies are the same thing is a lie that needs to die yesterday.
And on that level, I really appreciated it. Like, visually, this film is gorgeous. Like, the visuals were my favorite part about it. There's a lot of practical sets and practical animatronics that are used, and I really like to see that after just such a deluge of CGI slop, especially from Marvel.
Do you see what I mean? The incessant need to cheap shot for no reason. I also like the usage of the new grifter buzzword, slop. That's how you know Dildo is just getting her talking points from others and doesn't have an original thought in that head. Just another parrot NPC.
But overall, it was a brilliantly looking film, and
excuse me, random. It wasn't too late. Remember, it happened during COVID, so it couldn't even get a proper release. And I think it would have did a lot better if COVID wasn't happening. I don't think it was too late. It was because COVID fucked everything up, and it didn't make the money it probably could have made because it came out during COVID.
I really liked the lighting and the colors of this film. On that note, the best part of the film for me was when they went to see Galactus, and the visuals of when they go see Galactus. This has some great composition in this film that I haven't seen in a Marvel film for a long time. It just looks gorgeous.
It is funny because it's like the moment they say they like something, it has to come with a caveat. Like, yeah, so I love the visuals, even though, from Marvel, we never see good visuals. So I was really happy to see these visuals. It's like, bro, just say you liked it. You don't have to go back to what you didn't like. Just say you fucking liked it.
But when they go see Galactus, the visuals are so inspired from movies like the first Alien or Star Trek.
I'm not knocking her for trying to read, because if you have notes that you want to hit on certain points, that's fine. But I'm just curious, because I don't feel like this shit is genuine.
That I haven't seen in a
I feel like it's different with these folk.
Marvel film for a long time. It just looks gorgeous.
She's reading. She keeps looking down. She's looking at the camera when she has it, and then she looks down to remember.
But when they go see Galactus, the visuals are so inspired from movies like the first Alien.
And then she had to look and see the movie she was finna name.
Alien or Star Trek.
I'm not knocking making notes. I don't want to act like you can't try to read notes while doing a video, but I don't think these they're not fully genuine with their takes.
Picture in the Wrath of Khan, the early Star Trek films, you can tell how the great sci-fi films of the past inspired this film.
Did she die in Infinity? Oh, you're saying oh, I get it. Yeah, because it throws you off. Yeah, it's weird knowing that she dies even though she lived. And I mean, I get what you're saying. It throws off the order of events. It's weird to see her again after she supposedly died.
From the visuals and the tone. And so on that level, like, the middle part of the film was my favorite part, because I was like, I can't believe it. I'm watching a Marvel movie that is not using the same formulaic James Gunn humor style over and over again. I'm watching a movie embrace the science fiction elements of it. I'm watching a movie that doesn't want to undercut every scene with a joke. I'm watching a...
It's like, just say it's good. It's like, you just gotta shit. It's like, if this wasn't a Marvel movie, you wouldn't be doing all this. So why not just say what you like about it. What's with all the caveating of everything? I can't believe. Like, all Marvel movies ain't got to be an A+ or an F. Like, we can ignore. Me and Watts have been arguing for months about a mediocre Marvel movie. Like, we both understand that the movie we arguing over is not one of the best films they made ever, and we're arguing about a C+. We like, no, your movie is C-, mine a C+. But we both can recognize that it's not their best or worst work. So all this, I can't believe it's a Marvel. It's a Marvel. No, Marvel has made very good movies, and they've made some really bad ones. To be honest, this might be a hot take. I don't think the first Thor movies is bad. Like, they bad. I don't think they made a really bad movie. But no, I think the first two Thors are really bad. And Quantumania was bad. Bad. Like, bad. I'm not gonna go through the shows. I think the first two Thors, Quantumania was bad. I think those 3 movies were kind of bad. Yeah, I think everything else is in the mid okay range. Yeah, more of their movies are good than not. That's a fact. More movies are good. Love and Thunder, yes. Love and Thunder was bad. Yes, yeah. I think those movies are legitimately bad. Everything else is good, okay, decent, fine, serviceable. I think those was bad. Exactly. I don't even say it's 10 movies. I can't say I don't think there's 10 movies that's just like, that shit trash. I don't even think there's 10 movies. And like you said, out of 37, I can't name 10 confidently that's just absolute trash.
Marvel movie that actually looks visually appealing and wants to allow itself to have stakes.
She's basically describing Eternals and doesn't realize it. And this weird cinema-sensism of implying other MCU films don't have stakes is particularly tiring. We have to start using language properly, and the word stakes has an S on the end of it, implying there is more than one stake.
Damn, if she said steak, I missed it.
This means that death is not the only thing at stake, and that being the case, every single film in the franchise has stakes. In Thor, the stake was Loki taking over Asgard. In No Way Home, it was multiple realities causing an incursion. In Shang-Chi, it was the Mandarin releasing the Dweller in Darkness. Every film has something in jeopardy.
And I thought, guys, this would have been a great Fantastic Four movie. But why do I say would have been? Well, now we have to explore all of the shortcomings of this film.
Casey, I get it. This shit is taxing to keep up with all the movies. That's why I fell off of Harry Potter when I was young. Harry Potter was putting out way too many movies, and this is doing more, actually. But I'm not a fan of the whole wizard magic shit. This is more my speed.
Main problem.
You said you liked. I'm sorry, you said you liked. You liked it. I'm sorry. Damn, bro. That is a hot take. I don't know a lot of people that like Love and Thunder.
Now we have to explore all of the shortcomings of this film. The main problem with
Yeah, Wise. What the fuck she finna say?
Fantastic Four. It was the problem from the beginning. I listed it as my 5th problem in what was killing my hype for the film, and it's come to fruition in the final cut. The main problem with Fantastic Four is the casting.
What?
I feel like unanimously that's one of the best things of the movie. I literally, even as somebody that personally said it, and other people have thought it too, they're tired of Pedro and was perfectly fine with him in this film. I said it, other people said it, and everybody that I saw the review of before and after, a lot of people was like, damn, Pedro and some shit again, but everybody said Pedro was good, and I think most people feel like Kirby, Vanessa, she was probably the standout. Vanessa was probably the standout person of the crew. I loved her as Sue. I really, really liked her as Sue. And Pedro, I'm cool. I'm personally, I'm like, damn, I'm Pedro again. But whatever, he did great. What do you mean is the problem with the casting? Right, Watts? It's like, that's a weird ass take.
This casting is so lackluster. It's so low energy, and they lack so much chemistry with each other.
This is what I already have my talking points ready looks like. This is as blatant of a misread of a film as you can
Roshan,
have.
I'm not hating. I like Pedro, but I like the same way they did Chris Pratt and Chris Hemsworth. Yeah, Chris Pratt and Chris Evans. All these fucking Chris's. Chris Pratt and Evans. They kept putting him everything. I didn't need Chris Evans to be Buzz Lightyear. Maybe Tim Allen didn't want to do it. I don't know. But I didn't need Chris Pratt to be Mario. Like, honestly, I like the Mario movie, but I still don't. I was okay, but Chris Pratt did not have to voice Mario. Y'all could have found another voice actor. I'm sorry. He's not even a voice actor, too. So let's set that aside. We have voice actors need work. Give the voice actors their work. Chris Pratt gonna be on the screen. Let him be on the fucking screen. Give the voice actors more. Shit. They already make less.
One thread you will see amongst every serious reviewer is that they love the cast and that they have chemistry.
Also, the cast I thought was great. Pedro Pascal's fame.
No, yeah, Watts, I did say, like, it worked. Like, I liked the Mario movie. He didn't ruin the movie, but I still kind of don't like it. I still wish somebody else did it.
Will be studied one day. Pedro Pascal's mustache is kind of his brand. Would he look more like Reed Richards if he shaved his mustache? Yes. Would he look more like Joel from The Last of Us if he could grow a beard?
Casey.
Yes. Was he a solid Reed Richards in this movie? Yes. The guy can act his ass off and he brings it. Also, his chemistry.
I just started watching this dude. I forgot his name because I'm new to his channel, the guy with the red background, and I like his reviews. He's good at reviews.
With Vanessa Kirby, I thought they were great as a couple. But Ben Grimm was great as the big rock monster with the heart of gold. I do feel the mid-2000s Fantastic Four did more with him, and I really like Johnny Storm too. Johnny Storm felt more like Johnny Storm.
Wait, Casey, please don't tell me this is another fucking Jeremy that reviews movies in games. What is with this name Jeremy reviewing games and shit? This is like the fourth Jeremy.
Than you've been told he's supposed to. But all in all, I really enjoyed Fantastic Four First Steps. Worth watching and worth buying on Blu-ray.
Pedro Pascal is excellent as Reed
Mario
Richards.
was
He's
a
really
fun
good in the
movie.
Vanessa Kirby is even better. She is excellent here. Joseph Quinn as Johnny Storm is really good too. But Eben Moss Backrack as Ben Grimm, aka The Thing, is probably my favorite character in the film. I think they got him really, really right.
I think yeah, Wise. I love that Johnny got to do something. I love it. Did I say Jeremy? Johnny. Too much going on. Johnny, yes, I love that they made him useful.
Each member of the Fantastic Four is pretty strong here, especially Ben. I think Ben was an absolute joy in every scene that he was in, and he was in a lot of scenes. In fact, I would say I even prefer it. I just would have liked more Ben because they did such a good job with the Thing here, I thought. They did a good job with pretty much all of the characters for the Fantastic Four. Johnny, I was very surprised with how much I liked Johnny here. That's a pretty difficult task to take a quippy character like Human Torch and make them not annoying and cringe in this era where everyone is so fatigued with comic book quips. Sue, I also think they did a good job with. She is a protective mother. She protects her whole family and wants to protect the world. And she is, of course, a very smart character that is extremely powerful. And then there's Reed. This one was going to be tough for a lot of people because a lot of people, myself included, are tired of seeing Pedro Pascal in everything. But man can act. He's good in the role.
There you go. The family stuff pretty well. You know, all the bickering and all the humor. I like the backstory that we get with them, like how they wrap that up very quickly. You know, there's enough chemistry between these actors in the movie to show.
I don't know what this podcast is, but I'm dead at the costume.
That as characters, they really do care about each other. They really love each other. And I think those smaller scenes are some of the scenes that works best for me.
And although I like Pedro Pascal, I was kind of like, oh, that would not have been my first choice for that role, but all right, I guess I'll see how he does. Absolutely nails it. I think anybody who was a doubter or an extreme hater of Pedro Pascal being Reed Richards, you're gonna have your mouth silenced.
See? Even if you hate Pedro, you cannot be mad at his performance. Bro, Moosey, you gotta relax.
See how after watching this movie, you still come out going, I don't buy him as Reed Richards. Like, if you're still thinking that after the movie, you just had your mind set and you were never gonna give him a chance. The other
just gave up the game on Shorty.
Standout of the movie is Vanessa Kirby. I remember early on we were hearing reports that maybe she would kind of be the main character of the movie, or a lot of the movie would be seen through her. While I still think it's very clear Reed is the leader and is given a lot to do, Sue Storm shines for completely different reasons that really made her such a more fleshed out character than in other iterations. Getting on to the other two members, starting off with Ben Grimm, Eben Moss, I think embodies the Thing very well. When it comes to Joseph Quinn as Johnny Storm, another casting choice I was slightly iffy on, or I just didn't know how I would feel about, and sold me.
You get the point. Dildo here blatantly admits this was something she thought before the film, meaning she wasn't going to change her mind no matter what, at least in her videos, because negativity sells.
And sure, you could dig into it and dig
yeah, Vanessa. Yeah. It's a bad blondie.
into what they do with the pacing and the editing and the writing that contributes to that. But for me, I contribute it to the actors, that they are not good as these characters.
He's so petty for that attribute.
What kept coming into my mind is that none of these actors really have a good screen presence. Like, compare it to a very lackluster movie like Thor: The Dark World, but everyone said that they like screen presence. Like, compare it to a very lackluster movie like Thor: The Dark World, but everyone said that they loved Tom Hiddleston's Loki because he was so charismatic as that character, and he just gobbled up the scenery around him.
What she's
he probably finna say it. Why do you think people like Loki? What's the reason?
Trying to say is that Loki told jokes, the literal thing she's criticizing the MCU for. His first scene in The Dark World is this.
Exactly.
I really don't see what all the fuss is about.
He delivers pretty well. He delivers well. No, he's saying not low key. He didn't say he don't like Loki. But no, Tom Hiddleston is great. And he's great because of his timing and the way he embodies Loki. But he is funny, and people like him being funny.
Do you not truly feel the gravity of your crimes? We are not gods. We're born, we live, we die.
Give or take 5,000 years. It is my birthright.
Your birthright was today!
It's not that I don't know about it.
Rashad, this nigga, you can't listen to him.
It's almost like it's hard to keep your talking points straight when they're not your own, huh?
But for this movie, none of the characters do that. It made me appreciate just how much star power the original Avengers had and how much chemistry the cast had with each other.
That's a weird position, considering Black Widow and Hawkeye were derided for much of their on-screen time. Scarlet was called flat and wooden, and despite Renner's best efforts, Hawkeye has been the butt of jokes since the Avengers.
Yep.
I know, because I've been criticizing CinemaSins for almost 8 years, and they hated Hawkeye. I'm old enough to remember people hating Chris Evans as Captain America, as they couldn't see him portraying the character. Once the movie came out, we got takes like these.
I couldn't read it.
Couldn't see him portraying the character. Once the movie came out, we got takes like these.
So people didn't like Chris Evans as Cap at first, and he said we got takes like these before the movie came out. Predictable script, boring and mundane action scenes. It's not overly insidious or badly acted or anything like that. It's just a big fat fart in the wind. You will move to the next movie quick. By the end of the year, you will forget Captain America, the first Avenger in your year-end review. In fact, you might as well forget about it right now. Score 50%. Crazy. I mean, Winter Soldier was better. But first, Captain America wasn't bad. It's a decent movie. It's decent. But everybody loves Chris Evans now as Captain America, though.
You are all banking your memories on Robert Downey Jr., who was by far the most charismatic actor in this franchise. Without him...
And he's also one of the biggest comedians of the entire series, while everybody acts like they just don't like humor in Marvel. Not everybody. These people act like they don't like humor in Marvel movies when the number one person you think about in the MCU is probably delivers the most jokes in the whole fucking entire universe.
The Avengers, no, the MCU, doesn't get off the ground, and that's a stone-cold fact. This revisionist history only works on the stupid among us.
Maybe it is meandering a bit in the beginning, but if the characters are really entertaining, then I don't care so much because I'm just here to sit with these characters. That's why I read Marvel Comics and why I would want to come to these movies. But
why would that make you
glad,
Roshan?
Very much B and C level. There was no one who really stood out. And on that note, I think that
no one stood out? Fam, Vanessa Kirby killed that shit. Like, golly.
In addition to just being the worst cast.
It is. It's so fucked up when you have to come out in the front and be like, I have this take that this movie's going to be bad, and when it's not bad, you have to fucking do damage control for your audience because they expect you to shit on it, but you can't really shit on it because it's undeniable, and now you say stupid shit like this. Casey, he's just silly. You can't mind. That's I don't know if you've been in here when Moosey been on there. He's literally just having fun.
Like, this is the worst ensemble cast I've ever seen.
He's just silly.
Film.
As you can see, this person is simply full of hyperbole and reeks of a person that is trying to salvage their prediction. It's clear to anyone listening that she started with her conclusion and is working backwards because there is no way anyone actually believes this is the worst ensemble in a comic book film when Blade Trinity, Batman...
Didn't see no Blade. Terrible Batman cast.
And Robin, the first Suicide
Terrible
Squad,
movie.
and Madam Web exist.
Didn't see it because I knew it was going to be terrible.
Do you think it's just a coincidence?
And you know what? I didn't make a movie doing victory laps on it because we all knew that Madam Web was going to be terrible. You know why? Because Sony does terrible with these Spider-Man movies. And there's no reason for this to exist. Why did y'all even choose? What was the fucking point of wasting your money on a movie like this and Morbius? Like, just sell the fucking properties and do something else, Sony. Make us a new TV. Innovate on the PlayStation. Maybe if you didn't put all this fucking money in these useless movies, we'll get a better fucking console and y'all didn't have to go up on the price on the subscription service and cancel all these fucking... I'm finna lose my mind. I'm actually finna lose my mind because Sony is spending all this fucking money on Venom that we are is lackluster, a shitty ass Madam Web that nobody wants, a shitty ass Morbius that nobody needs or wants. Meanwhile, you're going up on the fucking price of the Sony subscription. You're canceling the Last of Us a multiplayer game that everybody wants. You're making all these other fucking live service games that nobody asks for or cares about, and then you're making these shit movies. You spend that money could be towards making your service better and making better games. I just got pissed off. I know there's two different departments. I know there are two different departments. You got Sony Interactive Entertainment, and you got Sony the technology, and then the film and shit. The money is still getting pulled from Sony. And instead of making these shit movies like Venom and this and Morbius, did they make Kraven too? Did Sony make Kraven? They probably did. Sony probably made Kraven. Y'all have to sell off Spider-Man to try to recoup some of the losses of these shit fucking movies. You could have not went up on the price on your subscription services. You could have made better fucking video games. I just got pissed because I just realized how much money y'all wasting. Sell off all of your fucking Marvel hero properties to Disney. Just let it the fuck go. Nobody wants to see your fucking movies. You got lucky with Venom. Holy shit. I just got really upset. Oh my God, bro. That shit just it just hit me like it's Sony. You doing all this fuck shit with the PlayStation, and then you making crap movies that nobody gives a fuck about. Oh my God.
That this person whose channel that looks like this just so happens to hate the latest Marvel movie and is saying things contradictory to basically every well-respected reviewer. Do you really think this is just her opinion?
There was a portion of this film that I really loved, and it was when they were trying to escape from female Silver Surfer who was after their child, and the visuals looked great, and...
Hey, somebody ban Moosey, bro.
I liked the tone of it all, and I was like, this would have been a great Fantastic Four movie if you had a different cast, because that was my main problem with the film. But there's more than that. There's more than just the casting. There is a severe lack of character development in this film across the board. None of the Fantastic Four, none of them gets an arc in this film. Ironically, the only character that gets an arc in this film, which we'll talk about, is the female Silver Surfer.
Note the
what is the
mention of the sex of the character, which has nothing to do with the criticism that Dildo is levying against the film. Also, why is that ironic? Do you know
I'm playing y'all? Don't really ban Moosey. Don't ban him for real. But if I didn't know him, he would get banned.
Irony means one of the characters having an arc in a film is not irony. Further, it's clear you have no education in creative writing, as if you did, you'd know what a flat arc character is. Ignoring the fact that the characters in this film do have arcs, even if they didn't, that's not a...
In a flat arc, the character has no... I've never heard this term, flat arc. In a flat arc, the character has no significant interpersonal change as it is related to the major antagonist force or conflict in the story. This character already has everything they need inside in the face and conquer the story's obstacles, though it won't be easy personally or professionally, so who they are at their core will not change, but the circumstances of position in life might.
A negative to a story. You so-called film critics on YouTube always make me laugh with your attempts at calling out the writing of a film when it's blatantly obvious you people have no...
See, yeah, I don't have the verbiage to refute what she said, but I'm like, why are you acting like a movie can't have, like, every character has to have an arc for it to be good? Like, when she just, first of all, it's 4 people. That's difficult in and of itself if they haven't had their own thing going into it. But it's just like, I don't need everybody to have an arc, especially because we have 3 Fantastic Four movies and 2 of them are starting over. Like, just like Spider-Man, we don't have to see the Uncle Ben story again. We just don't. We know that part can we get to something a little bit more interesting? We don't need Uncle Ben no more. We do not need that story anymore. We don't. And I'm okay with that because we've seen it enough. We saw 2 different iterations of the Fantastic Four in modern film. It's okay. I don't have to get Ben's story. I just really don't. I'm okay. I know we can get into it, and they did. They tapped into it here and there. So it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Especially if you want to see this movie. And even if you don't know the Fantastic Four from the first 2 iterations, you get some sense they didn't leave it as the elephant in the room or the rock in the room, to where the boulder in the room, to where nobody's acknowledging this man as a rock. It's like they showed you that he still feels a way about how he looks. They let it be known that that's a thing, and maybe they'll address it later. We know this shit. We don't need an arc for everybody.
Idea what you're talking about. Every time one of you people mentions plot holes or bad writing, it's a huge red flag for me. And you just proved it, suggesting that it's a bad thing if the characters themselves don't have a positive character arc, as if that's the only type of arc in writing. It's not. Hurt. You don't know what you're talking about.
Roshan, you talking about Spider-Man? They caught us off guard with. They caught us with Aunt May. They caught us that shit. I shed a couple tears for Aunt May. I did.
Enroll in your nearest community college and go learn something. You are a rank amateur. Anyway, I think that's enough dildo for one sitting. Pardon the pun. I might lose my fucking marbles if I have to listen to this person waffle on any longer. Let's move on to Nerdrotic's take on why the movie that has not failed was doomed to fail.
It all started with Fantastic Four, and the Marvel fans know that. That's what created what we...
What that bill on that head? Big as fuck.
We know is the Marvel Universe.
Brim.
These characters.
That shit long as hell. One thing I always enjoy from grifters is how they are so
the Marvel Universe. It all started with Fantastic Four, and the Marvel fans know that. That's what created what we know is the Marvel Universe. We're these characters.
I got it.
Wait, why would he say that? It's because it was the first fam. Why would he say that? The Marvel Universe is technically Hulk. I mean, people try to attribute it to Blade because Blade was profitable, but it's really the Hulk. Yeah, the Aunt May got everybody, man. Like, man, I did not expect it, especially because we already know Ben is gone, and it's like, damn, you lose Aunt May too? She ain't supposed to die.
I tell you, one thing I always enjoy from grifters is how they are so opportunistic that they will contradict themselves if it means they can serve up a shallow dunk to their low IQ viewership. On the screen, Nerdrotic is posting a variety headline, one showing an obviously hyperbolic title. Remember, in our very last Exposing the Grift video, these jokers were deriding Variety because one of their reporters was trying to get a sensational soundbite. But I guess their sensationalism is all of a sudden okay when it appears to make a Disney product look bad, right? The funniest part about all of this is that Variety's headline is obviously dumb. Using the word craters suggests this type of drop-off isn't completely normal and expected behavior of the film-going audience. This is known as the second weekend drop, something that literally has a Wikipedia page. In the 20th and early 21st century, it was somewhat rare for a film to drop off more than about 45%, but due to the boom in streaming services since the pandemic and other mitigating factors, films dropping 60% or more in their second weekend has become the norm. According to the Los Angeles Times and BoxOfficePro.com, summer films and superhero films typically have a more significant drop in their second weekends, and First Steps is a summer superhero film. What I'm saying is, Variety knows this already, but is baiting people with a sensational headline, and Gary, being the opportunistic moron that he is, fell for the bait hook, line, and sinker.
Friends, it's been said that July of 2025 will decide the fate of the superhero film, and now that the month is over, we can definitively say it's not looking good.
Hey, I don't remember that scene from Superman.
Of the superhero film, and now that the...
I don't remember... Oh, I think I do.
The month is over, we can definitively
coming
say
out threw me
it's
off.
not looking good.
Definitively? I think you need a dictionary because we got two superhero
I'll be right back, y'all.
films released within weeks of each other, and both made their reported budgets back while competing against each other head to head. Superman is currently sitting at a hair under $600 million, and First Steps is likely going to end its run at around $500 million. That would be enough for both films to have surpassed the recent box office grosses of almost every film in their respective comic book company. Fantastic Four will outgross the entirety of Phase 5 MCU, and some of Phase 4 MCU, with the exception of Deadpool and Wolverine and Guardians 3, and Superman has already outgrossed every film released in the DCEU since Aquaman.
particularly with Disney Marvel, who just received another earth-shattering wake-up call. Some might argue that it's time for Kevin Feige to hit the panic button. Others might argue, like yours truly, that we're way past that. So let's not bury the lead here and get right to it. The Fantastic Four first steps might be Marvel's last steps.
How many times are you people going to say this dumb shit? Every year, it's Disney and Marvel are going to die off, and every year you're back watching, reviewing, and grifting off everything they release. If what you were saying were true, it would be time for you to hit the panic button, numbnuts, because this is how you make your living. 27 out of your last 32 videos.
Get the fuck on, boy. I had a kid to tend to.
Were Disney related, and that's not even counting your live streams. You're their biggest fan. You need them to exist.
Admittedly and unapologetically, I got a great
to take out that trash is hilarious.
deal of enjoyment watching the corporate legacy media and the influencers struggling to come to terms with the truth that they have been denying for years. Marvel is a damaged brand, and it was all self-inflicted, and this has already had a negative effect on DC, superheroes overall, because it's not just Marvel and DC, the theaters, and Hollywood. Just let this sink in. The 7th Dinosaur movie is going to soundly beat James Gunn's Superman and a Fantastic Four that is made and distributed by the company that actually owns them, Marvel.
But when you make that prediction, what are you saying? You know what I'm saying? Because you know what's so funny about this? You know what's funny about this? Because if we're being honest, if we're movie reviewers or critics, I'm not, but he is. And if you're an honest one, the reason you know that Jurassic Park is going to make more make more money than the Fantastic Four or Superman is because of the audience that you already know is going to be there. And if you go off of track records, it's probably not going to be that good. Like, as far as quality, the money it makes is the money it makes. Movies can make money and be bad, and make money and be good, or not make money and be good. So if you're going off of what you know, to be honest, if you're not one of these guys, if you actually, you know what I'm saying, getting up like, nah, we ain't never doing no Hassan shit. You funny as hell. Jurassic Park is probably not going to be as good as Fantastic Four. And for you to say that, you just hating on Marvel and Disney just because you know that's your shtick. And then it turns out both of these movies, according to audience, is better than Jurassic Park, but Jurassic Park made more money. It ain't about how much money you make. People go, Lilo and Stitch made more money than anything so far recently. I'm not saying it's bad. I didn't see it, but that's not a testament to the quality of the movie.
Time for a history lesson. In 2013, Warner Brothers released Man of Steel, the first film in Zack Snyder's answer to the MCU. That film went on to gross $670 million. 2 years later, Universal's answer to the MCU. That film went on to gross $670 million. 2 years later, Universal released Jurassic World, the fourth Jurassic Park film. That film went on to gross $1.67 billion.
Yes, so you know that it's going to make more money, but that does not mean it's a better movie.
The world's second highest grossing film that year, even beating Marvel's second Avengers film. In case your ears are a bit clogged, Jurassic World beat Man of Steel's gross by an entire $1 billion and beat Marvel's highly anticipated second Avengers film. For those that don't get my point, neither of these films stood a chance at beating a Jurassic Park film
Exactly. Like, we know, like, you know that Jurassic Park is gonna do more numbers than these movies. Like, that's a given. So comparing it makes no sense. And like I said, you know that base is going to go. Jurassic Park has a legacy that's built more embedded into Americans of all demographics than the MCU. And like you just said, it did bigger than Age of Ultron and shit. So it's going to make money. It's not a fair comparison at all. Just like I wouldn't compare a movie like Lilo and Stitch to the rest of these. So don't pretend like because this movie is finna make a lot of money that is going to make it better than the other films. That doesn't make any sense.
The box office, let alone in the same month. Superman isn't exactly a box office darling, with Man of Steel being the highest grossing solo Superman film ever. Other than Man of Steel and 2025 Superman, the only other Superman film to outgross a Jurassic Park film is Returns, which made a svelte $391 million in 2006, beating out 2001's Jurassic Park 3, which only grossed $368 million. The Fantastic Four simply faces a branding problem. They're not as popular as the X-Men or the Avengers outside of the United States. For a film only in its third week as of the writing of this video, its domestic gross is right in line with what we should be expecting. Look at Thor Ragnarok and Spider-Man Home.
See, Birdman finna probably piece some shit together that I just didn't know.
Coming, 2 MCU films released in Phase 3, what most people consider the height of the MCU's popularity. Notice that both of these films only had a domestic gross of about $300 million, and both opened around $117 million, exactly the opening weekend of Fantastic Four.
Damn, and that was when he said, the peak. If Spider-Man and what was the other one? Ragnarok, which is one people love and the best Thor movie. If Spider-Man Homecoming did 117 opening week, Thor did 122. I would expect that to be in the reverse, but whatever. And if Fantastic Four did the same numbers opening week, post-COVID, that is good. Movies are down, period. Across the board. Movies are not making the money they made post-COVID, and especially as streaming has become bigger in people's lifestyles. So if Fantastic Four did the same numbers as Spider-Man Homecoming in 2017, that actually says it's good. How many albums went fucking gold and shit like that in the 2000s and the 90s, and you know what I'm saying? Like when people were buying CDs, when you had no choice but to buy CDs, motherfuckers was talking about, yeah, that shit probably do 500,000, 700,000. You know, they might do $1 million. You know, they gonna do $1 million, 600,000. Now a good sales for albums is 300,000. I'm talking about hip hop. I'm sorry. I'm talking about hip hop. You know, so you lucky if you could do 200,000 sales of an album. Like if we scale that, that's great. If Fantastic Four did the same numbers as Spider-Man Homecoming in 2017,
and both opened around $117 million, exactly the opening weekend of Fantastic Four. As you can see, the film is performing about as usual as one can expect from an MCU film, at least domestically. And I'm not cherry picking. Here's Doctor Strange, Guardians 2, Far From Home, and
this is crazy. Far From Home didn't even get
domestically.
Far From Home didn't get 100 mil.
Here's Doctor Strange, Guardians 2, Far From Home.
Far From Home didn't even get to 100 mil. And Fantastic Four did. Wow.
Home and Civil War. Some made more, some made less, but the point is that they're all roughly in the same wheelhouse. The problem is, giant movies like these made the majority of their money.
That's actually crazy that Fantastic Four made more than Spider-Man opening week.
Internationally. As you can see with both Ragnarok and Homecoming, more than 60% of their final gross was due to the international community, and the international community doesn't respond well to IPs they are unfamiliar with. This exact thing happened with Iron Man. A not very popular character has a worse opening domestic weekend than First Steps, makes the majority of its money domestically, and finishes just under $600 million. But as the world got more familiar with the character as he stars in multiple Avengers films, his popularity began to grow until his final film made around the same kind of money as a typical Avenger.
That's crazy that because his popularity grew, he made the most money worldwide in Iron Man 3, and Iron Man 3 is probably the worst Iron Man of all 3 of the Iron Mans. Like, oh my God. That's what I said. I'm like, he probably finna put some shit into perspective that I just was unaware of. Iron Man 3 made the most money and is probably the worst Iron Man movie simply because of the popularity that came with it. Just like Jurassic Park. Jurassic Park gonna make all this fucking money even though Jurassic Park ain't been on shit for years, for decades.
Film. I can show you similar progressions for Captain America and Thor. Hell, even the biggest movie of all time made the majority of its money on the international market.
Damn.
My point is
it made 70% of its fucking money
Hell, even the biggest movie of all time made the...
It only... 26% of our Avatar's money is domestic. Shit. 27. And 73 was international. Damn.
Majority of its money on the international market. My point,
Iron Man 3 is, it's the worst of the 3 Iron Mans.
Is the world doesn't really know the Fantastic Four, and their branding suffered damage from the Fox films. First Steps is also facing the fact that film in general is down, once again, due to people waiting for streaming services, high prices at the theater, and China becoming more interested in their own films over imports. It's also competing for theater screens with Superman and Jurassic World Rebirth, along with the highly anticipated Weapons and The Naked Gun.
I saw Weapons. Y'all need to go see Weapons. I'm not interested in The Naked Gun. I'm sorry. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just not interested. Weapons is good. Weapons is good. It's really good. I probably buy that when it comes out. I'm probably gonna buy Superman and Iron Man. I don't dislike 3. I don't dislike it. I mean, the Mandarin was trash. Like they didn't do that well. But I like it. I will watch Iron Man 3. But yeah, it wasn't better than the first 2. Weapon. It depends on what you consider scary. It's not a slasher, blood, gore movie. It has its moments. But it's not based in the gore. It's a good thriller. It's a good ride. It's a good story. It's good acting. Everything is so much right about that movie. Of course, it's not perfect like any movie, but it's so much right with that movie. The storytelling, the pacing, the suspense, the jump scares, all that shit is on point. It's a thriller. It's not a horror. It's a thriller. It's not a horror.
Considering all of that, wait, you won't be considering all of that because it doesn't fit your narrative that Marvel is dying. Even though it made more money than both this year's MCU films you also claimed were evidence of Marvel dying. What's even worse is that the next 3 announced films in their lineup are a Spider-Man film and 2 of...
Wait, no. Oh my God. Y'all finna blow me. Roshan, what you mean you don't like demonic kids? Nobody said it was about demonic kids. Nobody said that. It's not that. I'm telling you right now. It's not demonic kids. It's a film about some kids that went missing in the classroom, and we're trying to figure out why. And there was one student in that classroom that did not go missing. And then the story is unraveling what happened to these kids going missing. But it's not demonic kids. It's not.
Avengers films, both of which feature multiverse shenanigans, teasing returns of popular variants like Fox's X-Men, and one of them has Robert Downey Jr. as Dr. Doom. I guess you're gonna have to wait until after.
It's gonna be really hard. These people can't sell us that nobody gonna see Spider-Man Brand New Day with that reputation, and then we got 2 more. To be fair though, a lot of people lost faith in Avengers because they don't have the same faces for Doomsday and Secret Wars, but it's gonna be hard to avoid. First of all, Robert Downey is coming back, so people gonna probably want to see that. But Secret Wars is gonna be probably on a higher scale than Civil War. That shit gonna be tough. I'm not making a strong claim, but we might see billions between Doomsday and Secret Wars. We could touch a bill. I think we can get to $1 billion between Doomsday and Secret Wars. I'm not making that a strong claim. I gotta see. I probably have a stronger claim when Brand New Day comes out. I'll say that. I can't watch those kind of movies at home. My wife can't do thrillers. Looks like I need to watch it at work. If you can't watch it with the wife, you can't watch it with the wife. I wanted to see it with my wife. She was a little shook though, cause I ain't gonna say why, but that's what it looked like. It's not demonic kids. It's not. I get why you saying that, but I'm just telling you it's not demonic kids. That's not what's happening. It's not demonic kids. I don't want to give the film away, but it's not demonic kids. They went missing. We need to find out why they went missing, but they're not demonic kids.
After 2027 for the death of the MCU.
And now questions are openly being asked like, how did we get here?
You serious?
Is this superhero fatigue?
Yes. I know.
And my favorite, maybe it's time to blame the audience.
What? Yes, I blame the audience just like I blame the voters. We ain't gonna get political, but I blame the voters and I can blame audiences too.
This is a weak attempt.
Because there's no reason that the Fantastic Four shouldn't have picked up some traction. A lot of people are just like, I don't know. But the Fantastic Four got good word of mouth and people still chose not to go for whatever reason. I don't know.
At playing to the crowd, Gary. That tweet makes a hell of a lot of sense. The point was that thoughtful films failing while stupid films make a ton of money speaks to how the audience interacts with film as an art form. There is something to be said about how you can just churn out nonsense and people show up for it. I mean, you explain why Lilo and Stitch and Minecraft have made more money than any American film this year without saying...
Exactly. A testament to what the fuck I've been saying. Lilo and Stitch and Minecraft and Jurassic Park made more money than Mission Impossible, which I heard was good. Didn't see. Superman is good, better than everything else. I didn't see Mission Impossible. I didn't see the first Lilo and Stitch Minecraft. Superman is better. Heard great things about F1. Didn't make more money. Fantastic Four, better. Didn't make more money. Then we got Captain America is number 10. I don't know how, but it's not better than apparently from other people, Thunderbolts didn't see it, but I like Brave New World, but I probably will like Thunderbolts better, maybe more than that. And Sinners, definitely better than most of these fucking movies. Below both of them, Final Destination Bloodlines, heard it was okay. Still need to see it. It's actually on my list. 28 years later, I even heard it was decent. So we cannot base a film's quality on the money it makes. You traumatized. Oh, Roshan, no, but no. You talking about Fantastic Four movies? No, this is nothing like those first two. No. Don't base how you feel about Fantastic Four on them first two movies, because those were Sony movies. This is Marvel.
Parents mindlessly showed up to give their kids something to do for a couple hours.
This is the picture perfect image and still shot of how much a film makes is not an indication on how good it is. And I don't know why these people they use numbers when it's to their advantage, and then when it's not, they ignore it. That's the thing about it. Like, what's the first one we get? Superman, which in my opinion is the best superhero movie this year. Thunderbolts is probably, I didn't see it, but according to most people, it's better than Brave New World. Sinners probably should be in the top 5 movies of this year as far as quality. So, like, let's come on, man.
By all accounts, it doesn't make any sense. Not a single film above Sinners is better than Sinners, and yet even Thunderbolts made more money. This is precisely why the box office conversation.
Rasta, I'm not even mad at not the Michael B. Jordan Fantastic Four, but the first two. I'm not really that mad at them. They're okay, like you said, for their time. But when you watch this one, you're gonna say, "Fuck that shit."
Is a stupid one. A film's box office gross has
exactly, TJ. Let's look at the ratings of the people that saw that movie.
Nothing to do with its quality. You admitted you liked Sinners, and yet a movie you don't like sits above it at the box office.
Woo! Yep, there we go. He said he likes, who is that? Who he talking about? Nerd He likes Sinners, and movies he don't like is above it in the box office. Therefore, you cannot, like he said, you cannot base a movie's quality off of how much money it makes. And then what's happening here on the right? Mission Impossible, The Final Reckoning review, a disappointing end. He didn't like it? And then Captain America is a disaster, but it did better than Sinners. Huh.
So why are we even talking about this, Gary? Whether these movies make $1 or $1 billion does nothing for you or I or the lemmings in your audience.
And my personal favorite from IndieWire, and yes, that looks like Iowan Grufford, but it's actually Johan Griffith, because only the Welsh could spell like that, recalls the Fantastic Four that made money. We were being true to the comic, while First Step suffered an unexpected blow at the box office this weekend. 20 years ago, a quartet of superheroes found success with audiences.
Wow, you can read sensational headlines, Gary, for a minute.
Exactly. Like, what the fuck? Are you comparing how much money a movie made in fucking 2008 compared to 2025 after COVID and a whole different dynamic of watching media? You're comparing that? Come on, bro. That's like me saying, like, yeah, Thriller went quadruple platinum. Why the fuck your album can't do it? What the fuck are we talking about? And I'm not comparing Fantastic Four to Michael Jackson, but the point is the dynamics was different of how shit can make money. Like, don't do that. Don't do that.
Minute there, you had me concerned. Anyway, this is stupid video padding. We get it. Outlets need headlines to get clicks. What is this, 2002? You don't know what
I'm gonna buy Sinners. I'm probably gonna buy Sinners. I'm gonna buy Superman, and I'm probably gonna buy Weapons. I'm gonna get Sinners. Yeah, I'm gonna get Sinners. I'm gonna get.
Bait is, Gary, your entire online existence is clickbait. Let's move this shit along.
But we're going to go with Variety's Fantastic Four craters by 66% in second weekend. Heavens to Murgatroyd, they use the word crater. How hyperbolic. Marvel's first family might not save the day after all. The Fantastic Four First Steps is quickly losing steam in its second weekend, signaling the comic book adventure isn't connecting at the box office beyond the film's core demographic of superhero fans. Heading into FF's second weekend, the box office analysts were projecting a 40 to 45 million opening weekend, and now it looks like it's just going to be a 40 million opening weekend, a 66% drop, which some will spin is on the high end of the low end, and this is the kind of bullshit we have to deal with. Like Deadline, who seems to take a little bit of exception with the usage of the word crater by their comrades over at Variety, by the way. Both of these.
Wait, it sounds like he's not crediting Deadline when these people love Deadline, when it suits their narrative. This is so funny.
These Access Media rags are owned by the same company, Penske Media. Craters is a big word, as 60 percentile drops are par for the course with superhero films.
You are coping and seething.
Ironic, considering this entire video is you coping. Deadline explained what I did. What is happening to Fantastic Four is typical. These films are all carried by the international audience, and as I've already stated, China, the world's second largest media market, is on its way to becoming the world's largest. Hell, look at the highest grossing film this year. 99% of its gross was entirely in China, and it's doing Avengers Infinity War numbers.
Damn.
This won't be the last Chinese film to do this. And
Damn.
with this meteoric growth comes a loss in American influence over media. Without the international audience, most films are going to sink. There are statistics on this. Actual numbers we can point to showing a 60% drop at this time of year for a superhero film is typical. It has nothing to do with cope. It's just reality, something you seem incapable of engaging with, Gary. That's why you liked Variety's take on this, because it seemingly agrees with the narrative you're trying to spin. You're just like the critical drinker. It's uncanny. He shits on Gina Carano until she does something he likes, then she's great. Variety has a reporter that clearly
I pointed that shit out too.
Dislikes Trump supporters. You cry about them. Then they release a silly headline and all of a sudden it's Deadline who's coping. What a fucking joke.
This painful fall is surprising for the Fantastic Four because the Marvel tentpole has the benefit of positive reviews and word of mouth. Well, we'll get to that, as well as a clear runway in terms of competition. Well, that part is true, and that's bad news for Hollywood because while the summer movie season isn't over, the summer tentpole season is.
If you haven't gotten it by now, this article is fucking stupid.
Damn
In
tariffs.
what universe is coming out a couple weeks after Rebirth and Superman, a clear runway in terms of competition? It's August, and those other two films are still in theaters. Fantastic Four was competing for screens with both these movies on release day and continues to do so. But again, Gary, being the opportunist that he is.
That's tough. I do think that if Fantastic Four had a better window of release, it would probably make way more. But competing with Superman, and like, first of all, Superman is more recognizable of a name than Fantastic Four for old and young audiences. I'd argue. You know, it's mostly millennials that had the two iterations of the Fantastic Four that probably cared, but you got younger people that Superman been coming out since ever. Older people, one of the first superheroes they saw on film, so
agrees with a very obvious lie.
Fantastic Four missteps, being on the high end of the low end, beats out things like The Marvels, which was down 78% in its second weekend. Captain America Black New World was down 68% in its second week.
This motherfucker just said Black New World,
which was down 78% in its second weekend. Captain America Black New World was down 68%.
These motherfuckers is just racist and don't give a fuck. Like, why is he acting like Sam wasn't handed the mantle that's not canon? Why is he acting like that's not canon? That Sam was handed the mantle to be Captain America, and he calling it Black New World, as if we didn't get how many movies with Captain America, Steve Rogers. Why is he acting like we didn't get that in spades? As if it happened, or like, oh, we got like 2 Captain America movies and now he's handing over the mantle. Bro, he did the first fucking 4 fucking phases of Marvel. What are we talking about?
8% in its second weekend, which is awfully close to Fantastic Four. Ant-Man Common Mania was down 70% in its second week.
What Mania?
In its second weekend, which was down 78% in its second weekend. Captain America Black New World was down 68% in its second weekend, which is awfully close to Fantastic Four. Ant-Man Common Mania was down 70% in its second weekend, and Thor Love and Blunder was down 67%.
Notice that Nerdrotic is literally showing evidence that these movies having this type of drop-off is typical, and he's...
That's funny as fuck. Like, it's literally like, oh, this is kind of normal. He's not showing like how other movies do in their second week. He's literally just showing a bunch of Marvel movies. Yes, that was not an accident. No, Roshan, he said Captain America, Black New World. He said, Ant-Man and the Wasp. He said Common Mania. I don't know what the fuck he said. And he said Thor, Love and Blunder, because Love and Thunder did bad. It was bad. But for him to, like he just said, No, that was intentional. Black New World. Because Captain America's black. He said Black New World. It was in purpose. So I'm wondering, how do you not see this as like, oh, this is just kind of what happens? Like, you need to show a movie that doesn't do this, and it has to sort out to be actually good. Like, you have to have both of those things. You have to show a movie that doesn't do it, and it has to be good. Because this probably happens to even good movies. And then if it starts off high, it will stay high, but but the percentage might still be in the same realm.
Somehow still thinks it's Deadline that was coping. He's showing evidence they were fucking right. You can't make this shit up. And I love the inclusion of Love and Thunder here too, because as much shit as that film gets, it's still made over $760 million at the box office with a higher second weekend drop off than First Steps. It's almost like Variety's headline is disingenuous, right, Gary? And that percentage drop offs don't tell the entire story, right, Gary? For shits and giggles, here's No Way Home. 67% drop off. Multiverse of Madness is 63.
Oh, he only so he chose the movies that people generally think are bad in the MCU, and I guess Birdman finna show that the movies that people think are good in the MCU had the same results. Let's see.
For shits and giggles, here's No Way Home's 67% drop off. Multiverse of Madness's 67% drop off. Avengers Endgame's 59% drop off. And Wakanda Forever's 63% drop off.
And Endgame is probably arguably the best movie out of all those, and it had the smallest drop off. But it's still not within. It's still within the same realm. Like, it's not nothing worth arguing over. 59% to 67. That's not worth arguing over.
Here's the evidence of this being normal and Variety's headline being hyperbolic. A 50 to even 70% drop-off is something we expect to see in 2025.
But not to worry, because according to Variety, The First Steps, the movie's actually called First Steps, is pacing to outgross this year's prior theatrical disappointments. I think the word you meant to use there was flops.
No, the word they used was correct. If you expected these movies to make more money, then they are disappointments. Flop has a correct definition and connotation, and in this context, a flop is a movie making less money than it costs to produce. As I explained in a previous video, we only
E.g. Rogue Elements, which is Critical Drinkers movie.
have two numbers to go by, and that's its reported budget and its gross. Neither of these films flopped because, again, a flop is defined as a film that made less money than it cost to produce. That's it. People attempting to add in the
that makes the most sense.
Marketing budget for a film makes no sense because
I'll be arguing with these people about this marketing shit.
That money wasn't used
because when they be like, "Oh, marketing," it's kind of like, dog, you want to add that in just to make it more difficult, because if that's the case, almost every movie would never get to make money. I'm not going to say that, like, not almost every movie, but most movies would be a flop if they can't recover marketing, because you don't even have the numbers, and then two is just so you could try to spin a narrative. It's like, oh no, they got to make more because they spent marketing on that movie. It's like, bro, what it costs to make the movie? All right, this the number. How much you make? All right, this the number. They made some money, bro. That's all it takes. That's all I fucking care about. If you're not getting the marketing numbers because you don't know what the fuck they are, then shut the fuck up.
To produce the film. These people are also forgetting that Disney makes money on the back end from merchandise sales related to these films. Popcorn.
Argument made. Because if you're going to count marketing cost to the money they need to make, then you need to contribute the money that they make for merchandise that they might sell. These people be making clothes, they be making getting paid to add their shit with food and shit. Like all the collaborations they make and make sales off of, where they get percentages, factor all that in. If you're gonna factor in marketing cost, factor in the money they make on merch. That's fair. That's fair. If that's your argument, or we could just go off what the movie costs, and then it'll be a fair balance and we have everything under control. To be fair, Roshan, I thought that too. I said, could marketing play into the cost? But I think the budget is strictly the film. And then I think that it wouldn't be included because they may not go into it knowing what they will spend. And some films may not spend much of anything on marketing. So I think But I get why you would say that, because I thought that too. I'm like, wouldn't that kind of be included? Like, they might be like, all right, we only got X amount to spend on marketing. But I don't think that's how it works.
Buckets, clothing articles, Disneyland merchandise, toys and Lego sets, and even video game collaborations all contribute to the amount of money Disney makes off these movies. These films also, without fail, shoot to the top of Disney Plus when they release, meaning there is tangible profit Disney makes by featuring these films.
Quick math, $9.99 times 150 million subs, which equals 1.5 billion a month. Whew. November 2024 makes 5 years since Disney Plus became the go-to streaming platform for Marvel, Pixar, Star Wars, and all Disney branded content. Today, Disney on SVOD service has over 150 million subs worldwide. It continues to be one of the top 10. But yeah, I just wonder if these movies make people turn around and sub to their stuff. We don't know.
On a service they have over 100 million subscribers on. So if you're going to try to include marketing costs in your petty and pedantic crusade against these films, don't forget the billions they make on the back end, of which the MCU alone has garnered Disney over $40 billion in merchandise sales, literally more than every MCU film combined.
You hearing me? I hear you. Dude.
And I'd really like to hammer this point home with the screenshot taken from my subreddit. In it, you can see James Gunn answering the question of whether his film needed to make $650 million to break even. This is a tired and oft-repeated lie propagated by grifters and spread by parrots. I have already spoken about this at length, but once again, the numbers people are spreading online are false and misleading. Gunn corroborates everything I've been saying here. Anyone saying that doesn't have an understanding of the film business, and we would be idiots to make a first-in-a-franchise film that would need to make that much to be profitable. Straight from the horse's mouth. So please, stop repeating this bullshit. Both Superman and Fantastic Four are already profitable, and anyone telling you otherwise is lying or don't know what they are talking about. At one point, everyone believed the sun revolved around the earth.
Hey, James Gunn just basically let it be known. He said, stop saying that shit because it don't make sense. Because if the rule of thumb that they be talking about is 2.5 times the cost, and now it's like, okay, the first installment of a film franchise, we got to make $650 million in 2025? No. If you think we doing that, then we clearly don't know what the fuck we doing, and that's not the case. That should shut all that shit up. That means stop saying this shit. It's one of those truisms. Stop saying that shit as if it's just standard and there's no real concrete evidence of it. Stop it. Because that makes so much sense. A director of a film said, you want us to think that the first installment of a franchise should make $650,000 to be profitable. No, go to hell.
Dumb and I can't read.
Just because a lot of people are saying something doesn't mean it's correct. And this stupid ass rule of thumb argument you people keep making is fucking false.
Outgrossing Captain African American and Thunderbolts.
It wouldn't be a Nerdrotic video without a pinch of racism or bigotry. It's unnecessary and not even funny jabs like these that create incels like the first little goblin in this video.
So that makes Fantastic Four First Steps not only the best Disney Marvel flop of the year, it's the highest grossing box office bomb of the year. See, I can play the spin game too. You're the tallest midget, you're the smartest
things Gary tells himself in the mirror before he doesn't wash his face in the evening. One word, homie. Retinoid.
And this is a rare day because I agree with Paul Tassi on Forbes when he says it's difficult to spin this. I would also agree with him when he says this is far from a roaring "we're back" war cry, which Disney Marvel absolutely, positively needed. He continues, it's not quite clear what happened here. Actually, Paul, it is, but we'll let you have your say. The film reviewed well among critics, and 86%, well, that's par for the course, really well among fans at 92% on Rotten Tomatoes. A site where the audience score outside of television is incredible since the Captain Marvel fiasco, a site that has the Thunderbolts rated higher than Iron Man, and the Marvels with an audience score of 79%.
Now who's blaming the audience, you fucking hypocrite? And of course you're campaigning for TV show ratings on Rotten Tomatoes, where no one can actually prove they've watched the thing and is, like Metacritic, subject to review bombs. Because who wants accountability and verifiable evidence when we can galvanize our audiences to go and misuse the site so that we can post screenshots saying, see, I'm right about this thing sucking, because my audience went there and left a bad review even though they didn't see it. Gary, you are fucking pathetic, dude. 56 years old and still acting like a high school bully.
Slightly, but not much more credible would be IMDb 7.4 out of 10, and Metacritic has it as 6.7.
Neither of these sites are more credible than Rotten Tomatoes for film.
Ain't that hilarious? He uses the least credible out of the top three. Most people go to one of these three sites to look up reviews for films, and he disregards the one where your review has to be verified that you at least paid for a ticket for this film. He disregards it. That's hilarious. And it's just so fucking telling.
Acting like a high school bully.
Slightly, but not much more credible would be IMDb 7.4 out of 10, and Metacritic has it as 6.7.
Neither of these sites are more credible than Rotten Tomatoes for film reviews. You're saying places where you don't have to prove you've actually purchased a ticket for a movie are more credible than one you do. That is literally backwards. This is a blatant attempt at grifting. He's telling the audience what they want to hear, that Rotten Tomatoes is the enemy while promoting what is the film review.
It's just so funny, though. The website where you have to verify that you actually saw the film, he doesn't want to regard that. That's why I only show Rotten Tomatoes. When I be telling people about Rotten Tomatoes views, they be like, oh, I don't care about reviews. I'm like, it's not to make you feel a certain way about a film. It's just to show you that, one, these people have to verify that they actually saw the film to leave a review, and two, it's just a general idea of how people feel. It's not to say like you gotta agree with how people feel. If you don't like a movie that got 100% on Rotten, you don't have to like it. I'm not gonna say you can't like it. You don't have to like the movie. But for you to be like, no, that shit trash, and act like what you saying is the standard, and I'd be like, well, it got a 96 on Rotten Tomatoes by the people that paid to see the movie and leave a review. What do you have to say about that? I don't give a fuck. I'm like, okay, well, you don't have to care, but I mean, most people would disagree with you. That's all. Just know most people don't agree that this movie is trash. So it's not to make you change your opinion. It's just like, well, there's a standard here versus IMDb and Metacritic where people could just go and fucking rage out and leave bad reviews on shit because they want to be a nerd-erotic fan.
Equivalent to 4chan. On Rotten Tomatoes, the verified audience score is from people who have purchased a ticket for that film through Fandango. It doesn't eliminate every troll, but it mitigates the vast majority of them, as you have to pay to play. And as we all know, lonely trolls that follow these motherfuckers are broke as fuck. Thus, Rotten Tomatoes is a more reliable source for audience film reviews because the review is less likely to be fake. Gary doesn't like that because his audience can't manipulate the scores as easily as they can on Metacritic and IMDb. These sites can be reliable when there isn't a large gulf between the critics and the audience. If they both love or hate something, the score is potentially a reliable barometer of the property.
And this brings us to the question of why the Fantastic Four First Steps failed, something that's perplexing those influencers and Access Media members.
What's perplexing me is why it's taken you 9 minutes to begin answering the question your video's title poses. Up until now, you've just been reading an article. Who the fuck are you, Ryan Cannell? I'm here for an organized shit take. Chop chop.
According to box office analyst Jeff Block, Fantastic Four is not a top-tier Marvel franchise. Never has been. Remember, this ramps up into the Avengers. That's the real payoff. All right, considering that the top-tier characters in Marvel have either been killed off, not recast, or completely neutered, I have a question for you, Jeff Block, and everyone in the audience. Who are the Avengers?
Captain America, the Hulk, Thor, Spider-Man, Black Panther, White Privilege Vision, War Machine, Kate Bishop, She-Hulk, Doctor Strange, Captain Marvel, Shang-Chi, the Falcon, Ant-Man, potentially Wolverine and Deadpool, Wonder Man, Ironheart, and hell, I haven't even named the Avengers, who could potentially team up with Sam Wilson to take on greater threats. They have a crazy amount of characters to pull from. Those were just all I could think of.
And they don't own their biggest characters.
And not all of them are disliked. Like they want to pretend like everybody don't like the people because we don't have Tony Stark and Steve Rogers and Natasha and Black and well, people don't even like Hawkeye, so you know I ain't gonna name him. But I liked Hawkeye, but a lot of people don't. But they don't have 3 or 4 of your favorites anymore, and they got everybody else, and y'all pretending like we don't have people to look forward to in these Avenger films.
For Spider-Man, I would disrespectfully disagree.
What even is this? Spider-Man was called an Avenger in Infinity War. They didn't own him then. You're just saying shit. Brand New Day is an MCU film that will likely bring in another $1 billion with billion.
He said it too. I said Spider-Man might hit a bill. But I'll feel better about how I think that the 2 Avenger films will do afterwards when I see how Brand New Day does. But Brand New Day has the potential to hit a bill. White Privilege is wild, by the way. Where the fuck is he? Where's who?
In merchandise. Cope.
The answer to this mystery, my friends, is really quite simple. Miscasting and overexposed Pedro Pascal as Marvel's smartest man, Reed Richards, a female Silver Surfer, and nerfing one of Marvel's greatest villains, Galactus, in a third act that goes full.
White Privilege Vision. The video when he said white privilege. No, people like the Spider-Man movies. But when I saw that what did it say? Homecoming did the same amount of money as First Step. That kind of threw me for a loop. People like all the Spider-Man movies for sure. No, I don't. Generally, people like Spider-Man movies. You said what? Vision's dead, isn't he? Isn't Vision's dead? But even though he did say, "Oh, the white Vision," I don't know. Where the fuck is he? I don't know. He did say that like he's alive. I don't know where the white Vision is.
MCU ruined any chances of this film succeeding.
That's your answer?
Those full M-shirts, a female Silver Surfer, and nerfing one of Marvel's greatest villains, Galactus, in a third act that goes full MCU ruined any chances of this film succeeding.
That's your answer? I don't know what I expected, but believe me, my expectations were low. You still somehow limboed under them. Citing Pedro Pascal as one of the reasons a film might fail is insanity. Pedro is beloved by the majority of the movie-going audience, and no, Trump supporters aren't a part of that movie-going majority. They've sworn off Hollywood a long time ago. He, along with the Silver Surfer, were elements of this film that were widely praised, you dolt, and that's important because you go on to talk about things that only a person who has seen the movie would be.
Neurotic talks about the fate of Galactus as being one of... I love Birdman, but I hate when he do this. He puts these long posts up because sometimes you just listen to him and you'll miss stuff like this. If you just listen and you don't know what's happening on the screen. Neurotic talks about the fate of Galactus as being one of the reasons the movie failed. This doesn't make sense, as you'd have to have seen the film to know this. Outside of engaging with spoilers, someone who's interested in the movie someone who's interested in the film would be unlikely to do. Makes a lot of sense because you don't know what happens with Galactus unless you saw the movie already. So you can't say that it's a reason it hurt the movie. And like you said, unless you engage with spoilers, and the general public does not engage with spoilers.
Be able to know with what happens to Galactus. You're also inadvertently admitting you're not a real comic book fan by calling Galactus a villain. He's not a villain. Galactus just is. He consumes planets because his purpose is to use...
It is funny that a lot of people just think because somebody's going against the quote-unquote good guys, that the other person's a villain, when that's not always the case.
That energy to birth the next universe. What you just said is the equivalent of calling the sun a villain because its UV rays are harmful and cause cancer, forgetting that those same rays are essential to all life on this planet, which wouldn't surprise me. Again, retinoids. Galactus may be portrayed as an antagonist, but that doesn't make him a villain, and a real comic book fan understands that.
Exactly, Rasta. Yeah. Eren Yeager is not a hero, but he's not a villain either. I would never call him a hero, and I also would not call him a villain. You're right. That was a good example. Yeah, Aaron's not a hero or a villain.
A distinction.
Now, would this film have done better with a properly cast Reed and a properly cast male Silver Surfer? Yes, with some obvious tweaks to the script.
But we already have that answer, Nerdrotic. Oops. Looks like you don't know what you're talking about yet again.
Wait, I didn't look at the numbers. 300,000 worldwide. I think this new Fantastic Four already. Okay, he did the adjusted. Come on, he had the adjusted inflation. So the budget was 202, domestic was 90, total was 470. Okay, so adjusted is 470. But the new one, I don't remember how much the new one made.
Properly cast male Silver Surfer, yes, with some obvious tweaks to the script.
But we already have that answer, Nerdrotic. Oops. Looks like you don't know what you're talking about yet again.
As far as ramping up to whoever the hell the Avengers are, it's clear not that many people care anymore. And as far...
So that just said 400. So today, Fantastic Four, Rise of the Silver Surfer with Norman Rad made $470 million. Let's see. Let's see what this made, what the new one made to date. I don't have IMDb Pro. It already made $443 million. So it made twice as much as the budget. They made twice as much as the budget. So they made some money. They made money. And it made 470. So they good. Like they good. They made their money.
And again.
As far as ramping up to whoever the hell the Avengers are, it's clear not that
he's pretending like having a Shia LaBeouf was going to hurt it.
Many people care anymore. And as far as that good word of mouth is concerned, well, that 66% drop says otherwise.
You're not being honest here. Fantastic Four has made more money than Thunderbolts and Brave New World while facing much better competition than those films did. That shows there is interest in this property. Could this film have benefited from better competition than...
I missed what he said.
Honest here. Fantastic Four has made more money than Thunderbolts and Brave New World while facing much better competition than those films did. That shows there is interest in this property.
That's fucking telling. See what I'm saying? Like, it's just shit that you don't really pay attention to. Captain America and Thunderbolts did not have the same type of competition as Fantastic Four, and it still made more money. So that's why I said it earlier in this video. I was like, if Fantastic Four came out at a different time, it probably would have made way more money. But it has Superman and Jurassic Park and fucking now Weapons competing with it. That's a lot of competition. Captain America and Fantastic Four did not have the same level of competition as Fantastic Four, and it still did better than both, and will end up doing better than both because they're not in the theaters no more. So like, damn, like this is why I fuck with Birdman. It's just like, and it's not him like cherry picking info. It's like it's giving you the full picture of what's happening when he compares it to how film used to do, how film does in the second weeks in general, how superhero films do in the summer, how superhero films compete against other superhero films, how superhero films can compete with other big IPs, and it still performed better than its other two Marvel films, even though regardless of how you feel about the other films, it is performing, is making more money if you're going to talk about money.
New World while facing much better competition than those films did. That shows there is interest in this property. Yeah. Could this film have benefited from dropping in August? All evidence points to yes, and that competing against Superman and Jurassic World wasn't the best financial idea. Yeah. Again, the percentage drop-off has nothing to do with anything you're trying to convey. No Way Home is a $2 billion film that had a higher second-week drop-off percentage than Fantastic Four. You're not saying anything of value.
And it's not like that drop was off a good first weekend. It was off a very mediocre one.
Gary is, again, lying to you. A $117 million domestic opening weekend is average for a character's first MCU film. Doctor Strange and Guardians had similar opening weekends.
112 mil to 128 mil opening weekends.
While movies like Thor opened with less.
93 mil.
The difference is, other, bigger films had the privilege of being boosted by the international community, and the world has since changed economically.
And no, I'm not going to let this particular subject go because
ignoring the economic shift of things is disingenuous.
Ended up to be true. Gender swapping the Silver Surfer was an incredibly dumb decision made by
No, it wasn't.
A lot of highly paid people.
I'm perfectly fine with Shia LaBeouf in this film.
Including Kevin Feige.
It didn't hurt the film at all.
Feige, who should be fired for it because they should know better than anyone else that one bad casting decision can kill your project in the crib.
What evidence do you have that Shia LaBeouf is the catalyst for this film supposedly failing? What sources are you pulling this from? And no, Gary, your ass is not a source. Also, this is not a gender swap. Shia LaBeouf exists as the Silver Surfer in the comics. This is not what gender swap means. A gender swap is like making Tony Stark a girl and spelling Tony T-O-N-I. This is an original character from the books. She is Silver Surfer in the books. They tell you at the beginning of this film that this is not the main MCU timeline. Just like the books, Shia LaBeouf becomes the Silver Surfer in a different timeline. What part of this aren't you getting? We already got Norrin Radd in Fox's Fantastic Four universe, and he didn't help that film make a lot of money. So you're just blaming this on a woman and
right.
Being a misogynist.
It is kind of weird for them to act like, oh, Norrin Radd would have made all this fucking money because men care about men being in films. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro.
Like always, you piece of shit.
And here we are. Again. Now, was it a big reason this movie failed? Yes. Was it the only reason? No. Pedro Pascal fatigue is real, especially when we're talking about a guy who's never been a box office draw. I don't think I'm going out on a limb by saying he immediately turns off a large portion of the potential audience, and to think otherwise is just naive.
Which audience are you referring to? Because it can't be the American one, as this film is performing normally domestically. So the only audience you can be making this case for is the international audience, and I have a hard time believing the international audience has so-called Pedro Pascal fatigue, especially since his international box office is more than double his domestic.
And while I credit Disney Marvel for finally giving Jack Kirby the credit he deserved decades ago in your films, with that tribute at the end, I would say you would show him more respect by actually adapting his characters as he intended.
And what do you mean by as he intended, Gary? Because it sounds to me like you believe Kirby was in any way bigoted, and unfortunately for your narrative, the Jewish Kirby fought in World War II and had a zero-tolerance policy for fascists or racists, specifically stating that he'd beat your ass if you even liked Hitler. On what planet do you think a guy like this would be on your side of this issue? You're also forgetting that Lee was instrumental in the creation of these characters, and he very specifically states that the majority of his characters look the way they do because that's just what was around him at the time of their creation.
We have a black one, Marvel has called a Black Panther, which will be a movie pretty soon.
Why not a Latino?
Pardon me?
Why haven't we?
Oh yeah, no, the Michael B. Jordan one was trash. Period. It was worse than the first two. The first one was, you know, they had the Fantastic Four and then they had the Silver Surfer. Those first two was better than the Michael B. Jordan joint.
You had a Latino.
That's what I'm working on.
I know. Why not?
Absolutely.
You would think, well, that's late, isn't it?
See, the thing is, normally when I would sit down to write about a superhero, I think of a normal American one because I'm American and I'm surrounded by, you know, in this country. But lately I've been thinking we've got to be more worldwide.
As the Fantastic Four were created in the 60s.
I just love how people try to pretend like Jack Kirby and Stan Lee was like super like white power, like, and they just weren't. It's just hilarious to me that they be acting like people think like them and they just don't.
What would have been around him were mainly white people, and they simply reflected that reality. But Lee and Kirby were both what we would call progressives in 2025, so if they were alive today, it almost goes without saying they'd give this film their stamps of approval. You have zero evidence to the contrary.
Garrett, roll out Peter Jackson.
We didn't want to put any of our own baggage. I mean, we had no interest in putting our messages into this movie, but we thought that we should honor Tolkien by putting his messages into it.
Words every single creative should internalize before taking on somebody else's work.
This is a nothing burger. First Steps isn't an overtly political film. This is what I mean when I say simply the inclusion of other people is political to you morons. Apparently, Pedro didn't get the job because he's good at acting. He's here to push... What? Again? I mean, you were okay with Yoan playing the character, and he's Welsh, not American, as Reed is. So it's okay for a Welsh actor to portray the character? But that's not...
As long as he's white, yep.
What Kirby intended, right? Or are you saying that all white people are the same? Because I got some Germans from the 40s that have some very particular views on that topic. You know, your role models.
Some people might not want to hear this, but it might be time to stop putting all the blame on the studios or creatives for underperforming movies. Well, who is there left to blame? It might be time to start looking at the intelligence level of the moviegoers. Now, Johnny Boy, it looks like you're frustrated because a large portion of the public doesn't agree with your opinion. But it seems you, well, maybe have never known or at least forgotten the same thing the studios have in Hollywood. The customer is always right.
Anyone who has worked any time in customer service knows that is abject bullshit.
Yes, that's another truism. The customer is always right. Bull fucking shit. I'm sure some of y'all have worked in service in customer service and you know, with fast food or anything. No. More often than not, the customer is wrong. More often than not, the customer is fucking wrong. That's something the customer made the fuck up. And unless you work in that industry, no, absolutely not. He is 1000% correct. No, the customer is not always right. They're mostly wrong. But you can't tell them that if you want your business to survive. That's all that really means.
The customer is almost never right, and those that are usually aren't assholes about it. Besides, this is film.
Right, and like he said, the ones that are, they're not a dickhead. That was a good caveat. When you are right, you're not like incensed about the situation.
The artists are always right. The consumer's opinion is their own. If studios adopted your backwards view on this, they just cast Sydney Sweeney and everything and make her flash her titties in every movie until you all got tired of her. That's not how art works. Artists have a vision and they try to execute it to the best of their ability. This movie was the artists being successful at executing their vision. Whether or not that art is financially successful is immaterial to the execution of that vision. McDonald's sells a lot of hamburgers, but which tastes better? That or one made by your beer-gutted uncle at the family reunion?
Real burgers is way better than Mickey D's.
With respect to the returning subscribers who've probably heard this all before, but for the new ones, welcome who haven't, I'll recap this, but try to keep it brief. It turns out it wasn't a good idea to kill Tony Stark and kill or age out Steve Rogers. Turns out it wasn't a good idea to make Thor a himbo turn Hulk into Mark Ruffalo and not recast T'Challa.
Well, it does seem like a broken clock is right twice a day, because you finally said a couple things I agree with. As awesome as Endgame was, it does appear that killing Tony and effectively killing Steve weren't the best ideas moving forward.
Yeah, I think they could have phased them out of the MCU in a way that didn't have to kill them. So now if they appear as these characters, it feels like y'all doing that because y'all know y'all hurting. Yeah, they didn't have to kill them, but I don't know. So I kind of disagree. Tony, it just, nobody wants Iron Man to die, but it felt so fucking heroic because he was the start and the end of that phase of Marvel's run. It is something about that art and that decision that made me feel good that they chose to do it because it was bold. But you know, you want to keep seeing Iron Man. You don't want him. He's going to get older. You know what I'm saying? Like, how would y'all feel to see fucking Lethal Weapon 5 right now? So it's just like, you know, I get wanting Iron Man to stick around, but for me, the boldness and the way he went out felt deserved, you know. Yes. It's like you said, Rasta, like it's the cinema is just perfect. Like you said, to accept Iron Man and to go out as I'm Iron Man, it was just like you said, just the vision and the story that was told in all these years just felt so good that I wasn't upset that they killed him. So if you want him to stay, I get it. I want him to stay. But it feels so good the way they made him go out, which is why I have a gripe with The Last of Us Part 2, because you didn't respect the character. You respected Tony Stark's death. It was respectable. That's the problem.
And yes, Marvel should have definitely recast T'Challa. Fortunately, they're correcting all those things, as they will all be recast in the future, as confirmed by Kevin Feige.
Shit, I feel like recasting Iron Man gonna get y'all a new problem that you don't need to have. Shit. That might be people gonna hate whoever it is, probably.
As for Thor and Hulk, I maintain that Hulk is fine as he is. They just need to give him more to do. And Thor is also fine, he just needs to be wrested from Taika's warm, alive hands. But I noticed that you didn't include Scarlett Johansson's character. Probably because she has a vagina.
Turns out it wasn't very forward-thinking to bypass decades of comic books that sold in the millions to adapt canceled comic books that sold in the thousands.
Nerdrotic strangely showed She-Hulk when referring to comics they should have adapted.
Turns out it was downright retarded to bring Kang into the MCU, and everything that preceded his appearance was his will canonically. And then you can the character, making it all for naught.
This is that second time where the broken clock is right. I agree. No notes.
Turns out it was ill-advised to spam a bunch of crap content for which even if half of it was good, you wouldn't have this problem.
I'm fine with opinions and all that, but Marvel has released 17 TV shows as of this writing, with WandaVision, Falcon and the Winter Soldier, Loki, What If, Hawkeye, Moon Knight, Miss Marvel, Agatha All Along, Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man, Daredevil Born Again, and Eyes of Wakanda all getting great reviews from the critics and audience. And remember,
okay, so I guess he just named the ones that did good, even though Eyes of Wakanda had a crazy audience rating. I don't know why he said it did good, but okay, so he didn't say She-Hulk, Echo. Were those the only ones? She-Hulk, Echo. Even What If had a bad review on there, but it's different because it got seasons. The last season of What If was bad. The first two was good. This last season of What If, I didn't like it. But everything else, I enjoyed most of Marvel shows. But yes, I didn't finish Echo, but I guess it didn't do good. He didn't include it, so I guess it didn't, as I said. And he didn't include She-Hulk, which I guess got bad reviews. I'm not that mad at She-Hulk. It was okay.
This is important because you specifically use Rotten Tomatoes for TV shows, Gary, so there's no getting out of this one. That leaves us with 13 out of 17 TV shows that, by your own metrics, are good shows. So, what school did you go to where you learned 4 out of 17 was half? Hey, what's up, everybody? It's your friendly neighborhood editor, Birdman here. So, for the discrepancy that you see on the screen with the Eyes of Wakanda score, I wrote this video a while ago, and it's taken me a while to get through editing, and today was the day that I wanted to grab the screenshot, and it has subsequently come down since
That's funny. He definitely addressed it. That's funny.
What I wrote. I left it in the video because, you know, if nothing else, I'm honest, and I'm going to put in what's actually there. I'm not going to, you know, try to manipulate footage or manipulate a screenshot or, you know, give you an old screenshot. That's what it is today as of the editing of this video. So, yeah, I'm still right. Obviously, it would be, 12 out of 17 instead of 13 out of 17. So the point that I was making is still correct. It's just one of them had a discrepancy, and I left it in the video so that you can actually see that discrepancy. So.
And it turns out that was due to casting directors and writers based on their identity rather than hiring them based on their ability. But I'm not without solutions. Marvel Studios, maybe you should consider mixing in a couple of straight people to your marketing team.
So what I love about being a part of this universe is the diversity and the inclusion, and like, so people can recognize that people who look like you are out here. For all the young black boys and girls out there, I'm here. So.
Ew, that's nasty, man.
And with the blatant.
God damn, bro. He said I knew. Oh, Rasta, you never saw his face, bro? I didn't know you didn't know how he looked. He don't hide this. He's not one of he does this for editing, but he's not like a no face content creator. I didn't know you didn't know how he looked. Yeah.
And homophobia, we're going to bring this video to a close.
It's funny though that you say you knew he was black, because as proper as he speaks, you still know he black. Well, shit, you can tell by the way he talk, like the way he even presents his content. You should know he black. So
I'm surprised that the worst people on the internet also have no clue what they're talking about. But knowing what you're talking about,
he's also a voice actor. If you didn't know.
What brings in the views, only inflammatory garbage, apparently. I am surprised with the amount of slurs and literal asking for the non-inclusion of gay people, and who are we kidding, black people, that this video is still available on this platform and monetized, no less. I guess YouTube's community guidelines are just for show. In any case, it should be interesting watching the MCU over the next year or so. With 3 back-to-back-to-back juggernauts announced as of the writing of this video, we should have a full year of cope from these people. My only hope is that by then, the DCU is also putting out bangers, so they can choke on this superhero dick until the end of time.
Yeah, for sure. Like I'm not saying you would have assumed it, but some people, some people do think that. But yes, before I ever saw Birdman's face, I did assume he was black. But I think I assumed it just because of the way he covered his topics. But yeah, I didn't know you didn't know that how he looked. I thought that maybe I covered in something and he showed his face, but I guess I didn't. That's funny. Yeah, bro. Yeah, he seemed like a normal dude in general. Like, I see some of his behind the scenes content. He seems like a normal dude. I am going to tuck my kids in, and I'm going. Damn, D Nice came through this bitch again. WG came back like W Street. I'm finna. I gotta tuck my kids in, but I got a few more things to cover before I get off here tonight. I'm just going to play my own content if y'all ain't seen it. I'm gonna play my own content. I'm gonna play my Candace Owens video while I tuck the kids in. It's not long. It's a few minutes. And if y'all haven't seen it, you get to see it. I think it's a funny video. But yeah, I'm hopefully, I'm gonna shut it off when I come back. I'm not gonna come back and finish it, but I'm gonna let this play. Y'all enjoy that video. Tuck my kids in, get them ready for bed and stuff, and I will be right back. All right. Here we go. Never on her side, but it's not just for any random reason. Candace Owens always. I decided to make this video because I found a very interesting phenomenon that occurred every single time I talked about Candace Owens. For those that are new here, I am not a Candace Owens fan whatsoever. I think she's a disgusting human being. I think she's a liar. I think she's a grifter. And I think she is just purely an evil being. So pretty much whenever I talk about her, I'm never on her side. But it's not just for any random reason. Candace Owens always is lying. She disregards facts. If she learns new information, she doesn't take it in if it doesn't coincide with how she feels about things. So she doesn't ever seem to grow from any new experiences. So I criticize her for it. Now I expect to get some hate comments here and there. It happens under almost anything I post. I'm gonna have people that like what I have to say, and there's gonna be people that don't. But this is very unique, the way people talk about me when Candace comes up. So I'm not going to hold on too much longer because this is going to be a very funny video. And if you made it to this point, make sure you leave a like, comment, sub. If not one, then all three. Now, let's get to the video. Whenever I talk about Candace, I always just sit back and relax to wait and see what people are going to say, because at this point, it's just become overly hilarious. So in regards to Candace saying Brigitte Macron, the French first lady, is a man, I have people under this video saying stuff like,
"Where is your evidence that she isn't a man? Sounds for me like you got her dick in your mouth. Look at this cute little man trying to make a name off of the truth. Candace Owens. This loser got that 2K from Israel to post his trash. Candace for the win."
Y'all bots need a new script. Candace for the suit. Y'all can't even argue your issue, just that you're in a cult.
"I'm a real human being. Just admit Israel paid you, buddy. That's all. We all know the truth. You sound like a retard in this video."
Now, what's funny about this isn't the only comment I got about being paid by Israel. I don't even talk about Israel on my channel. You won't find one piece of content on my channel where I'm talking about the war between Palestine and Israel. So it's just crazy that these people think like this.
"Candace so beautiful and full of energy and courage. You must be so jealous of her and her success. Candace is awesome, as she probably is right. Even if he or she is not a man, she is still guilty of child sexual abuse. She was 39 and he was 14. I guess that's okay with you, though."
Now, keep in mind, Candace's biggest thing with these two is that Brigitte was born a man. Nothing to do with the age discrepancy secrecy, which we can all judge, but there's no proof that they engaged in any type of relationship prior to him being of age. And if I'm not mistaken, I think the legal age in France is 15. So if that is the case, maybe they could have started dating when he was 15. But even if it's not the case, we don't have proof of when they started dating. They got married as adults.
It is Mr. and Mr. Macron, and if you can't see it, you are an idiot.
I will say, like her or not, she makes a compelling case in her series. I thought this was the dumbest allegation ever. Not so sure now. I'll be curious to see how this shakes out.
There's absolutely nothing convincing or compelling about her series.
Brigitte is a man.
Proof?
Some pics of her pregnant for starters.
That's not proof that she's a man. The burden of proof is on y'all making this claim. Imagine the standard for being a woman is now providing pictures of yourself. Another Israel comment.
LOL, how much are they paying you?
You think a 2K sub channel is getting paid by someone? That's more believable than Candace reaping what she sowed?
He'd sell his mom for a blunt. You spelled it wrong. Illogical is the way you obviously try to reason with reality. Pathetic is an understatement.
This boy got that $2 K from Israel.
I feel like they think I got $2,000, but they were trying to say 2,000 subs, which is fucking stupid either way.
This guy had been caught with Macron's wife's dick in his mouth.
Unsubscribe.
Simply because I made a video making fun of Candace.
You think she's a liar, bro? Candace do her research through and through. She's to be a liberal lefty just like you. You need to know, maybe sooner or later, that the left are bamboozled you. Unless you're strongly anti-Christ, you will not discern that.
Seeking validation isn't research. The problem with her is she discards anything that goes against what she thinks and only takes in what fits her narrative. You can't be in the real world and say that COVID vaccine did more harm than good. That's pure lunacy. She denies science, although her everyday functioning in life revolves around science. Like, that's incomprehensible.
She's not lying. You can fact check her claims if you have the time to dig into them. Everything has a paper trail from bottom to top.
I did and do check them. They are just people that validates the beliefs she has. She throws away what she doesn't agree with no real reason for doing so. The book Chaos is just a bunch of unanswered questions with no conclusions to the questions posed. I believe we should question things, but questions don't mean whatever answer you want is the correct one. This person had a full-blown meltdown in my comments. I think they left around like 20 comments under one video, I guess, as they were watching it, and it kept building and they just couldn't resist themselves. I don't even believe this is a bot. I think some of these people might be bots, but this one was just purely unhinged because they kept leaving comments and you could just tell how furious they were typing.
Why would you want to bring her down? You are terrible. Don Lemon is under MK Ultra, so he'll never read the book. Dude, I'm sick of this. I gotta leave because this pissing me off. You don't even know. You really just on here because you're trying to get some money, and this is getting you some money, and you're too lazy to go out and be an alpha male and use your unusual hands and do some manual labor, so you are here coming for a young woman. If you're not a conspiracy theories in this America, something is wrong with you. You should follow the lead. Since you follow losers anyway, you might as well follow a strong woman.
Casey.
Should be saying thank you to Candace because this is probably the most views that you'll get on your channel ever because you're in my feed.
Oh, you probably can't see because of the fucking...
Should be saying thank you to Candace because this is probably the most views that...
Let the record show. Damn, this shit won't go away. God damn. Go to the bar at the bottom. You can't see. Said this probably, I'm gonna flex when I get the opportunity. She said this is probably the most views you're gonna ever get on your channel because you talk about Candace, and that video had 1.7K. My most viewed video is 71K. I can't flex for real, but I'm gonna flex when I can. My most viewed video has 71K and it's not Candace Owens. So yeah, Candace ain't the hot shit you think she is, ma'am. Not round these parts at the least. And for you to treat her like she's some type of god is crazy. You said the voices, yeah. I just wanted to make it a little bit more interesting than me just hearing my voice all the time, reading all these comments, and you couldn't differentiate. I wanted to make it so if you were listening and wasn't watching the video, that it's easier to follow what's happening.
Channel ever because you're in my feed and I don't even know how you got here. I love everything she say. I'm a 36-year-old black woman and she's 100% right, and you're despicable. You are straight up pandering. You're such a lame. You probably still a liberal Democrat, he-ass dude. Are you serious? Are you seriously sitting up here doing this? You are a plant and they are paying you to save the slanderous bullshit about Candace.
Like, I just can't even believe this full-blown meltdown. Like, I am 36 and I believe in this strong, beautiful black woman. Like, come on. It's like, that's how you know it's bad when they never can have any real defense of what she says. They're just indignant to the fact that you're saying anything about their beloved queen.
I can't subscribe to this guy. You can clearly hear that he's one of them people who don't like Candace. He seems like He's gay as well. Just like Lemonade, ass nigga. You go, Candace, call out them.
Whoa, do I see some projecting?
I don't
know. Casey, I do it. I don't know if I said it yet in this video. I addressed the fact that I'm like, some of these are probably bots, but not all of them. Especially that lady that kept commenting constantly, the one that just went through. All of them ain't bots. Some of them probably are, but not every single one.
Know who this creator is, but he is clearly possessed and funded by demonic people because everything Candace said is plausible and correct. People with moral compass
the bots have psychosis.
Should tune him out and let his subscribers dry up.
Plausible and correct. Usually when something's plausible means you don't know if it's correct or not. So plausible and correct is pretty funny. But again, notice these people never have any strong defense. It's just simply the fact that Candace said it, so we agree and she's correct. It's just really weird to me because this is the same person that thinks. All right, we gonna I appreciate everybody that's been rocking for this long. The last thing we're gonna cover is I need to cover what's been going on with Unfuck America, y'all. Cause yeah, I'm still been working. If y'all notice, my TikTok has taken the fuck off. My TikTok has taken the fuck off. My Instagram has actually taken off too. My TikTok took the fuck off. My Instagram took off. So I've got a lot of more traction because I've been trying to post more shorts because Unfuck America has been going hard on the short form content, and they've been helping push my content out. And I've gotten a lot of eyes. Like I've literally gotten 2,000 subs in like a matter of 4 days because of the help of Unfuck America. Just one, motivating me to do this content, and two, the fact that they helping push it out. So, we're going to just go over some updates of what's been going on. For those that don't know, and y'all do care about politics, we're going to do the politics section for tonight. We finally made it to CNN. CNN has covered the Unfuck America. And, of course, a big highlight of it was Destiny, who is, of course, right now, since he's the biggest creator that we have, is the face of Unfuck America.
Led by 31-year-old Shirley.
Excuse me, we're going to cover...
They're happy.
That's why you know they haven't been on social media.
But this year's event will be menaced by something called the
Damn.
F America Tour.
Stop. Okay. Damn. Shit was not catching up to what I was doing. So we're going to talk about CNN's coverage of Unfuck America and then Charlie Kirk's response to Unfuck America, because it's actually pathetic. Yes, Casey, you already know. Casey, I'm so glad you're in the community because it just be me trying to mantis talking about this realm of YouTube politics. I'm so glad you joined the Discord because we need more people to talk about. We just want more engagement in these topics because this is a big part. Like, Casey, it's just so funny. Like, I probably consume this content the most, but I talk about it the least on my channel because most of my audience is not in tune with a lot of this stuff. And it's just so funny because this is what I consume the most. It's just hilarious, but I cover it the least. So yeah, Hassan was coping watching this. I don't know exactly how Asman felt about it, but yeah.
I just got Kirk. Yeah, I just got escorted from Brian Kirk.
Robbie Rose-Steamer, he's more of like a wait. It's no way CNN only has this shit at 360p. It's absolutely no way, because my computer was tweaking. So hopefully that's a product of that. It's no way this only has 360p in 2025. It's absolutely no way. It says HD right now. Hopefully my shit was just tweaking. Okay, 1080. I ain't even got to do all that. We ain't got to do the HD premium. We'll just do the HD.
I just got Kirk. Yeah, I just got escorted from Brian Kirk, baby.
We're in Tampa, Florida for Turning Point.
Wait, did that person attack Robbie?
Kirk. Yeah, I just got escorted from Brian Kirk, baby.
We're in Tampa.
Who is getting attacked?
Tampa, Florida.
This was the event. They went to Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA event in Florida last month. That's what this footage is from.
Florida for Turning Point USA's annual Student Action Summit. TPUSA is a voter-driving juggernaut for the Republican Party, led by 31-year-old Charlie Kirk.
They're happy. That's why, they haven't been on
The fact that Charlie Kirk is younger than me but looks like he's fucking 40 is insane.
social media.
But this year's event will be menaced by something
There's
called
no
the
reason that man should be 31 looking like that. And I don't attack people for how they look, but it's just kind of telling.
Un-F America Tour, started by a group of progressive influencers and organizers, including the massively popular streamer Destiny.
This is all roads lead to Rome, right? So he can do the exact same behavior that Biden couldn't get away with doing.
They want to bring progressive debate to Kirk's doorstep. But first, they have to get in.
So Turning Point has cancelled all of Un-F America's credentials, and now they're trying to sneak in Destiny so he can debate inside here. Alright, he's in. So Destiny has made it inside the building, and we'll see how long he lasts.
Was these glasses supposed to be a disguise?
There's a major streamer named Destiny, who's a Democratic liberal streamer. He appears to be debating Myron Gaines, who's more of a right-wing red pill guy. They're both sort of creatures of
Exactly, Roshan. Before I found out, I thought Charlie Kirk was in his early 40s. He is 31. He looks terrible for 31. Oh my God.
I trolled him, but it should be a lot of fun.
It's like, anybody, if you put me next to Charlie Kirk, and it's not because he wears fucking suits. That's not the reason. If you put me next to Charlie Kirk, anybody would think I'm younger than him.
It's like blood sports. It's like watching a cockfight, effectively.
And not just a little, like significantly.
We love to see it, though.
We love to see it. It's great.
We were at Student Action Summit. We got Destiny.
People think I'm like 26 years old. And he's actually 31, but looks fucking 40.
Myron here today. Have a little friendly conversation.
Yeah, man. Good to see you, bro.
Young people may be tuning out the news, but
it's gotta be stressful to lie every day of your life. To just live a lie every day. It can only do nothing but age you. He don't look 60, but it's just like you have to age when every part of your existence is to just live a lie and bullshit. It just has to do your body a lot of harm. It just has to.
Form of live, provocative political debate is blowing up online. Its cultural significance is something well known to Kirk because he's part of it.
Oh, it's democratic socialism. It's completely different.
I love this question.
And I
can talk about socialism for hours. Hello, everyone. I am Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA, and I am surrounded by 20 woke colleagues.
Exactly, Roshan. And
Under attention with the words prove.
There's nobody that would think Charlie Kirk is younger than me. Nobody.
Iran, Kirk brought online debater culture directly to hundreds of college campuses during the last election cycle.
We have a problem in Black America. The biggest problem is not racism. It's the lack of dads. When exactly do heart waves begin in utero?
You know that, but you don't know the
Hold on, no, tell me when.
I don't know.
And while he uses it to make viral content, its primary goal is to register Gen Z to vote MAGA.
I love the fact that
His face
we are
is
now
so
becoming
punchable.
we're becoming the cool kids now.
But no, I just want to be clear. Is there something wrong with talking to voters?
No, there's nothing wrong with talking.
Well, that's what we're doing here today. It's an open mic.
I think that you push a dangerous agenda.
It's a strategy that those behind Un-F America say the DNC has been absent to counter.
I hate Charlie Kirk. I think he's actually a Satan spawn. He's very, very strategically minded.
At an event organized by the Un-F America crew down the street from the convention center, both conservatives and liberals packed into a pub to eat chicken wings, drink beer, and watch conservative voices try to take on Destiny.
Have you ever fired an AR-15? Yeah. So you fired a 5.56. The mathematical odds of him surviving that are infinitesimally small.
They're infinitesimally high if it misses him, or it grazes his ear.
Charlie Kirk's been doing this a long time, more than 10 years. Why has it taken the left so long to catch up and still hasn't caught up? Republicans.
Yeah, Christian, they broke up.
Vertically are very well integrated when it comes to making sure that they're winning elections. Yeah. Right? There's the people who in 2020 they thought the election was stolen in every state basically, but they still showed up to vote next time. So something is happening there where they're really big on going out and winning elections. And I think that shows at every single level to where when people are organizing or when people are creating alternative media networks, whether you're talking Tim Pool, influencing other ones like Joe Rogan, or trying to do things with college kids like Charlie Kirk, they're making these events and they're gathering all these different people. For Charlie Kirk as school kids, but the single focus is winning elections. It's incredibly important. And somehow I feel like on the left, I don't know how this happened online. Maybe it's because we tend to be younger or whatever, but somehow the party's messaging apparatus, it feels like it's got hijacked from people, by people who won't vote for your candidates, which I think is incredibly destructive.
Did the Democrats have anything like this?
Nothing. And I will say, Charlie Kirk is honestly one of the best organizers of our generation. And I think
So,
that, as much as I disagree.
For those that don't know, Z is the coordinator. She's in charge of Unfuck America, Z Cohen Sanchez right here. and she just did an appearance on Jubilee against Cenk Uygur. She fucked up Cenk. She was one of the I'm not just saying this because I work with her. She's one of the standouts against Cenk Uygur on Jubilee recently. She had him fucked up, and he didn't know where to go with her. She knows her shit, and she, on TikTok there was a lot of controversy with her, and as somebody that's gotten to know her over time, she's not the person that people try to make her out to be on TikTok. Like, I don't want to retread the drama, but if you do know about the shit that was going on TikTok, she's just not the person that people was painting her out to be, is getting to know her. They only go so far. Everybody has their personal experiences, but even if you go back and see what happened, you'll look and see, like, these people was tripping. It was like, y'all made something out of nothing.
With Charlie Kirk, I believe that what he's doing has worked, and that's why I'm here to replicate what he's doing. I'm not here to, disrupt Charlie Kirk's events. I'm here to say that there are alternative ideas, and that we
yes,
need to build
Casey, the microaggression nonsense. You see, all the lore. All the lore, bro.
same thing that he has, because he is good at it.
And yeah, she's just such a good person.
Sanchez has worked more than a decade on Democratic campaigns.
There's no reason why we can't do this. This is not very expensive to do. We have so many PACs on the Democratic side raising millions of dollars, right? We are not a big PAC. We haven't even raised $1 million yet. And we're able to get all of these creators essentially anywhere that Charlie is. And so that's what we really want the Democratic Party to do, is we want to have them to start investing in these movements.
Is the DNC supporting this?
No, not currently.
Why not?
If Ken Martin's watching this.
I am curious, though, if our name was different, would the DNC would support it? I wonder if the name in and of itself is what turns people off, but the name is a draw. The name is a draw. It's like, it's out there. And I feel like that's the same reason, like, Trump was out there. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. Like, fuck evokes a lot of emotion. And it may not be politically correct, like, unironically. So I think that there's a world where the DNC shouldn't touch Unfuck America, but there's also a world that if the DNC accepts Unfuck America, it's a signal to so many people that they're like, wow, the Democrats are affiliating themselves with people that said Unfuck America. People have been waiting for the Democrats to not come off as some bitches. And I think taking Unfuck America under their wing is a huge signal to people that have been turned off by the Democrats as being weak and feckless and not willing to fight, like Gavin Newsom's been doing, going straight at Trump, and his people love it. I think you just opened up a brand new wing of people that's wanting to support Democrats because they've been weak.
Text you back. But really, I think it's disappointing.
I'm going to cover that next, Casey.
DNC really get off the ground since the election, because I think a lot of things have happened internally that have been distractions to the actual ground.
Exactly, Roshan. Like, part of our target is to get these young college students. That's why Charlie Kirk is in our crosshairs, because he goes to colleges and stuff. The goal is to get this younger demographic, and a name like Unfuck America will draw those people in. But yes, we lost so many young male voters. That's the target audience
that we need right now.
No, our motto is, when they go low, we go high.
For Destiny, it's a ground game that must reflect the online culture he and millions of young Americans are part of, one that is often characterized by un-PC language, insults, and crude humor, like this tweet Destiny sent poking conservatives by saying the kids who died in the Texas floods were proof that God doesn't exist.
The tweets you sent about the kids in Texas would probably disqualify you, or would probably have somebody in the upper levels of the Democratic Party say, okay, we'll never work with this guy again. Yeah. Do you regret sending those tweets? I think they have to get over it. I don't regret them. I love poking the bear on the right. I feel like Republicans are so good at owning the space. Republicans do this thing where they say, comedy's legal again and we can joke about anything. But when they say anything, they really just mean like immigrants and black people, right? Because if you make fun of anything on their side, they lose their minds. I guess is your point that,
And to be fair, you do need people on all fronts. Like, there's going to be people that don't resonate with Destiny, and then there's going to be people that fucking change their mind because of Destiny. And then you got people that want to see the politically correct but still radical people like the AOCs and Bernies and stuff, and they'll resonate with that. So I don't think Destiny fits within the party because his values is where it's at, but his brashness will turn some people off. but it's not going to turn people off to the point where they go to the other side. But he will bring in people that don't want to see a bunch of pussies on the left.
Always trying to take the high ground is clearly not working for Democrats.
One of the things that conservatives stumbled into accidentally, because I think Donald Trump's an idiot, even politically, but they stumbled into this thing where people started to get confused because of what the right and left look like. And I think they think that you need an extremist platform in order to win elections. But what you really need, I think, is just extremist messaging. I think that's what you need.
Back inside, the packed event giving the Un-F America organizers hope there will be appetite for similar debates on college campuses this fall.
I do 100 hours of this a semester. 100 hours. In addition to 2 hours of podcasting radio. I mean, the physical crowds are now 4,000 people almost every time we do this.
And so the plan for this semester is Charlie Kirk shows up at campuses all across the country, and you guys are going to be there too.
But that's the goal. If we can raise enough money to get there, we absolutely will. People wonder why the youth vote shifted 9 points to the right.
Yeah.
And that's a big reason why. He's put the footwork in and we haven't.
Women are oppressed.
Yep. All right, so let's look at Charlie Kirk's response to this section.
America's small businesses rely on TikTok to scale.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Circus acts and her court just knowing she follows me around the country. And the one thing I get called a lot of things. We're here at the Bitcoin.com studio. The one thing I wish people would call me more is an entrepreneur or a builder. And I got to give credit to this one young lady. She is very annoying. She follows me around the country. She sends her little clowns and her trolls and her circus acts and her court jesters at all of our events. From the Un-F America thing.
Use all this language to not engage with any of us because he knows that a lot of people part of Un-Fuck America, not just Destiny, is fully capable of debating him. I'm not scared to debate Charlie on certain topics. I won't sit here and say I will debate Charlie on any and everything because I'm not well versed in any and everything. I'm willing to debate Charlie on abortion. I'm willing to debate Charlie on immigration. I'm willing to debate Charlie on religion. I'm not willing to debate him on any and everything. I don't know foreign policy. I'm not good with foreign policy. That's something y'all see on my channel. I don't touch foreign policy like that because that's not my wheelhouse of the things that I'm well knowledgeable on. But immigration, abortion, religion, yeah, I'll fuck Charlie up. I'm not scared of Charlie in any of those topics. Or fucking Trump versus Kamala, for that matter, or Trump versus Biden. I'll debate him on domestic policy night and day.
But she is obsessed with me. However, she has, more so than most, accurately depicted what we've been able to do here because she does describe us as a builder. Now, this is a former Bernie Sanders type.
I'm sorry. How do you look at this man every day and be like, yeah, let me stop.
Got very crass language. She's got quite a way to herself that is unappealing. I mean, if you look at her, you're like, whoa, give me the American Eagle ad back. I don't want that. Please. More American Eagle, less this, please.
Yeah, it's a married man.
That's not what I want. I want the sorority videos, not this.
Yeah, married man. Married, God-fearing man. Yeah, talking about another woman and how she looks and saying she's don't look good enough. You want to watch College Girls. Married man, by the way.
But to her credit, she has accurately diagnosed the problem. And she is a girl, for the record. I have no reason not to believe it. Jesse was kind of playing with words here.
I don't know if he plays it, but yeah, Jesse Waters called fucking Z trans for whatever fucking reason. I don't understand, but he called her trans for whatever. Nothing about her comes off as trans. I don't know why he would say that.
So, Jesse Waters did a summary of this.
Is his head shape?
I wish we had more of the CNN interview, but this is some of the best parts. Where CNN dispatched one of their reporters who looks like Ruben Gallego. I don't know why Ruben Gallego is doing street interviews for CNN, but he's doing side work. So, Dollar Store Ruben Gallego basically was doing interviews for CNN at our Student Action Summit. And we knew that this whole story was going to populate, which is, oh, wow, Charlie's so successful and Turning Point's so successful, and therefore the left is trying to infiltrate. We knew the story was coming.
Bro,
Jesse Waters caught on to it. Play cut 258.
I know I have a big forehead, y'all, but at least my face still fills up my head. I just paused this. Y'all, Charlie should just grow his hair out. I grew hair because I know I got a big forehead. I wear bandanas because I got a big forehead. My forehead is distracted, but his is too. His forehead is also distraction. And this little dip whip thing you got going on is not hiding shit, bro. Your face is little as fuck. His face is 13% of his entire head, and it's not working, bro. He has to. There's a way to figure it out. Any women that y'all know, when you got a big forehead, you know where hairstyles work. As a man, I got a big forehead. I know what hairstyles work, and I know what I can and should not do. This hair don't work for your head, bro. It just don't. You got to figure it out, bro. You need a bob damn near, bro.
Democrats are leaderless.
Casey, that's the biggest joke with Charlie. His fucking face is 13% of his head space. God.
New plan? Create a transgender Charlie Kirk.
I think that, as much.
Yeah, he showed it. He just called her fucking trans.
Their new plan? Create a transgender Charlie Kirk.
I think that, as much as I disagree with Charlie Kirk, I believe that what he's doing has worked. And that's why I'm here to.
She has a raspy voice, but it's not deep. I don't know why he calls Z trans. This shit is insane.
Replicate what he's doing. I'm not here to, disrupt Charlie Kirk's events. I'm here to say that there are alternative ideas and that we need to build the same thing that he has, because he is good at it.
Well, we are good at it. And because we build. You see, that's what people miss. People think it's just the campus thing or just this program. This is 2 hours of my day, and then I go to the day job of managing 1,000 people, and we have to raise $100 million a year, and we have 500,000 donors.
He got to figure out this hair. This hair is now. I'm looking at him too long. I'm too focused. I'm getting pissed because he's so fucking ugly. And you see Cartman back there, and he tries to act. I mean, he can be proud. I ain't gonna lie. If South Park made fun of me, I would be proud too. If they're on my side or if they're not, I would be happy to be on South Park too. But they was making fun of you big time, dog. You're ridiculous.
People say, if I was just supported by wealthy people, that's part of it. We're very thankful to our wealthy contributors. And amazing.
You don't ever want to be Cartman or be on the side of Cartman in South Park. So Cartman is the reprehensible character in South Park. You're never supposed to empathize with Cartman on South Park. So as much as, yes, it may feel good to be recognized on South Park, but you were Cartman. Cartman is the person that everybody hates on South Park. Even if they portrayed you as just Charlie Kirk, that's better than actually being Cartman, because nobody really likes Cartman as a person. They like to see him go through some bullshit. Like, we love to see Cartman get shitted on. So you were Cartman. I don't know if that's the best place you want to be.
Donors, but it's also the 500,000 people that donate.
Bad genes.
Jesse Waters continues, play cut 259.
The DNC, they're already trying to coup trans Charlie.
Is the DNC supporting this?
No, not currently.
Why not?
If Ken Martin's watching this, text me back. But really, I think it's disappointing that we haven't been able to see the DNC really get off the ground since the election, because I think a lot of things have happened internally that have been distractions to the actual ground game that we need right now.
There are so many more clips from that CNN exchange that we could mine. But I love this. About time that the left realizes and wakes up that while you guys have been ridiculing us, we've been building. As we like to say at Turning Point USA, we did not come up with this, but Sun Tzu did. No, he didn't, but that's okay. It's wrongly attributed to Sun Tzu. That's fine. It's hilarious. First, they ignore you. Then they laugh at you. Then they fight you. And then you win. I remember the ignoring phase. It's nothing. This is Charlie. It's nothing. Forget him. And then I remember the laughter. Oh, it's so funny. Look at Turning Point. What do they think they're doing? Now, many of those people are applying for jobs from us, for the record. And then the fighting. Oh, we love the fighting. And then the victory. But look, it goes in cycles. But for Z, I think that's her name. Is her name Z? Prominently profiled on CNN. She seems that she actually gets it more than most. Where she's like, hey, guys, this guy's awful, but he's built something. And again, I haven't built anything. We have built it at Turning Point USA. Z Cohen Sanchez, for the record. She's onto something. She's onto something very powerful, which is the left struggles to build anything. And by the way, she had her own little counterfeit.
I love how he doesn't realize he's actually giving praise to the fact that the left has recognized their weakness and trying to capitalize on it. And as much as he's trying to make it sound like people shouldn't listen to us and Z, he's really showing like, oh, the left gets it now, and they may actually do something better than what they've been doing. And he's kind of praising her for that. And it's hard not to, because she was honest. She was like, we don't agree with Charlie, but he's actually put in the work to build something, which is something the left has lacked on for years at this point. And we recognize that and we combating it and want to replicate it. That's being honest. He only has so much room to try to shit on her in Unfuck America because they recognize that you did something that worked and now they want to combat you on it and probably do it better. So you only got so much room to shit on her.
Clown show back in the spring, and it fell apart. Why? Because they had a oppression Olympics woke falling apart because someone did microaggressions that they didn't like and the whole thing fell apart.
That's what I was talking about, and it was against Z.
People like to talk about the platform we built, but they don't.
But all those people are gone now.
Don't know about the chapters, the high school groups, the events. A lot of people want to do the stuff we do, but they don't want to work as hard as we worked. 300 days of travel a year.
And also he is funded by some fucking millionaires, and he gets, I don't know if he's funded by billionaires, but he gets a shit ton of money from millionaires, which fund Turning Point USA, which is why he's able to have these grandiose events all across the country because he gets hundreds of millions of dollars to make Turning Point USA run and function. But how come he ain't talk about Destiny? It's not like there isn't a lot of ammo to attack him with. Yes, Casey, that was going to be my closing fucking point, and you said it. Notice how the reason I played that interview first is because I think Destiny was more of the focal point of that interview. Notice that Charlie Kirk only focused on Z. Yes, she's the coordinator and head of Unfuck America. Yes. But that interview was about Destiny. Let me see. No, to be fair, the title doesn't really say that, but he's in the thumbnail. It says, how Democrat streamers like Destiny are taking on MAGA. So the section on CNN was mainly focused on Destiny. If we're gonna be completely honest, how many views this guy now?
I just got Kirk. Yeah, I just got escorted from Kirk, baby.
We're in Tampa, Florida for Turning Point USA's annual Student Action Summit. TPUS.
This got 558,000 views. Let the record show. I think Hassan's only has like 200,000. But yes, Charlie Kirk did not mention Destiny, and that's not by mistake. It's not because Destiny is a troll. It's not because he's stupid. It's not because he's bad faith. Charlie Kirk is petrified to confront Destiny head on. He is petrified. He's already shown he's scared of somebody like Parker. So he debated Parker once because he had to at Jubilee. He couldn't control who was there. Parker fucked him up, and now he's scared of Parker, who I don't think is as good of a debater as Destiny. Parker fucked him up. He's scared of Parker. He won't confront Parker anymore. Destiny is the headliner of the Unfuck America tour, the face of Unfuck America. He gets a whole section where he's prominently shown about 75% of the fucking video. Charlie Kirk doesn't address him not once. And it's not by mistake. And it's not because he thinks Destiny is inadequate. It's because he's scared as fuck to confront Destiny because he knows he can't win. And I think that's just so fucking telling because there's no reason you should be so strong in your beliefs that you are scared. You think you're so right and you're so strong in your beliefs, but you're so scared to confront the person that is able to challenge you in the best good faith way possible. You won't address it in the slightest. That's telling as fuck. I wouldn't want to be a part of anybody's coalition that's scared to argue their beliefs with anybody. And as somebody, if y'all have noticed, I've said more often than not, the people that I criticize, I am fully willing to argue with them. I'm not Destiny, or I'm not the biggest political guru out here, but the people I critique, I'm not scared to confront by any means. I'm not scared to confront Candace. I'm not scared to confront Charlie Kirk. I'm not scared to confront Piers Morgan. I'm not scared to confront Myron. I'm not scared to confront any of these people I talk to. Granted, Charlie don't talk about Destiny, which may reinforce what I said, that he's scared of him. Now, there's somebody I will say somebody I don't think I'm prepared for, but not scared of is Andrew Wilson because he's too adept to the rhetoric, but not substance, and I don't know how to combat that optically. Andrew Wilson is good for optical wins, and I don't know how to combat that. He's not good with substantive wins, and I don't know if I was to ever confront Andrew Wilson, even though I think he's wrong on so much, I don't know how to confront him as far as how he would win optically. But substantively, I think Andrew Wilson is bad at debate. I think he's good at debate optically. But that's neither here nor there. That's just my spiel for tonight. Charlie Kirk is scared of Destiny. And unfuck America, we all know it. And that's why we keep challenging Charlie Kirk. He can only ignore us for so long because if for you to really believe in your beliefs and to have people follow you with your beliefs, you should be more than willing to confront them against people that's going to argue against them. Otherwise, why the fuck do you believe in it? But regardless, man, I appreciate any and every one of y'all, man. This stream was fucking lit. Casey, Roshan, Rasta, Watts, everybody that came through. D Nice came through. All y'all with the fucking super chats. Fucking TJ, everybody. Moosey, Nicole, all y'all came through. If I forgot your name, I'm so sorry. It's late. I've been streaming for 4 hours, and if I forgot your name, I'm sorry. But I appreciate each and every one of y'all, man. If y'all made it to this point in the stream, make sure you leave a like, comment, sub. If not one, then all three, and I'm going to catch y'all in the next one, man. Peace.